4-year-olds? What about the other older children, or are you considering other measures right now?
I'm sorry?
Why just the 2 to 4-year-olds? Why not older children as well?
Because this is the advice of my medical professional and these team that's up here now. That is their advice, and I'm following their advice.
Mr. Mayor, I wonder, since you've talked about the fact
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us on this Saturday, April 2nd, 2022. Currently taking a Live Now look from Washington, D.C. The sun just now beginning to rise over the White House here in the East Coast. Now, new news coming from the White House. March's jobs report was out on Friday morning, and it did expect to show more job growth. And it did. It says that businesses are keeping up with their post-pandemic hiring spree. But it also comes with a steep price tag as stubborn inflation and high energy prices continue to weigh heavily on customers and consumers. Let's go ahead and get the latest from White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki, as well as the Council of Economic Affairs member Jared Bernstein.
Tick above its pre-pandemic rate of 3.5. We've got an historically unprecedented run with data back to 1939 of 11 months in a row with job gains north of 400,000, yielding an also unprecedented 7.9 million jobs since President Biden took office. We have, in one of the most welcome trends we at CEA are seeing in the job market, increased labor force participation. And we have strong wage growth, particularly for middle and lower wage workers. Getting under the hood of the report a bit. As you know, the Council of Economic Advisors were careful to not overinterpret 1 month of data, and therefore we always cite the 3-month average, which in this case is the first quarter of the year. With the upward revisions in today's report, the average monthly gain over the quarter is 562,000 jobs per month. Now, to provide some context for that growth pace, last month marked 23 months since employment hit its pandemic low. At a comparable point in the last expansion, the 3-month average of job growth was 229,000, making the current jobs recovery more than twice as fast. The black unemployment rate ticked down by 0.4 to 6.2%, just 0.2 above its pre-pandemic rate. As noted, one of the most important indicators in the current job market is labor force participation. Rising participation rates will facilitate a closer alignment of strong labor demand with labor supply, helping to support working families and to boost our real economic output. Last month, labor force participation ticked up by 1/10 overall and by a significant 3/10 for the closely watched, quote, prime age workers category, which focuses on workers aged 25 to 54. Doesn't mean that people who are over 54 are no longer prime, but that's a different discussion. The prime age participation rate in March was just a half a point below its pre-pandemic rate, and it is up by an historically strong 1.4 percentage points since President Biden took office. In other words, last month's bump was not a monthly blip, but is part of an ongoing trend. It's a trend, and also in a trend that's highly consistent with President Biden's Make It in America agenda. Factory employment was up 38,000 last month and 473,000 since the president took office. In other words, we are in the midst of the fastest business cycle recovery of manufacturing employment in more than 50 years. Now, as you know, we economists are always looking for policy lessons that we can apply to our work as we deal with a complex, ever-changing, and ever-challenging global economy. In that regard, today's jobs market provides a clear lesson. American employers and workers have taken every headwind thrown at them and just kept humming along. As the president said today, quote, "The headwinds of Delta, Omicron, and even the war in Europe have not been able to derail our record jobs recovery," end quote. It is unequivocally clear that one of the most important policies behind that result is the American Rescue Plan. Of course, our work is not done, and we are actively addressing challenges faced by American households, especially uncomfortably high inflation. As you know, just yesterday, the president authorized the release of 1 million barrels per day for the next 6 months from our Strategic Petroleum Reserve, the largest release from our national reserves in history. And this morning, countries across the world agreed to release tens of millions of additional barrels into the market. This work is, of course, highly complementary to our near-term work in speeding the pace at which goods move from ship to shelf, and to our longer-term agenda, including the bipartisan infrastructure laws projects to strengthen and increase the resiliency of our infrastructure and supply chains. That, in turn, is complemented by the Bipartisan Innovation Act, which is geared towards making more in America, strengthening supply chains, and breaking up bottlenecks like semiconductor chips that are raising prices for consumers. Our legislative agenda is also focused on reducing some of the toughest strains on family budgets, including prescription drugs, the cost of child and elder care, health care premiums, the cost of housing, and education. But the fact that all of this work is occurring against the backdrop of one of the tightest, most welcoming labor markets on record is both a testament to the president's policy agenda and to the unceasing energy and efforts of the American people. Thank you, and we'll move to your questions.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks for doing this. The president said today that he thinks part of the impact of this will be, easing the supply chain crunch. There's more people in jobs. That'll smooth out that. I wondered your view on that, and in particular, we're seeing new COVID lockdowns in China. That has in the past sort of fueled supply chain crises down the line. What is your view on that right now?
Let me start with the first part of your question, and I'm glad you asked it because it's one of the more important kind of under the hood indicators in today's jobs report that should really get the attention of anyone who's following the very issues you've raised. One of the things that needs to happen in this labor market is to the very strong labor demand that in my comments, as you heard, I associated with some of the very important benefits of the rescue plan. Very strong labor demand needs to better align with labor supply. The way that happens is through increased labor force participation rates. Now, as I mentioned, in March, that ticked up by 0.1%. But I also cited what we call the prime age rate, which is for workers 25 to 54. Labor economists like to look at that prime age rate because it takes out teenagers and retirees and looks at folks who are most connected typically to the job market. That ticked up 0.3% in March. But more importantly, these are precisely the kinds of issues that we have been tracking ever since this pandemic came on the scene. We know that we are still in an economy where the pandemic, and a global economy where the pandemic is playing a role. But as I stressed in my comments today, and the president said the same thing, I guess I'm saying the same thing he said to be more accurate. If you look at the headwinds of Delta, Omicron, and even war in Europe have not been able to derail our record jobs recovery. Yes, there's uncertainty, there are headwinds, and some of those headwinds are amplified by Putin's unprovoked war in Ukraine. And yet we see month after month American employers and American workers shaking off those headwinds, creating record number of jobs, and creating such an important economic backdrop for American households to get by in this challenging period.
Mike?
Hey, Jared. So what, the chart that you showed that was up there before with the huge bar for Biden, at what point does it become more fair to stop measuring the growth in jobs and the growth in the economy against the recovery from the depths of the pandemic and begin to be more fair to measure President Biden's progress at increasing from the pre-pandemic levels?
Well, I think that it's already fair to do that in the following sense. If you look at some of the indicators, whether it's jobs themselves, payroll, employment, yeah, you're right, this is not showing the time series, it's just the bar. But if you look at the time series, you will see a V when things tanked and they came back pretty quickly. Same thing with labor force participation. And I'm going to put this, I had a great slide, we weren't able to get it together here. I'm going to put it on my Twitter thread later, EconJared46, later today.
Give him a follow.
And it will show the same thing, Michael, which is you see a V, and then you see a period of an ongoing trend start out and continue, and in the case of labor force participation for prime age workers, even accelerate a bit. And I think that we're 23 months into a recovery now. I think it is completely legitimate to cite these numbers in terms of an ongoing trend, very much fueled by a virtuous cycle of strong consumers creating demand for goods and services, which in turn leads to strong labor demand month after month, driving the kind of numbers we saw today.
One quick follow-up. I mean, we're still not back to pre-pandemic employment levels, correct? And
Yeah.
most of the indications, most of the measurements that Americans might want you to say to measure President Biden against is not like, okay, well, we dug ourselves out of the hole, but how much further are we getting above where we would have been had the pandemic not started?
Yeah.
And when do you guys start having to measure against that and measure against, like, okay, we're now 500,000, 1 million jobs above where we were before the terrible pandemic?
So there are a variety of ways to look at that. I would commend you to some work recently by Moody's, which looks at counterfactuals, the idea of what might have happened had we not had the rescue plan. And in every case, you're going to see job gains and unemployment declines, well ahead. I remember the unemployment number, that the unemployment rate might be 2 percentage points higher than it is right now, but for the American Rescue Plan. You're right that jobs are not back to their pre-pandemic peak yet. They're still 1.6 million or 1% below their pre-pandemic level. But they are climbing back at a rate, look, I told you, 1.6 million from the peak and an average monthly job growth rate of 562,000 per month. So do the math. That's 3 months out. Now I'm not predicting that's going to happen. I'm just saying if you extend the trend, that's what you'd see. But I think the most important point that we're talking about here is that there is an ongoing labor market recovery with strong momentum that is delivering really solid job opportunities to American families. And that is such an important backdrop given the challenges that those families face in today's economy.
Thank you. Thanks, Jen. Quick question about the president's comments this morning. He was talking about the SBR release as a wartime bridge. And if you could talk a little bit about what he meant when he said that. Is it a wartime bridge to energy independence? Maybe getting companies to ramp up production? Is it a wartime bridge to the Iran deal? Or a wartime bridge to perhaps both? And secondly, conversations with a lot of oil and gas company CEOs have been ongoing for several weeks now. Have there been sort of any specific commitments that the White House has been able to get from them when it comes to ramping up production?
So on your first question, I think the way to think about this is kind of a walk and chew gum moment. I think of the bridge that the president was talking about as very much from the perspective of the American consumer who is facing real pressures at the pump. The last time we did a SPRO release, an SPR release, we saw oil prices fall quite quickly, and prices at the pump followed. Were down at least 10 cents a gallon, as I remember, pretty close out of the gate. Now, if you look just in the last day or two, I looked before I came up here. I saw oil is down about $7 a barrel, something around 7 or 8% since the president made his call. And so when he's talking about a bridge, he's talking about helping American consumers with this aggressive, historically large distribution of barrels from the strategic reserves. The idea of the president's clean energy and sustainable economy and decarbonization agenda is very much alive, very much ongoing, and that's the chew gum part. You know, we have to make sure we help consumers get through this difficult period and help to bring down the impact as best we can of the Putin price hike. But at the same time, we simply cannot give any sort of short shrift to our clean energy agenda that is so essential for building not just a sustainable future, but a future of good jobs here in America. One final point. While the strategic oil release should have the impacts that earlier the president said today, that doesn't mean that the impacts of the conflict in Ukraine are somehow no longer in play. They are still in the picture, and of course we will follow them, particularly from the impact of commodity prices, food and energy specifically, but not exclusively.
Any commitments from the company specifically?
I don't have a readout on those conversations.
Jared, a month from today, the student loan payment pause is due to expire, and a number of congressional Democrats sent the president a letter yesterday saying it was their sense that borrowers right now are not financially prepared to shoulder another bill as they deal with the increased price of food and gas and other necessities. First, do you agree with that sentiment? And second, is it your advice to the president that he extend the payment pause?
So first of all, what did you ask me if I agreed with? I'm sorry.
The sentiment that borrowers are not now prepared financially to take on another bill, the student loan payment.
You know, I think that's a very specific question about a very specific group of people. So I've been talking largely today about the impact of a jobs market that's generating historical levels of job gains, 7.9 million jobs since this president got here. And of course, those benefits are occurring to families all across the nation and all across the income scale. For the group that you're talking about, many of them do face real challenges making debt payments, and I would say that's kind of a different conversation than the one we're having right now. Now, I believe Ron has leaned into that in ways that I'm not remembering right now, but do you have any comments on that?
Oh, okay, I like this. So we're gonna do it together. Clearly, a decision will need to be made in advance of the timeline, and obviously we factor the impacts of economic data on ranges of groups of people, including students, but I don't have anything to announce at this point in terms of any decision that will be made in advance of the timeline.
Well said.
Okay, sorry. Kristen, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Chair, the president has tapped the strategic reserve twice before, and it still hasn't had the desired impact. Why is this time going to be different?
So as I said a moment ago, I think that I would definitely challenge the claim that it hasn't had the desired impact. We saw both in the last release and in this release the price of oil come down quite quickly. The price of oil, as I checked before I came on here, was down about $7 per barrel. And I know that the last time, check it out, because these data are actually quite accessible. Look at what happened to the price, the retail price of gasoline after the last release. Now, it's a global market and there's a lot of moving parts, but it is a fact that the price of gasoline fell about 10 cents per gallon shortly after it. Now, if your point is that these releases from the SPR don't have a don't have a structural, long-term impact on oil markets, that's why the president used the metaphor of a bridge today. The idea is to help consumers as they go, to help consumers as they deal with elevated inflationary pressures more broadly, and specifically with some of the impacts of the Putin price hike on energy costs, and that's what the release is targeted towards.
One more very quickly. Yesterday, Kate was briefing, and she said that all options are on the table as it relates to next potential steps that the president may or may not support. Does the president think that a gas tax holiday is a good idea right now? Is that something that he could get behind? Obviously, it's gaining a lot of momentum in the states.
Yeah, I'm not going to legislate from here or even get into ongoing policy considerations beyond saying, when we say all options are on the table, we mean it, and that option is.
Do you think it's a good policy?
Do I personally think it's a good policy? I think that all options are on the table, and all options, including that one, should be on the table.
Great. Jack, you got your last one.
Thank you. Jared, yesterday, Brian talked about the Strategic Petroleum Reserve and buying back oil when prices are cheaper in the future. But, long term, as you just mentioned, the release does not solve the problem of the structural deficit in the market. This administration talks about how you're pushing for domestic producers to ramp up production, but how is that going to happen? Like, the fees yesterday that were announced are sort of a push to get them to use these, leases, not all of which may produce any energy. But beyond that, the answer I got yesterday was long-term our focus is on, clean energy, and that's why the president invoked the DPA to try to get, battery parts for electric vehicles. That was not, the answer that the oil industry was looking for. That answer for, what the long-term plan is shifted away from fossil fuels. So how are they going to ramp up production, and why can you say that prices are going to be cheaper in the future where it doesn't seem like there are any friendlier energy policies?
Well, first of all, let me just be very clear and specific. When my comment on the retail cost of gas at the pump relating to the SPR release is very much an empirical pattern that we've seen time and again, where an SPR release occurs, the price of oil comes down, we see that at the pump. And as I suggested, that's a time-limited function. The president called it a bridge. You're sort of saying a bridge to what? Right. Yeah, and I understand that. Well, look, if you believe, as I do, that this is still a global market, that energy is still a global market and still a competitive market, what you expect to see is at a particular price point where oil is actually probably above that price point, and certainly has been even higher in recent weeks. Historically, that has led to greater energy production. And one of the things you hear the president saying in so many words is that we'd like to see that kind of production, that kind of response from the impact of market forces on these decisions of these energy companies. Now, if you don't see that market response, I think you have to ask yourself why, and that involves the kinds of commentary you've heard the president make about industry concentration, about the need for competitiveness, the importance of having an adequate level of competition within our key industries, whether it's energy or meatpacking, because absent, in the presence of excessive concentration and absent adequate competition, price levels can be higher than they otherwise would. So I very much support the president's rhetoric and the way in which he's leaned into that problem. But historically, we expect price signals in the energy market to have the effect that they've had, and we will continue to nudge the companies to move in that direction.
But when lenders hear, what's your long-term solution?
When lenders, you said?
Lenders. When we're talking about a long-term solution, and then, the administration's talking about clean energy, it's not sending the signal to lenders that this is a safe place for investment, that, this administration is saying plainly we want to increase domestic production. That's the sort of language they're looking for.
So I don't really agree with that framing in the following sense. I think by lenders, I'm thinking of investors, investors in the energy sector. If you look at the profitability, if you even look at some of the buybacks and the share prices, investors in that sector have been doing quite well. And that tells you right there that there is a price point wherein it is very possible for an energy producer to be highly successful and to make a lot of money in today's economy. And in fact, what we'd like to, I think one of the messages the president has been trying to convey to them, that is on behalf of the American consumers, we're asking you to respond to those price signals so that people can have an easier time of getting through this tough period. Now, at the same time, we have a medium and a long-term agenda that is absolutely existentially important to us to move towards a sustainable economy. And we do that in a way that creates great opportunities for both firms, employers, and for workers. So again, this is not an either or, it is a both and. And I see very much an economic structure in energy markets where they can both engage in robust production today and plan for a much cleaner energy future.
Thank you, Jared, for joining us. You're always welcome.
Thank you very much, Tim.
Okay, we will keep you honest and as long as you can stay before you need to gather, and we'll keep you updated. They're going to track it closely from here. I just have a couple of quick updates for you from the top. One is in the State of the Union, the president called on out the ocean shipping carriers who raised their prices by as much as 1,000% during the pandemic. These costs pass through to American businesses and families and contribute to inflation. And just a month after the president spoke about this at the State of the Union, the Senate yesterday passed overwhelmingly bipartisan legislation to reform the ocean shipping industry and lower costs for American farmers, businesses, and consumers. And additionally, this week, the Department of Justice announced that it successfully stopped a merger between two companies that make the cranes that move shipping containers on and off of ships at our nation's ports. The merger would have harmed American consumers by reducing competition in the supply chain and would have put our global supply chain at risk. And so these steps obviously are positive steps forward. I also wanted to note that today the Department of Homeland Health and Human Services and the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services made important announcements in response to the Vice President's call to action to improve health outcomes. Beginning today, as many as 720,000 pregnant and postpartum people across the United States could be guaranteed Medicaid and Children's Health Insurance Program coverage for a full 12 months after pregnancy, thanks to the American Rescue Plan. Finally, for the week ahead to next week, I had one more thing after this. On Monday, the president will deliver remarks on progress made on his administration's trucking action plan to strengthen our nation's supply chains. On Tuesday, he will deliver remarks celebrating the success of the Affordable Care Act and Medicaid and extending affordable health insurance to millions of Americans. And on Wednesday, the president will address thousands of national, state, and local building trades leaders from across the country at the North America's Building Trade Unions Legislative Conference. Finally, as you know, the United States is delivering a significant amount of security assistance to Ukraine every day. Over the past few weeks, we have delivered more than $350 million of security assistance to Ukraine, which the Pentagon has described as an unprecedented pace. And we welcome the UK's donor conference yesterday and its announcement that allies and partners will provide coastal defense systems, which is something that President Zelensky has asked for and is something that President Biden discussed extensively with allies at NATO last week. More than 30 nations have now sent security assistance to Ukraine, thanks in part to the leadership of the president and our diplomacy. So we're going to get to as many people as possible. Darlene, why don't you kick us off?
Thanks, Jen. Welcome back.
Thank you.
One question on Russia and two quickly on two other subjects. Russia says that an apparent attack by Ukraine on one of its fuel depots is making it harder for Russia to stay engaged in the talks to end the war. And I was wondering what the White House thinks of this suggestion from Russia that Ukraine's actions are the ones that are potentially standing in the way of peace over there.
Well, we have seen those reports. We're not in a position to comment on the Kremlin's statements. I would note Ukraine has not made any statements or confirmation of these reports. I would also note that this is a war that President Putin started, a brutal war with Russia's forces continuing to bombard cities across Ukraine and commit terrible acts of violence. We've seen the people of Ukraine fight valiantly in the face of unprovoked Russian brutality, but there is one aggressor here, and that is President Putin and the Russian military at his direction.
Second, on Title 42, the announcement that it's going to be lifted on May 23rd. Can you talk a little bit about why the restrictions aren't lifted sooner than May 23rd, perhaps even immediately? People who want to come to the country to seek asylum will now have to wait 7 weeks to do so when the CDC says that restriction is no longer necessary.
Absolutely. Well, it has always been the case and continues to be the case that this is a health directive determined by the CDC. So let me start there. But I would also say that implementation of their decision requires an interagency process, specifically leadership of the Department of Homeland Security. I would note the statement that was put out by Secretary Mayorkas, and it requires the implementation of appropriate COVID-19 mitigation protocols, also scaling up capacity and scaling up resources needed. And so it was always going to be important to have an implementation period, and the timeline reflects that.
And the last question is there any comment on the vote in Staten Island by Amazon workers to unionize? Sure. Amazon to do that?
Well, the president was glad to see workers ensure their voices are heard with respect to important workplace decisions. He believes firmly that every worker in every state must have a free and fair choice to join a union and the right to bargain collectively with their employer. The Amazon workers in Staten Island made their choice to organize a grassroots union and bargain for better jobs and a better life. Go ahead, Emily.
Just in light of the fuel depot fire in Russia, what is the U.S.'s general position on potential future attacks by Ukraine on Russian soil? Does the U.S. believe that it is up to the Ukrainians to decide whether such potential attacks are justified, or does it generally believe that those kinds of attacks should be discouraged because they would be seen as being escalatory?
Sure. Well, given we have not confirmed or commented specifically on the reports from here, and neither has Ukraine, I'm not going to get into a future hypothetical. What I would just reiterate again is that this is a war of aggression by the Russian leadership, by President Putin, that has left millions of people displaced, homeless, has targeted civilians, hospitals, and other innocent people across Ukraine. We know who the aggressor is. That is President Putin and Russia. And beyond that, I don't have any comment on military tactics.
The president said yesterday that Vladimir Putin appears to be self-isolating, that he appears to have maybe fired or put under house arrest certain advisors. Does the U.S. have a clear sense of which advisors are currently advising Putin and who has his ear?
Well, the president was speaking yesterday to public reporting, so we don't have more details to speak to at this point in time. But I would say to go back to a couple of days ago and the information that was put out by the administration that was reflected, that came through our intelligence agencies, what we do know is that this war is not going how President Putin had planned, that his intention of winning a quick war, defeating the Ukrainians quickly, is not how it has played out. We have seen troops be demoralized. We have seen troops run out of equipment that they need on the Russian side, and that is clearly not what he had planned. In terms of who is advising him, I don't have more specifics on that front from here.
And just one more on a separate topic. You're obviously not the only person in the administration recently to test positive for COVID. Can you give us a sense of whether there have been discussions lately at the White House about what would happen if President Biden were to test positive for COVID? Help us understand what working from home, quarantining, running the country would look like if the president were to get COVID.
Well, I would first say that this wasn't exactly your question, but let me reiterate this point, is that we take steps over and beyond CDC recommendations and guidelines here. I would note that while I tested positive about 12 days ago, if my math is correct, I waited to return to the office until I had a negative test. And that is our protocol here, or the protocol I was held to. Also, we take steps in advance of meeting the president. Anyone who's meeting the president is going to have a test that day. And we also take social distancing steps in meetings when warranted. In terms of, look, we recognize that COVID-19 remains a transmissible disease, especially recent variants. And while I'm not going to get into a future hypothetical of any of our additional principles, since the second gentleman had testing positive, I would note that the President of the United States can work from anywhere, can run the country from anywhere, and we have the capacity to not only prepare for that, but to support anything that is needed. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Just a quick follow-up on the Staten Island vote.
Sure.
It's obviously a big moment for the labor movement in this country, the first union at Amazon. Has the president had a chance to speak to labor leaders, or is he planning to issue a statement? Is he planning to talk about it at all?
I don't have anything planned to preview for you in terms of an official statement. I'm speaking, of course, on his behalf. Obviously, as you know, the president has been a longtime supporter of the right to organize, the right for workers to organize and plan for better jobs and a better life, and certainly my comments reflect that. Go ahead.
Just a quick follow-up, just comments from a senior Treasury official this morning that said sort of the sanctions that have been imposed by the U.S. and its allies on Russia is sort of pushing Russia to become a closed economy. That is obviously presuming that China and others are not sort of making some of the materials that they get from the West available to them. Has the administration noted any sort of change in stance when it comes to China, and Russia, or is it, is there any evidence that they're providing perhaps military economic support?
Our assessment has not changed since our national security advisor spoke to this. What I would point out for you too, as well, is the strong statements that came from European leaders, given their meeting on exactly this topic today, which certainly we share the sentiment. Go ahead.
Lots of urgent issues discussed here, but with the helicopter approaching, one little bit of housekeeping. Is it true that you are leaving the White House to work for MSNBC?
Well, you can't get rid of me yet, Ed. I have nothing to confirm about my length of public service or planned service or anything about consideration about next plans. I'm very happy to be standing with all of you here today after it felt like a never-ending, endless time in my basement, quarantining away from my family. Believe it or not, I missed you all a lot. And my focus every day continues to be speaking on behalf of the president, answering your questions, as tough as they may be at many times, as difficult as they may be to answer at many times. And I hope that I meet my own bar of treating everybody with fairness and being equitable.
And just because this has been raised by our colleagues, by people who are observing this process, is it ethical for you to continue conducting this job while negotiating with a media outlet?
Well, I have always gone over and above the stringent ethical and legal requirements of the Biden administration, and I take that very seriously. And as a standard for every employee of the White House, I have received rigorous ethics counseling, including as it relates to any future employment. I've complied with all ethics requirements and gone beyond and taken steps to recuse myself from decisions as appropriate. And so I hope that all of you, I've been working with all of you some time, would judge me for my record and how I treat all of you, both in the briefing room and otherwise. And I try to answer questions from everybody across the board. I know everybody in the back of the room may not always be pleased with me, but I try my best, and I will certainly continue to do that.
Okay, go ahead. Are you good?
Yes, go ahead, Chris.
Jen, given the reports, which have now been confirmed by multiple media outlets, how can you continue to be an effective briefer if you do in fact have plans to join a media outlet?
Well, I have nothing, again, to announce about any conversations or any future plans. And at whatever time I leave the White House, I can promise you the first thing I'm going to do is sleep and spend time with my 3- and 6-year-olds, who are my most important audiences of all. But I would say, Kristen, that again, I have taken the ethics, legal requirements to the highest, very seriously. in any discussions and any considerations about any future employment, just as any White House official would. And I have taken steps beyond that to ensure there's no conflicts.
And I understand what you're saying, but I guess the question is, how is it ethical to have these conversations with media outlets while you continue to have a job standing behind that podium?
Well, there are a range of stringent ethical and legal requirements that are imposed on everybody in this administration and many administrations past about any conversations you're having with future employers. That is true of any industry you're working in, and I have abided by those and tried to take steps to go beyond that as well.
And broadly speaking, is it the policy of this White House to allow staffers to have discussions, even if indirectly, with institutions that impact and affect their jobs and your job here?
Well, it is the policy of this White House to ensure that anyone who is having conversations about future employment does so through consultation with the White House counsel's office and ensuring they abide by any ethics and legal requirements. And those are conversations that I have taken very seriously and abided by every component of. Oh, okay. So let me go, Serena, we can go, and then we can wrap.
Thank you, Jen. Can
You said you missed us.
that the U.S.
Okay. I know, it may be that people who may have to see the president depart, and I don't want to hold anyone back, but I also am happy to answer your question and a couple of others if people want to stay, but if people need to, are they gathering right now? Sorry to interrupt your train of thought here. Okay. Go ahead.
Can you confirm reports that the U.S. has been providing Ukraine with protective equipment such as gas masks, hazmat suits, and other materials against a possible chemical weapons attack from Russia?
So the United States and members of the international community have, of course, repeatedly warned about the potential for Russia to use chemical or biological weapons in Ukraine, and that Moscow is possibly planning a false flag operation. In an effort to assist our Ukrainian partners, the U.S. government is providing the government of Ukraine with life-saving equipment and supplies that could be deployed in the event of Russia's use of a chemical and biological weapon against Ukraine. It does not compromise our domestic preparedness in any way, shape, or form, just for everybody's awareness, but we are providing it as we are providing a range of materials and equipment.
Just one quick question on another subject. The House passed the bill today that would remove marijuana from the federal schedule of controlled substances. Every Democrat, save for two, voted in favor of this bill. Does the president support the legislation?
Well, first let me say that, as the president said during the campaign, our current marijuana laws are not working. He agrees that we need to rethink our approach, including to address the racial disparities and systemic inequities in our criminal justice system, broaden research on the effects of marijuana, and support the safe use of marijuana for medical purposes. We look forward to working with Congress to achieve our shared goals, and we'll continue having discussions with them about this objective. Jackie, go ahead.
Thank you, Jen.
Oh, okay, we've got to wrap up in a second here, and then I'll go to Karen. Okay, so there, you guys got to wrap. Yeah. I'm sure we will get you let us get you a thorough comment on that. I will say, as the president conveyed in his announcement yesterday, certainly working with the global community to ensure we are meeting the supply shortages in the global community at this time is part of our effort to reduce gas prices for Americans, given it's a global oil market. So this is part of that, and we will get you more comprehensive. I am here and in my office if you guys have quick questions.
Question on inflation.
Sure.
Real quick.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are slowly approaching that 8 a.m. hour. Moving right along with other top stories, let's dive into the latest when it comes to the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
There is nothing left. No food, no water, no way to live, and right now in Mariupol, there is no hope.
We didn't even expect to be attacked. No one was expecting it. It was such hell. I can't express it.
Ukrainian officials say Russian forces have not only decimated the coastal city, but for the past month, they've made it dangerously impossible for the innocent to get out and for aid to come in.
Grief connects people. We carried branches during the shootings. Then we carried dead bodies.
With a new humanitarian corridor agreed to, the Red Cross says it's ready to send in a convoy of 45 buses to evacuate some of the tens of thousands still there. Whether Russian forces stick to the agreement is unclear. Days after pledging to pull back troops from the Kyiv region, the attacks are getting worse.
Russia has repeatedly lied about its intentions. So we can only judge Russia on its actions, not on its words.
Britain's defense ministry says Russian forces have continued to hold positions around Ukraine's capital, but fighting will likely intensify in the suburbs around Kyiv. And a senior U.S. defense official told Fox News Russian jets flew 300 strike missions over Ukraine just a day after telling the world they're pulling back troops to establish mutual trust.
Depending on your view of Putin, I'm a little skeptical. It's an open question whether he's actually pulling back.
5 weeks into the conflict and a Ukrainian estimate of 20,000 dead, President Volodymyr Zelensky calls Moscow's pledge of a pullback mere words. As Russian forces continue to destroy his country, targeting both the armed and the innocent, he's warning the West.
The tyranny will come to take away from you everything that you have and you are proud of.
The one area we're hearing Russian forces are withdrawing from is in and around the Chernobyl nuclear plant. According to the Ukrainian state power company, they believe troops were digging trenches and became exposed to significant levels of radiation. So far, no comment from the Kremlin. In Lviv, Ukraine, Jeff Paul, Fox News.
And Russian officials are still accusing Ukraine of striking an oil depot just as peace negotiations continue. Now, Ukrainian officials have not yet taken responsibility for the attack. They also are not denying it. Here's the latest from Andrew Kraft. He caught up with Hal Kempler, a national security expert on the subject.
I'm joined now by national security expert Hal Kempler. Hal, so good to see you as always. You've been, as I always say, guiding us through this very complex war in Ukraine. That was the news today. Humanitarian officials sent a convoy to the embattled port city of Mariupol to try to evacuate trapped residents. Although, Hal, my main concern with this is we've heard time and again before that Russia will allow these humanitarian corridors and convoys, but sometimes they get shelled, sometimes they get targeted, sometimes they're not as safe as they're meant to be. Are you concerned by that too?
Obviously, Andrew, I am concerned. They've gone back on so many things. What can only be called a feint. The idea that they're pulling back forces. They are pulling back forces, but they're not in any way diminishing the amount of combat power that they're putting on the Ukrainians. However, with that said, a couple of things with Mariupol. Number one, they're on the verge of taking over Mariupol. There really isn't a big challenge in terms of their being able to seize the city there. The big challenge they have is really on the international stage, which is they could cause massive civilian casualties depending on what happens. Also, France and Germany weighed in heavily to work with the Red Cross in order to make this happen with the Russians. And right now, that is coinciding with Russia trying to figure out how it's going to be selling oil and gas to Germany and to France. And so I don't know that they'd want to do something that would completely upend those negotiations in terms of how they get remunerated for their gas and oil. And of course, Russia's pushing to get, if not all, a very high percentage or at least half of their gas and oil sales to France and Germany to be bought in rubles. And that's a completely other story. But they're in a delicate position in that negotiation. So with that said, I'm hopeful that this humanitarian corridor will work, and the tens of thousands, I think it's up to about 100,000 civilians that are trapped there, will be able to get out.
Yeah, Hal, let's focus now on outside of Kyiv and in the Kyiv city center itself. What's going on there? We learned that the Pentagon today says it's not clear if the Russian military convoy outside of Kyiv, that one that was 40 kilometers, they're not sure if it even exists anymore. We also learned today that Russia has likely abandoned efforts to seize the Hostomel airfield just miles from Kyiv. Russia tried to take over it to establish an air bridge to Ukraine's capital, of course, in the early days of the war. So if you could tell our viewers what is happening in and around Kyiv at this point in time.
Well, what's happening is that Russia is using a lot of firepower. They're using missiles, artillery, in order to cover a withdrawal. You could call it tactical withdrawal of a lot of their forces up north. These are not small units, though. These are very large units that they're trying to withdraw. They're trying to withdraw them for two reasons. One is that they're damaged, seriously damaged, heavy attrition on these units. They're no longer capable of doing offensive action. And frankly, I'm kind of questioning if the Russians haven't also decided that they can't really maintain a long-term defense. So they're pulling them out. Also, the troops are completely demoralized for a lot of reasons. That's a longer discussion. But the will to fight of those units has been falling apart. And of course, one of the chiefs of intelligence for Britain kind of alluded to some of the problems with Russian troops. But they're trying to withdraw those forces, bring them up to reconstitute them. It's fairly obvious to all that their desire is that once they reconstitute them, they'll reintroduce them back into the Ukrainian campaign, probably not guaranteed, but probably in the Donbass region in order to put more combat power into that eastern flank, if you will, that eastern region. But it's not sure how this is going to work out. One of the things the Ukrainians have done to their credit is they have not made this easy. As the Russian units pull out of their defensive positions and withdraw, exposing themselves in that movement, the Ukrainians have seized the advantage. They've gone in there, causing more attrition, causing more damage to their equipment, and further demoralizing those troops, which means that whatever does eventually make it out of there is much less capable of being effectively reconstituted into some sort of effective combat unit, combat echelon that they can use elsewhere. So the Ukrainians are not letting the Russians get away with this, is another way to put it. And then, of course, you saw the problem up in Chernobyl, where they're pulling out of there as well. Yeah.
Yeah, Hal, that is one of the other major headlines today, because we know early on in the war, Russian forces took the area surrounding the Chernobyl nuclear power station, and what is going on there in the aftermath now almost some 40 years later from the nuclear disaster that happened there. Some Russian forces, though, are departing, and we had been getting reports that they were essentially Russian forces keeping the staff there who has to make sure that the nuclear power generation plant is safe, that it doesn't melt down. They were keeping the staffers there essentially hostage since really the war began. Why do you think they're leaving their positions now?
Andrew, I think the reason they're leaving their positions is twofold. Number one, I think even the Russian troops have realized they've been exposed to radiation. I'm sure that somehow that has trickled through the ranks. The other thing, too, is they don't need to hold that area. With pulling all the other forces out of the north, the critical need to maintain that avenue of approach into Kyiv has become less of a necessity. So they've recognized that problem, also the international pressure that they're getting to basically get out, get Chernobyl off of the map as far as being a battlefront, and allow those, allow the rotation of employees so they too can get out of that radiated area, and make that area safe again so we don't have a massive radiation hazard. So there's a lot of reasons there, but most of all, it's not a military necessity anymore. Their strategy has changed. Yeah.
Hal, let's go to the status of the negotiations at this point in time. What's up with them? Do we know if there's been any significant progress made there in Istanbul? And also, I wanted to get your opinion, because there's a key player on Russia's side who is somewhat responsible for the delegation for the negotiations. That is Roman Abramovich. We all know he is one of the major Russian oligarchs. He used to own the Chelsea football club there in England. He had to sell it after the war began because of sanctions. Why is he being used as kind of a chess piece on the board here in these talks? What's the advantage there?
I think, first off, he kind of represents the oligarchs, all right? And so part of that is it creates the impression that they're negotiating with the oligarchs and not just, the Putin's administration himself. So he has kind of this dual role in terms of his proximity, his knowledge, personal knowledge of Putin, but also the fact that he represents this other sort of amorphous economic interest called the oligarchs that everybody focuses on. Also, he's just frankly a very skilled interlocutor. He's a very skilled negotiator. He knows business. He knows how to get deals done. So, he's not a bad choice as long as he's someone that can be trusted to represent the interests that he's there to represent, if you will. I don't know that much is going to come out of the negotiations right now. I think that whole thing with saying that they're going to reduce military activity, pull back forces, and then of course saying really almost the opposite in terms of what Russia did militarily up around Kyiv, has left a little bit of a pallor in the room, which means that the Ukrainians don't really trust what the Russians are doing. Also, the Ukrainians are making great success, or having great success on the ground in a number of areas, and kind of going back to it, what happens in the negotiating room is really determined by what happens on the battlefield, what happens on the ground. And I don't know if the Ukrainians want to give away a lot right now when they're having success. I mean, there's actual open discussion now that this whole thing could upend and turn around, that the battle is tipping, and that the Ukrainians are basically making strides on all fronts. And also recognition the Russians just don't have anything of substance in reserve. So without some big reserve coming in to reinforce the Russians, it looks like it's tipping towards the Ukrainians. And there may be some other things the Ukrainians assess in terms of will to fight and combat effectiveness of the Russian units, that they think it's even further along that tipping point. So I don't see a lot of progress happening there anytime soon.
Yeah, Hal, let's talk about reserves, though. We know, and we got the report from Reuters today, Russia is drafting 134,500 conscripts, but says that they won't go to Ukraine. Also, there's talks and reports that they might be tapping into some reserves that are stationed nearby in Georgia. Also, you and I have spoken at length about Syrian conscripts possibly joining this fight. Where do we stand on all of that? Because we know the Russian troop posture is not working at 100% right now.
No, it's been seriously decimated. Right now, the Ukrainians assess they've lost 17,500, or the Russians have lost 17,500 troops killed in action. You can multiply that by 3 times the number probably wounded in action. And then you add on to surrenders, desertions, all sorts of stuff. So you're probably somewhere around 60, 70,000 troops have been taken out. That is a huge amount of the Russian force of either 150 to 190. If it's 150, it's getting close to darn near half of what they started with. Now, even those 134,000 conscripts, and by the way, the April 1st conscript thing is kind of a Russian tradition that goes way back. So even though he's tried to make a volunteer military, conscripting like that is pretty normal. It takes a long time to get somebody from bringing them in as a conscript to training them up to make them effective in combat. So we're talking months before those troops should be used in combat if they're to give them a fighting chance. Now, if they want to accelerate that and throw them in, then they're gonna have a problem, because they're gonna lose a lot more troops because they haven't had that training. They may not have been properly equipped, and that's another thing that's kind of a counterbalance, which is, Putin has to think about the mothers of Russia. And they're already sending back a lot of their sons and husbands, pardon the expression, but back in body bags, coming back. And that does have a cumulative political force domestically. So he has to think about that as well.
Hal, let's talk about Putin. President Biden mentioned him briefly in his remarks today, saying, quote, Putin seems to be self-isolated and there's some indication he has fired or put under house arrest his advisors. But he added they don't yet have hard evidence, but that is the intelligence assessment from the administration. Why don't they have that as a hard asset piece of information at this point in time? Is he that isolated we cannot get into his state of mind?
We got to give him some credit. He's a counterintelligence officer. You know, he knows how to conduct counterintelligence to keep stuff from getting out of there. So we don't have perfect insight into what's happening in the Kremlin. And if we did have perfect insight, I think we'd be very reluctant to admit it, because once you admit you have a source that can get you that type of information, those sources don't seem to last very long, whether they're technical or human. So, so the caveat could be there for a number of reasons as to why we don't know for sure. This kind of touches on sort of what, this is interesting, the head of the United Kingdom's GCHQ, which is kind of their version of the NSA. First off, I was fascinated to find out his last name was Fleming. That was kind of interesting if you're familiar with the James Bond books. But he was talking about the problems with the Russians, with the troops on the ground, but also kind of reinforcing this problem that Putin's having and this isolation piece. Now, in fairness, President Zelensky this afternoon or today just fired 2 generals, which was kind of interesting, saying they were anti-heroes. I don't know what he means by that exactly, but it could be that they discovered these generals might have links to Russia or may have been working on behalf of Russia in some degree. So it's worked on all sides, if you will. All right. And that could have further isolated if they were providing intelligence to Russia, and they did find these 2 Ukrainian generals, and they did cut that off. That will be a big blow to Putin's situational awareness as far as what's going on in Ukraine, and that may temper his adventurism, if you will, because he may realize that whatever he's doing with a higher degree of doubt because he just doesn't have any insight.
All right, Hal Kempfer, stick around. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We have a lot more questions left to get to on this Thursday night. We will see you after the break. And of course, I'm Andrew Kraft. We're following a number of different stories on this Thursday night. Of course, weather in the Washington, D.C. area got pretty nasty tonight. We're also following all the latest with President Biden, with Vice President Harris. So we'll have more on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Thursday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. Joining me yet again, Hal Kempfer, national security expert, as we continue to discuss all the latest headlines out of Russia's war in Ukraine. Hal, thanks for being with us yet again. My next question has to revolve around Volodymyr Zelensky. And you were saying there were reports that he fired 2 generals for not being, I guess, pro-Ukrainian enough. But there's been reporting to suggest that he is funneling information about the war through one specific, I guess, broadcast outlet, broadcast medium in the country to kind of streamline accurate information. We're also learning that he is banning other political opposition parties. Those are illiberal moves on a country that so many consider part of the West. And we're hearing some, kind of brief criticism about those moves. I know it's wartime. What say you about that, and what does that mean?
Well, first off, Andrew, they've declared martial law. All right, there is no political process right now in Ukraine. Also, they've been invaded by a huge foreign power. So those actually are rather prudent moves from a strategic communication standpoint. Any opposition parties that are saying something different than the need to defend Ukraine against Russia are very likely in cahoots, if not knowingly, at least unknowingly, with Russian operatives. And they know that Russia has operatives operating in and around Kyiv. That's been out there since before this thing began, and that they have contacts. And so they're being very prudent in terms of how they do this. Now, once the Russians are kicked out, they can embrace all the liberal democratic traditions they want. But right now, in that situation, it is martial law, and they are defending the country. And frankly, they have to take prudent actions to avoid Russia trying to stir up internal dissent and stuff while they have to have a unified effort. And that's the same reason that he's also narrowing down the number of ways that information goes out. One of the biggest things in a crisis is to coordinate the message. You don't want multiple messages coming out from different parts of the government. You want to make sure you have a singular coordinated message on what's going on, what the situation is, and what you want people to do. And so when I hear that they've stovepiped that or streamlined that, that seems to me a very prudent management tool under the circumstances.
Hal, also on the Russian side now, and I don't want to repeat Russian propaganda. That is not helpful to anyone. But there is this kind of symbol that so many of us are seeing, and I want to see if you can kind of break it down for us. We're seeing the letter Z on Russian pieces of military equipment, and this is strictly on the Russian side. What does that mean? Just out of pure curiosity, Hal, what does that mean? What does that mean as a symbol for the Russian fighting force? Can you kind of go back to the etymology of that? How did it spring up?
Well, it started out that they noticed a lot of the Russian vehicles going in and around Ukraine had Z. Well, it turns out they had a couple different letters. Z is not in the Cyrillic alphabet. And as near as I can figure, it was meant to, I'm going to get this wrong. It was Western District or Eastern District. I think it was the
I think West.
Eastern. Was it West? Okay. I knew I was going to get that wrong. But it was, they had 2 different letters for 2 different districts. Now, because it was so prevalent, what it's somewhat become is a symbol to Russian society of the war in Ukraine. And so what they're seeing is with graffiti, if you will, I don't know if you want to call it graffiti, it's kind of official iconography anymore in Moscow, but it's become an official symbol to say, I support the war in Ukraine, I support our forces in Ukraine. And so it's had that within Russia, it's had it's taken on a patriotic sort of symbology. Now that may turn, as what's happening in Ukraine becomes more known in Russia. A lot of times the symbols can change meanings.
Definitely.
And I would say at some point here, Z will not be a positive thing. in the Russian psyche. All
Yeah.
right. Right now it is, but I think that's going to shift over time.
Yeah, right now there's kind of a rallying fervor around that, but you're right, symbols and their meanings change over years and over time for, so many unintended consequences. Hal Kempfer, I'll be looking out for kind of these patterns of fighting we're seeing, not so much around Kyiv. We're seeing more of it focused in the eastern region of Ukraine, the Donbas region. Russia is saying they're now wholly targeted in that region. That's kind of what I'll be looking out for to see if that changes at all. What will you be looking out for going, I guess, into the weekend?
Going into the weekend, I'm going to be looking at Donbass, but I'm also going to be looking at what's happening with the ships. Really almost below the radar. Ukraine is reporting now that they have sunk 7 Russian ships. Now, some of these are larger, some of these are smaller boats, but they have sunk several Russian ships. It looks like they have some anti-ship missile capability, and I think they're going to be moving more in if they can get it, because the Russians have a naval blockade on Odessa. So what I'm going to watch for is, are they going to engage in an anti-maritime or maritime denial attacks against Russian shipping? And if they do that, that could change the whole texture of the campaign, because if they can stop the Black Sea from being blockaded and controlled by the Russian Navy, that may change a lot of things, and it may open up another avenue to get resources and to get aid, both lethal and non-lethal, into Ukraine. So I'm going to be watching that very closely.
All right, Hal, a great conversation as always as we update everyone, including myself, just about the developments and the headlines there in this war in Ukraine. Hal, we'll talk to you again.
All right. Thank you, Andrew.
Joined now by National Security.
All right, that was the latest on the Russian invasion of Ukraine as we enter day 38. Let's take a live now look from Washington, D.C. now, as the House has passed a bill that would legalize marijuana on the federal level and get rid of criminal penalties that go along with it. Now, the bill will head to the Senate, where a vote is expected later this month. Fox News reporter Caroline Shively joins from Washington.
If the House of Representatives gets its way, this will no longer be a federal crime. On Friday, the House voted to remove marijuana from the Controlled Substances Act list and sent the bill to the Senate.
We're here today to vote to get America high.
That's the way most House Republicans seem to see it.
And what are Democrats doing today? Legalizing drugs. Legalizing drugs and using American tax dollars to kickstart and prop up the marijuana industry.
But Democrats call comments like that scare tactics.
It's like they saw reefer madness in middle school and never got over it.
If passed by the Senate and signed by the president, the bill would drop some federal penalties and also invest in areas hard hit by the war on drugs. But House members disagree on whether those communities would benefit.
The war on drugs disproportionately impacted Black, Latino, and minority communities, and they tore them apart with a very targeted incarceration strategy.
What's worse, we want to target those individuals and communities who are historically most impacted by the harm of illegal drugs and provide federal funding to help enable criminals to open and operate now legal drug businesses.
Even if the bill becomes a federal law, it can still be a crime in individual states, depending where you live. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Staying in Washington, D.C. for this next story, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki is leaving the White House for MSNBC. Fox News confirmed on Friday that Psaki is leaving the Biden administration. However, no deal has been signed yet. She reportedly will be leaving her post in the coming weeks. The White House has not commented. And the CDC is warning of an accelerated mental health crisis among high school students due to COVID-19. The new data comes as health officials warn of another spike in COVID cases. Here's the latest from Fox News correspondent Jonathan Siri.
As the pandemic drags on, younger Americans could be facing a growing mental health crisis. A new survey published by the CDC finds in 2021, more than a third of high school students said their mental health suffered during the pandemic. About 44% said they feel persistently sad or hopeless. The agency attributed the high numbers to young people growing up during a time of isolation, economic turmoil, and grief. The Biden administration says it's working to address the crisis.
We've invested $5.5 billion in programs that support mental health and well-being, including tens of millions for programs that specifically address youth mental health.
Public health officials say concerns about mental health were present even before the pandemic. In December, Surgeon General Vivek Murthy issued an advisory calling for swift action to respond to the growing crisis.
We've been working already from the launch of our advisory with community partners, with parent groups, with other community organizations, including faith organizations.
The day to come as medical experts warn of another COVID surge within the next few weeks. According to the CDC, the Omicron subvariant BA2 now accounts for about 55% of COVID infections in the U.S. But health experts say they do not expect another spike to be as severe as previous surges.
It certainly doesn't look like it's going to be anything on the order of what we've seen with prior spikes.
The CDC says masks, testing, and vaccinations remain the best way to protect yourself against new variants. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
Looking live now from Orlando, Florida, a very foggy morning. It is 8:18 there in the state of Florida. Now, this next story has been gaining a lot of national attention. The Disney organization is facing allegations of hypocrisy. So Disney has admittedly opposed Florida's new law banning gender identity and sexual orientation instruction to young school children. But the company is expanding its vast media empire into at least 8 countries with severe anti-gay policies. Fox News correspondent William Ljunsi has more from California.
Especially with like trans characters, you can't see if someone is trans. There's not one way to look trans.
New video from that leaked Disney conference call with key executives saying they're committed to promoting queer, bisexual, and non-gender conforming characters.
And so kind of the only way to have these like canonical trans characters, canonical asexual characters, canonical bisexual characters is to give them stories where they can like be their whole selves.
That sentiment echoes other Disney execs who want more of Disney's future characters to be trans, gay, or from other underrepresented groups.
Wherever I could, just basically adding queerness.
The Disney agenda, however, hitting a wall in Florida.
When you're trying to impose a woke ideology on our state, we view that as a significant threat. This wokeness will destroy this country.
That could include stripping Disney of its special status, operating as its own city. And while the dispute is focused in Florida, people around the country are taking sides.
I think they shouldn't get involved in it. I think they should entertain us and do what they do best.
The underlying controversy is over a parental rights bill DeSantis signed this week that bans schools from teaching sexual orientation and gender identity in kindergarten through 3rd grade. Disney vows to fight it in the courts alongside gay rights groups.
As long as this policy is in effect, it is a stain on the state of Florida and on ongoing unwarranted attack on vulnerable people who did nothing to deserve it.
Critics accuse Disney of being hypocritical, supporting a gay and trans agenda here, while this week introducing expanding programming in 8 countries where homosexuality is illegal. In Burbank, California, William Lajeunesse, Fox News.
In other news, actor Will Smith has officially resigned from the Academy of Motion Arts and Sciences after he smacked comedian Chris Rock at the 94th Oscars. This happened on last Sunday. Now, in a statement to Fox News on Friday, Smith said that he has, quote, directly responded to the Academy's disciplinary hearing notice and will fully accept any and all consequences for my conduct, end quote. Smith previously apologized to the Academy and to Rock. He actually won the Oscar for Best Actor that night for his role in King Richard. We're getting a lot of reaction pouring in from across the country when it comes to this story. So share your thoughts and sentiments with us. You can always tweet us at LiveNowFox. Time is now 8:22. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break and we'll have more nonstop news on the other side. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. As we know, inflation is impacting industries across the country. Here's the latest from Fox News multimedia reporter Madison Scarpio. She has a story from a maple farm in Chelsea, Michigan, one of the nation's top maple producing companies. And they're just explaining exactly how inflation is impacting their sector.
Maple syrup tapping season is just about to come to an end, and it really only lasts 4 to 5 weeks because it revolves around temperatures being above freezing during the day and below freezing at night. But this year is a little bit different because the price for almost everything for maple production has skyrocketed, and it's forced many farmers to raise their prices. Kirk Heading lives on a Michigan family farm that's been around for generations. 16 years ago, his family realized they could use the trees on their property for something sweet.
My wife and I were the very first ones to ever make maple syrup on the farm here.
Now, the farm has nearly 2,000 taps on their trees. The tap extracts sap, which they turn into maple products. They can make syrup, butter, candy, and it's used for coffee and tea, baking, grilling, and basically anything you'd put white sugar into.
It's healthier than most generic sweeteners because it's not highly processed and actually has some good nutrients in it as well.
And demand grew big time during the pandemic when more people were cooking at home and experimenting with other products.
They were particularly interested in natural products and locally grown products. And so maple syrup, was a very popular item over the last couple of years.
In fact, Heading says the pandemic increased demand by 20% a year. But the rising price of nearly everything for maple production forced the farm to do something they were hoping to avoid.
We actually had to raise our prices for the first time in about 10 years.
It's been a challenging time economically for the industry.
The North American Maple Syrup Council says getting supplies like jugs has been a problem, as well as the cost of equipment. But the biggest issue has been fuel prices.
Whether you're using gas-powered equipment in the woods to tap trees, or with trucks to deliver sap, or with trucks to deliver the final product to consumers.
Now, a gallon of maple syrup from the Headings farm cost $6 more than it did a month ago. And of course, it's those smaller family farms that are getting hit hardest, and in turn, they're having to raise their prices the most. In Chelsea, Michigan, Madison Scarpino, Fox News.
President Biden says that the economy is on the move as March's jobs report shows a surge in hiring. Still, many Americans are pessimistic about the economy and skyrocketing prices. Here's more from Live Now from Fox's Daytona Everett.
So, of course, the White House excited about the job growth, as we said, 431,000 jobs just in the month of March. But is this a good indicator of what the economy is actually looking like? I want to bring in Bill Dendy. He's a CPA with Raymond James Financial. Thanks for being with us, Bill. We appreciate it.
It's always a joy to be with you. And I tell you, that's the challenge when we talk about economics. Because while this job report looks so positive, we've got all these people going back to work, we're having this low unemployment at a time when we're inflation. And while some people have their wages going up, the things that they're buying are going up by even more than that. And forcing employers to pay more for labor is going to create even more inflation. And that's kind of a negative. And it sure flies in the face of the spending policies that the administration has in place, because usually you spend money and you create jobs and you do parks projects and you put people back to work when we have high unemployment. But now we have low unemployment and wage pressure. So it doesn't make sense to spend trillions of dollars right now, creating even more wage pressure and even more competition for raw materials when you have a concern about inflation in the economy. And so all this sounds so good, but it kind of flies in the face of some of the policies that the current administration would also like to see happen. It would have been easier to say, let's go spend some money if everybody was out of work, but now we're getting back to work. And we're still not back to that 100% of pre-pandemic, but we're at 93% of where we were. And that's considered to be very, very good, a quick rebound after the pandemic. But it's not all roses, because wages have not kept up with the inflation rates that people are seeing. And we're liable to see more inflation because employers are now going to have to compete for a labor force.
Yeah, so that competition is still there. That's what I was going to ask you next. A lot of these industries still having trouble hiring people on. Do you foresee that changing as well with positive growth in jobs?
It's going to become more challenging. It's going to be good for employees. They'll be able to pick the jobs that have the most robust benefits, highest salaries and such, but it's going to be more difficult for employers, especially when you have so many open jobs right now in areas where we can't get the workforce educated and in place quick enough to fill those jobs. So we have the hospitality industry rebounding. We have manufacturing coming back, and that does make everyone happy. We're in manufacturing again in America, but we do have some of these concerns that we have open jobs, and for very highly technical skills, we are seeing employees able to negotiate better wages and better benefits, but that's eventually going to be passed down to the consumer. And if the consumer is not able to buy as much goodies, that does slow down the overall economy, and it does create that break automatically. The Fed has been talking about raising interest rates to slow inflation down and to slow down growth. This increase in jobs is probably going to allow them to continue on with their plan to raise interest rates, even though they questioned if they were going to be able to, because there was concern that the war in Ukraine might slow down the economy all by itself.
So you touched on it just momentarily there, with the mass exodus of people from their jobs and then now people maybe applying for new jobs for better salaries. Do you think salaries are keeping up with inflation?
The studies show they've not. Inflation has gone up by 7.8% year over year, and salaries have gone up about 5%. So we're getting raises, just not enough to keep up with this inflation. This inflation is being probably exaggerated a whole lot because of our global supply chain issues. And it's not supply chain that we have holes in the supply chain. We have taken out, with the Ukraine and Russia, about a quarter of the world's production in grains and in oil and gas and other things. And while we personally, as citizens of the United States, don't buy from there, our manufacturers now have a reason to sell elsewhere, and the prices across the globe have gone up. And those prices going up, we're seeing. It was a week ago or so, Biden said we're going to see real, perhaps, food shortages in other countries. We in the United States are going to see increases in food prices because of this lack of supply in grains, oil and gas, which produces a lot of starting materials for other industry groups, and including fertilizer for the oil and grain. So we're starting to see that in those areas. And then some strategic minerals are mined on that border between the Ukraine and Russia. And so we are seeing pressures that are going to probably keep on increasing inflation. And a lot of the manufacturers have been absorbing the inflation, but now they're starting to see that they can pass it on to the consumer and not lose market share. And everybody's getting used to being shocked about higher prices. So it seems like an opportune time for a lot of producers to pass that on to the consumer. And we're seeing with that a probably continuation of higher inflation for the next few more months, because several big companies have announced that they're going to increase their prices because their costs have gone up. What that means to us is that inflation is not gone and our wages have not yet kept up with inflation, but the wages are higher than they were a year ago, and more people are working than there were a year ago. And we are at 93% of the pre-pandemic employment rate, which is wonderful, but it also does make us question, do we want to keep pouring more fuel on this fire that seems to be burning pretty well, or is it time to quit pouring the lighter fluid fire? On pouring that lighter fluid, the whole thing blow up on you. So you want to not, well, actually, you probably never want to pour lighter fluid on fire anyway, but if you did that, if you do that, is that you give it a little stimulus to get it going, and then it burns on itself. For years now, the Fed has been making it real easy to borrow money, real easy for banks to do things, and now they're talking about getting back to normal. And we're probably going to see that back to normal mean higher interest rates. Inflation's probably going to be slowed down because they're going to put the brakes on the economy. The idea is to put the brakes on, but don't stall it out.
Sure. Some might say that people are just now getting back to work from, maybe stepping away from their jobs because they had the opportunity to with stimulus checks that were coming through, and now a lot of that help is not coming through. Would you agree with that sentiment, that a lot of this job creation is just people getting back to work?
Yeah, I think at this point we feel like it's time to go back to work. We have to do it. We had the time off. I have an 8-year-old daughter. 2 years ago, teaching her at home, oh my goodness. Whatever we pay those school teachers, they're worth it. That is a big job. And trying to have the family coordinate that type of schedule, we said we can't work all the time. One of us has to be here with the children. Now that the kids are back in school, it's time, and finances, it's time to go back to work. I think that's happening all across America right now. And I believe that that is creating people going back to work. But employers don't hire you just because you want a job. Employers hire you because they have product to produce, or they have services that are being asked for, and they need the help. And so it's not like it's altruistic that we're getting these jobs because you need them now. We're getting these jobs because the economy is doing well. And part of that is because we were all freed from COVID about the same time, and we had some extra money. Those that didn't lose their jobs, they continued to save, but there wasn't as much to spend money on. We couldn't go out to restaurants. We couldn't travel. We weren't doing as much as we used to. And so if we got those stimulus checks and got our jobs, we had people with extra money all freed at the same time to go travel again and go have a good time. And with that, we've had that big bump up in buying. And a lot of economists thought that was going to be a temporary impact, but it's continued on for about 6 months now. And some say it's a sign that the economy is healthy. And the American economy, we don't want to bet against it, but it seems it's going really well. And it may be time for the Fed to tap the brakes. And they were afraid maybe the Ukraine conflict was going to slam on the brakes. At this point, there's reason to consider slowing it down. We want growth, but we don't want it out of control. We want our fire to burn, but we want it to burn at a controllable, good level to do the job it's supposed to do.
Yeah, I guess I do just have to push back a little bit because, you know, when you say, oh, the economy is looking good, a lot of people watching might have their arms crossed and say, I just paid this much when I went to the grocery store, and I just paid this much when I was filling up my tank. So do you have maybe some good news on that front, a timeline possibly of how much longer these high prices could be sticking around? That's the $1 million question.
And you hit it right on the head right there. People are still filling up their tanks in spite of the higher prices. They're still buying at the grocery store in spite of the higher prices. We had the wherewithal to do it. Some people are now being more diligent on how they spend their money. And for a lot of us, we've wasted money. Well, this is a wake-up call to be more precise on the dollars we spend, make sure we're getting maximum enjoyment out of all those dollars, maybe consider the budgeting. But the nice thing is wage pressure is there to increase wages. And so many people, especially in technical skills, are going to see their wages are going to be able to outpace inflation over the next few years. But as we all get started all at the same time and people are buying right now, we've seen a big jump up year over year in the cost of things and not as big of a jump up in wages. However, the wages are likely to keep catching up as unemployment goes lower and lower, and companies have to compete. And as long as we're still buying stuff, companies have a reason to hire us to go do the work that they're going to pay us more money for. So that is the nice way it all kind of fits together.
All right. Well, thanks for wrapping that up in a nice bow for us. We appreciate it because it can be hard to follow, and it really does change every single month. Expectations moving forward here in future jobs reports and with the economy in general.
Absolutely. And watching a portfolio, it'll drive you crazy. We're rich, we're broke, but everybody seems to be doing okay right now.
All right. Bill Dendy, thank you so much for being with us here on the show. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Let's take a look back as Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby, as you see here, takes questions from reporters specifically on Russian troop movement near Kyiv. He's stressing that he continues to see a small number of Russian troops repositioning away from Ukraine's capital city, but the peace talks are still underway and we are continuing to see Russia invade Ukraine, now entering day 38. So let's go ahead and listen into this discussion on the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
These harmful behaviors, and it's not just sexual assault and sexual harassment, but domestic abuse, suicide, and what kind of conditions are there to help prevent? What's the command climate like? What sort of resources are available to our folks and to their families? Anyway, so all that led to this very first on-site installation evaluation report. The Secretary believes that the findings in this report of those site visits is going to be critical to helping us better prevent a range of harmful behaviors. And I said that includes sexual assault, harassment, suicide, domestic violence, and child abuse. How to better prevent it, and what's it take to do prevention well. So a key objective of the process here is to better understand where the gaps and the seams are and provide leaders at these installations as well as across the force with the necessary tools to enhance prevention. So again, this was a first in what will be a series of additional installation visits and installation reports, as it should be. We'll learn from each one, we'll share those lessons broadly, and we'll be as transparent with you as we can, and we have done that today. Also today, the department authorized for public release the RAND report, which was titled Understanding Civilian Harm in Raqqa and Its Implication for Future Conflicts. I think you may have seen RAND's already spoken to this and posted their report. It provides insights into the causes of civilian harm during the U.S.-led campaign to liberate Raqqa from the Islamic State from June to October 2017. The report provides recommendations related to U.S. strategic choices, operational approaches and capabilities, information collection, approaches to adversary tactics, and force development. It was sponsored by the Office of the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, and this report will be one of the key resources considered in developing our own civilian harm mitigation and response action plan that the Secretary also recently directed the Department to develop. Safeguarding civilian life is a strategic and moral imperative. You've heard Secretary Austin say that many times. The Department appreciates the insights that this report offers. He appreciates all the work that RAND put into it, and we know it'll help inform our own work as we continue to try to improve our approach to civilian harm mitigation and response going forward. Let's see, lastly, earlier today I had the great privilege of launching a new community engagement, strategic and community engagement initiative that we're calling Beyond the Battlefield. It's aimed at scholars and students at the collegiate level to try to help inform them. Obviously, we want to encourage them to consider jobs in national security and here at the department, of course, but it's really about helping inform them about how the policymaking process works at the Pentagon. I mean, so much of what the military does is available for everybody to see and to read about. I mean, we just released a budget on Monday that lays out what we're going to be spending and what we're spending it on and why. But we felt like we needed to do a better job explaining what working inside the Defense Department actually felt like and how those decisions got made. And so we did our inaugural session today. I'm very proud of that, and we'll keep it going. It's going to be an interactive virtual dialogue to the degree that we need to right now with COVID. We hope to do more in-person stuff, and so I was very pleased to kick that off today. Finally, I know I'm kind of rattling on here, but an apology to all the press corps. We had some technical difficulties today, so we won't be able to take calls through Zoom. So basically, you guys here with butts in seats, you're going to be the only ones asking questions today, and that's not on purpose. We do apologize. We try, as you know, very hard to make this as inclusive as we can because of COVID restrictions, but unfortunately, technology got the better of us today, so we're going to just stick to what's in the room. So, Bob, you're lucky. You didn't call in today. You're here. So, first question.
Thank you. On Ukraine, can you give an update on the size and the scope of the movement of Russian forces north from Kyiv, what you've called repositioning? Does that include Chernobyl, or is that kind of a separate situation because of some health problems there that you could talk about? And lastly, by popular demand, can you give us an update on the convoy that you talked about?
I haven't gotten a convoy question in a long, long time. That did not merit applause, whoever did that. On the repositioning, we continue to see indications that they are moving a small number. I don't have an update for you in terms of what that equates to. I think yesterday we said it was about 20%, maybe a little less. I don't think we would change that estimation much over the last 24 hours. It has not been wholesale by any means, or has it been rapid? We do believe that, again, that a small number are beginning to reposition. It's not exactly clear, Bob, where they're going to go, for how long, and for what purpose. But we don't see any indication that they're going to be sent home. The best assessment we have, and it's an assessment at this early stage, is that they're going to be repositioned probably into Belarus to be refit and resupplied and used elsewhere in Ukraine. Again, where is that elsewhere? We don't exactly know. All I can tell you is what we've said now for several days. It's clear the Russians want to reprioritize their operations in the Donbass area. That could be one destination, but again, too soon to know. We don't really have a good sense of it. You were asking about Chernobyl. We have seen indications that some Russian forces are departing the Chernobyl plant facility. Again, we gather that they are leaving to the north to go back again towards Belarus. But again, indications are not completely clear at this time. I think you were asking, is that of a piece or is it something separate? We would assess at this early stage that it's of a piece of this larger effort to refit and resupply, and not necessarily done because of health hazards or some sort of emergency or a crisis at Chernobyl. That would be our assessment. And I honestly don't have an update for you on the vaunted convoy. I don't have anything for you on that. I don't even know if it still exists at this point. I mean, it's been now so long. They never really accomplished their mission. They never really provided a resupply of any value to Russian forces that were assembling around Kyiv. Never really came to their aid. The Ukrainians put a stop to that convoy pretty quickly by being very nimble, knocking out bridges, hitting lead vehicles, stopping their movement. But we've not seen an update on where those vehicles are or what they're doing at this point. And at this point, I mean, again, even if take our skepticism about the repositioning and just put that to the side for a minute. Over the last several days, we've talked about that the Russians had pretty much, even before this repositioning, had basically established defensive positions, and they were digging in. They weren't making any effort to advance on Kyiv. So it's questionable whether that resupply convoy would have been of much use anyway, because they weren't on the move anymore. Again, how much of the material they were able to get from it, I don't know.
So would that be an example of Russian planning failures or shortcomings? The convoy that didn't seem to connect with what they were doing?
I think it's a function of a lot of things. I think that's one of them. I mean, we don't think that they properly planned for logistics and sustainment of a force that size in the field under combat conditions. Clearly, they didn't execute. If they did plan for logistics and sustainment, they didn't execute very well. Because even before that, before the convoy became a news story, I mean, we were talking about they were running out of fuel, they were running out of food, they were running out of ammunition. So it's not clear to us whether this convoy was a reaction to problems they were experiencing or that it was them trying to be proactive. Doesn't matter, obviously didn't get there. I think it's also a function of Ukrainian resistance and agility and frankly, just battlefield smarts. By knowing where these vehicles were coming from, knowing where they were trying to get to, and getting between where they were going and where they were, which is what they did, knocking out bridges, for instance, making it hard for them to move on paved roads. And these were not vehicles that were built for off-roading either. You know, I think you have to, when you talk about this resupply effort, you have to credit the Ukrainians for some real dexterity. Jen.
John, can you rule out that the U.S. is training Ukrainian military on Polish soil?
We are not in a training environment in Poland with Ukrainians. So what we've said in the past is that obviously as there are transshipments being coordinated in some countries around Ukraine, there's interactions with Ukrainian armed forces. Some of those interactions are with members of the U.S. military. There's some liaison going on, but we wouldn't call it classic training.
And how would you explain that certain Ukrainian parliament members are still telling Congress that they are not getting not only the weapons they need, but the shipments have slowed? Can you give us a sense of the pace of the shipments and what is in those shipments? Are you sending medical supplies, for instance, or is it only lethal aid that you're sending?
No, So we would not agree that it's being slowed. Quite the contrary. We completed the $350 million that President Biden authorized a month or so ago. That was completed in a record 3 weeks or so, which is unheard of. The $200 million that he approved not long after. That's pretty much all in now. I think there may be one shipment or so left. I don't know. And then the $800 million that the president approved, more than just over a week 10 days ago. I mean, those shipments are already arriving. In fact, from the time he signed the order to the first shipment going on its way was like 4 days, Jen. And there's already been about a half a dozen shipments that have flowed into the region. And they're not, I'm not going to talk about the ground routes and how things are getting into Ukraine, as you can understand, but I would tell you that things aren't sitting long at these intermediate staging shipment sites before they're getting picked up by convoys and taken into Ukraine. So 4 days is pretty quick, and like I said, there's already been a half a dozen or so on the way. And we expect, again, without getting too predictive, we're gonna get these materials in as fast as we can. It's happening as you and I are actually talking right now, and we don't think it's going to take very long to complete the $800 package, getting it all filled out. We really don't think that's going to take long at all. A couple of weeks probably. And the other question you had was on what's in there. So. Every shipment is a mixture of weapon systems and then support and sustainment items, whether that's food, body armor, helmets, small arms and ammunition, medical and first aid kits, all of that. Every shipment's different. I couldn't tell you, and I'm not going to tell you that every single shipment has all of those things in, but typically there's a mixture of what goes in with every shipment. It's not just it's not all javelins and nothing else. But in these first half a dozen or so, there have been weapon systems, there have been javelins, there have been stingers that have gone in, as well as medical supplies and body armor and small arms and ammunition. So, look, Jen, we appreciate and respect that the Ukrainians want this stuff and they want it like yesterday. We understand that. We know time is not on their side. We don't think it's on our side either, which is why we're working really, really hard. And I mean, I've been dealing with security assistance issues since when I had this podium under a previous administration. I've never seen the Department of Defense be able to move with this sense of alacrity and speed as I have in just the last few weeks.
And do you have any estimate of how many javelins or stingers have ended up in Russian or Chechen hands?
I don't think we have any indication that that's happened. Yeah, Megan.
On the on-site evaluation report,
Yes.
there's a line in some of the materials that were distributed to reporters that says that the department basically considers its prevention program for sexual assault in the early development stage. Was that shocking to the secretary or anybody else to learn that 17 years since the SAPR office was first set up, that the prevention infrastructure and understanding in the military is still considered in early development?
What I would tell you is this secretary's not comfortable that we haven't done as good a job on prevention as we should have done. And what he really appreciated about this report was how candid it was about how much more work we have to do. I think he would absolutely espouse that line, the fact that we don't have prevention organized and resourced the way it needs to be. Clearly we don't, Megan, because you know for yourself how high the numbers now still are. 20,000 incidents in 2020, I think, was the number. That's just way too high. So one of the reasons we wanted to do this, again, this was a recommendation by the IRC, and a good one, was to give us a more tactile feel of what it's like. Because you can have the best prevention program at the corporate level here, at the headquarters level, but unless it's being acted on and executed and locally adopted, then it's no better than the paper it's written on. And so clearly we learned a lot from these first 20 sites. I think we're going to learn a lot from the ones that come. But the Secretary's not resting on any laurels. He's not happy that we haven't gotten prevention better organized and better resourced, and he's committed to doing that. Tom?
Hi, John. Good afternoon. I'd like to follow up Jen's question and have a second question. My second question deals with the RAND report specifically, but more generally, is there a central lessons learned area of the Pentagon? We always hear, after like the Kabul incident and other incidents, that there's a lessons learned done. Is there actually a repository for these lessons learned so somebody can go and read the lessons learned?
Well, the way it's typically done is by geographic region or combatant command, or sometimes service specific. There have been lessons learned. There have been after action reports done now that we've just wrapped up 20 years of war. So there are plenty of documents for us to consult and look at. And some of them reside here in D.C. Some of them are down in Tampa. They're scattered around depending on what level they were written. But Tom, as I said at the opening, he has now put into place a civilian harm and mitigation response program here at the corporate level, at the headquarters level, to be led by the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Special Operations and Low Intensity Conflict, Chris Mayer. So, no, I know. So Chris is going to take a hard look at, obviously, he's going to learn from this RAND report. He's already gone through it. But he's leading up a team that's going to come up with a more thoughtful approach to civilian harm and mitigation based on the lessons learned from even just this year's events.
Well, I was thinking of that. In the successful mission in Syria that we talked about, you told us, how President Biden wanted to make sure there was no civilians harmed, et cetera. That's part of the lessons learned that you indicated from the podium. And that's so when Chris and his team go to do the study, they know where to go to get these quote-unquote lessons learned.
He absolutely does. And if it's not something he can get his hands on, believe me, he can get his hands on it. We're gonna be, as the Secretary has directed us to be, as open-minded and as curious as we can be to try to get better at this. We still, no other military works as hard as we do to mitigate civilian harm, and yet we still cause it. And we're going to be nothing but honest about that, and we're going to continue to try to learn from past issues.
To follow up on Jen's question about the training, she asked you to specifically rule it out, and you said earlier this week it's not training in the classic sense that what people would think. This is you speaking from the podium when we were asking about the possible training of Ukrainians by U.S. forces, and you also referred to this word liaison, which I found is an interesting word to use. the classic definitions of liaison are communications between people, or in a culinary sense, thickening of a product, which I don't think you're referring to. So could you drill down a little bit on, is there no outright training, and what do you mean in training in the classical sense that people think? Is there something else going on people wouldn't think about?
No, I mean, I don't know that I can improve upon my answer to Jen. We are having interactions on occasion with Ukrainian troops that momentarily temporarily have to come into Poland for the purpose of transshipment of this security assistance, and there's some liaison going on there. But it's not, as I said to her, it's not, and to you, it's not classic training in the sense that that I think you and I think about it. But these liaisons are happening, and they're happening at a fairly frequent level. I would remind, and I know why the question's coming up, but I mean, we did have a training mission in Ukraine that we had to suspend because of the invasion. We had Florida National Guard troops that were there not far from Lviv that were doing training, and we would love nothing better than to get back to that. But clearly, that's not an option right now. You didn't ask this, but I'm going to take the opportunity anyway. That as we talk about security assistance, and we're doing a lot, and we're doing a lot faster. And I understand the focus and the interest in the actual items being sent and being used. I totally get that, but I just hope we don't forget that it's not just the stuff that matters. It's their ability to use this stuff, and that didn't happen by accident. 8 years of training of Ukrainian armed forces has made an enormous difference in their battlefield competency, in their capability. And that wasn't just the United States. UK, the Canadians, and other allies were also involved in that. So that when these things are arriving, they're able to get into the hands of Ukrainian armed forces, and they're able to use them in fairly short order. Again, that's not an accident. That prowess, that agility that we were talking about earlier, that very much was by design because of 8 years of very quality training that they received.
Those statements that you just made there is probably what fuels the idea that there's some training going on, only because some of these weapons and supplies are relatively new to the Ukrainians. And your testimony up there, as you say, 8 years of training by the United States and other countries gives them this prowess, gives them the ability to stun the Russians. Yet on newer weapons they may not be so familiar with. How could they achieve that same? I'm just saying that suggests the fact that somewhere along the line.
I can't improve upon my answer. There's no training right now in the classic sense.
Okay. Thank you, John. With everything that you mentioned about the Russian troops movement around Kyiv, did the department detect any de-escalation on the side of the Russian troops and around Kyiv, but in Ukraine in general? And then, if I may,
wait, before you go on, what do you mean by de-escalation?
What they said, there's going to be some de-escalation and the operations and
what they call de-escalation, I call repositioning. That they had already been in a defensive posture before they began to reposition. As far as we can tell, the forces that remain around Kyiv are still largely in defensive positions.
But in terms of military operations, targeting the city itself?
Well, clearly they are from the air. I mean, the Kyiv is still a central focus of their airstrikes.
And you credited the Ukrainian forces with their agility and stopping not only that convoy, but basically it seems like they were able to thwart this Russian offensive to take Kyiv. Should the Pentagon as well be credited with any advisory role on the operational level with the Ukrainians throughout this war? You said like for 8 years, of course the U.S. played a role in training these forces. Did the Pentagon play any role, not only in supplying the weapons, but play any advisory role in the operational sense of how to basically deal with this invasion?
We don't have trainers on the ground in Ukraine. We're not doing tactical level, advise and assist, which is what I think you're getting at. But we have said for a while now, we, to the degree we can provide the Ukrainians information that's useful to them in the fight, we're providing that. I think that's about the best I can answer your question. Barb.
A question from one of our colleagues who was unable to dial in. Would like to ask.
So they found a workaround.
It's a very typical practice. The White House often did that during COVID. People would email to other colleagues. So this person, who shall go unnamed, would like to know the Russian announcement, and then I have a question, about the 134,000 conscripts. What do you make of that? Do you believe the Russians, when they say these conscripts won't go into Ukraine, it's a routine call-up? Do you believe they're going to get mobilized and that the Russians are going to have to rely on them in the coming weeks? And the question I wanted to ask you, can you bring us up to date on any plan or thoughts you have, the department has, about the need to establish either a rotational or extension program for the troops you've sent? While some of them are quite recently there, there's every reason to think you're going to have to eventually rotate or extend some units.
Yeah. On the conscripts, I mean, we've seen noted that the Ministry of Defense has claimed that these conscripts that the President Putin has now called up, 134,000 or so, they've claimed that they're not going to be sent into Ukraine to fight. We'll see. We've also seen Russia reject the deployment of conscripts in Ukraine totally outright, saying, it wasn't happening, only to then have to publicly acknowledge that after it was revealed by journalists that they were in fact there. So I don't think you can take anything from the Ministry of Defense at face value. So we'll see. We know that, and we've talked about this before, Barb, that in those early days, it was a significant amount of their forces were conscripts. And we have indications that many of them were simply lied to about what they were doing. Some of them thought they were going on a training exercise. Weren't told that they were actually going into combat, into war. And of course, that sense of disillusionment and their lack of proper training and preparation led to some disastrous consequences for some of these early Russian units. So again, we'll see. We'll see where this goes. We'll watch. We'll try to do the best we can to verify. We're not going to take it face value. And on the extension or extensions or rotations, I think the Secretary wants to keep his options open, Barb. The additional deployments that we've sent now, somewhere on the order of just under 20,000 or so troops to Europe. These are on temporary orders. We'll take each one as it comes, and the Secretary will decide whether that capability needs to stay, yes or no, and then if it does it need to be that unit, or do we need to rotate that unit out? Thus far, nobody has been rotated out. Everybody that the Secretary has ordered in is going to stay in. And we've talked about the 82nd Airborne, for instance, and some of their enablers. They are still there, and the Secretary's made no decisions about their departure. The Carrier Strike Group, Harry S. Truman, is still in the Mediterranean and will stay in the Mediterranean until the Secretary decides that it's time for the ship to rotate out. Now, with the Carrier Strike Group, obviously you've got refit and refuel and maintenance that has to go on the back end of a deployment, so we'll factor that all in there. But I think what we're trying to be careful of is sort of our hard ending dates on these temporary deployments, because we want to be able to monitor the situation on the ground and make the best and most flexible decisions in real time.
Okay, I'm sorry, I don't get it. Because, are you just saying you're going to, I know you're not exactly saying you're just going to bust deployment regularly.
No. We're going to,
are you open to rotations?
Of course, absolutely. The Secretary's leaving his options open. And look, Barb, nobody knows how long the need's going to be there, the acute need for these deterrence and defense capabilities, because we don't know how long this war in Ukraine is going to last. So I think it follows just normal reason that at some point, if the length of time gets to a point where commanders on the ground recommend that they swap these units out, the Secretary will certainly be open to that. It may be like you remove a capability because it's not only time to send that capability back, but maybe you just don't need it as much anymore. And maybe what goes forward is something completely different, or maybe nothing at all. I mean, I think it's going to be very flexible, and we'll be as open with you as we can about what's going in. But you've noticed, I'm sure, that we're not giving you hard end dates because we're watching this in real time. It is about making sure that we are properly postured on the eastern flank of the alliance. And again, that's a put and take that the Secretary is looking at literally every day.
Can you say, besides the carrier strike group you just mentioned, can you say who else is, and I believe Army Combat Brigade, can you say what other units are being extended?
I don't have any other ones to speak to at this time. Those are the big muscle movements that we know are staying in place for right now. But I mean, as you know, Barb, we have lots of small units, enablers, and I don't have visibility on all of those.
Is the 82nd being extended?
They are not. They're not going anywhere anytime in the immediate future. I just put it that way. Sylvie.
To follow up on Barbara's question.
Which one?
About the length.
She asked a lot of them.
About the length.
They weren't all mine.
Of the conflict. So I understand that the fact that the Russians refocus on Donbass may extend the conflict because they will have to move
Sure.
and to
Sure.
to go into a very contested region. So how long do you think it could last? Months, years?
Hard to say. It really is. The Ukrainians are fighting very, very well, and the Russians are not. It would be foolish to try to predict exactly how long this could go. Clearly, if in fact they're going to prioritize the Donbass region, if what they say they're going to do, they actually do, an area that they have now fought over for 8 years, an area where there are many Ukrainian armed forces who are also very active, this could drag on for a while. It might not just be a matter of days and weeks. It could be much longer than that. But Sylvie, that's difficult to know. It's really difficult to know. Louis.
You said that the Secretary is keeping his options open about the presence.
Yeah.
But has he actually extended the carrier and the combat brigade and the 82nd, because you said that they're not going at home anymore? Has he done
he reviews the posture literally every day, and he has decided that he's going to keep the 82nd there for a while longer, and he has decided that the Harry S. Truman and her strike group will stay in the Med for a while longer.
But the armored combat brigade, they're going.
Right now, those are the two big muscle movements, and the enablers that went with the 82nd also they're also staying, as you might imagine. I don't have additional decisions to speak to today, but again, first of all, they have none of them have been there that long already. It really hasn't been. It's been 6-8 weeks in some cases. So it hasn't been that long. But again, he's going to keep his options open, make decisions in consultations with the chairman and General Walters to make sure that the deterrence and defense posture that we're trying to make sure is in place on the eastern flank of NATO is preserved, and that it's transparent, and that our allies and partners also have a say in what that posture looks like, and that they're comfortable with the capabilities we have in their country or in their region. So again, we'll do the best we can to be as transparent with you as well about that. But some of these units are fairly small, and they may come and go based on whatever the need is. Now, the more interesting question is, what does this look long term? And so at the right time, we'll sit down and we'll have those kinds of consultations with allies and partners too about what's the proper European posture here, because clearly no matter how this war ends, no matter when it ends, the security environment in Europe is going to be different. And we're going to have to respond to that. So what that looks like, we don't know, but we're going to stay open to having those kinds of conversations too about whether there needs to be more permanent, a larger permanent presence on the European continent. Tony.
I have one tactical and then one weapons question. Does the Pentagon assess that at this point, Russia's lack of air superiority, much less supremacy, has been the deciding factor in this conflict, and that Ukrainian forces can attack Russian ground formations with minimal fear of being attacked by Russian aircraft?
I don't think at this point we're willing to say there's one factor that's been ultimately decisive. I think probably the most important decisive factor in Russia's failure thus far to achieve what they themselves said were their goals in terms of replacing the Zelensky government, occupying Ukraine, removing their sovereignty. Their failure to achieve that, the biggest decisive factor are the Ukrainians themselves. And not just the Ukrainian armed forces, but the Ukrainian people. I would say that they get the lion's share of the credit here about defeating the Russian strategic goals in the onset.
I'm just giving them all the credit in the world, but the fact that they've contained this powerful Russian Air Force, it would seem to be a major factor in their success on the ground.
I'm not suggesting it's not a major factor, but you asked me if it was the decisive factor, and I think there's a lot that goes into that.
Okay, weapons. You rattled off Stingers, Javelins. You didn't mention those 100 little drones that fixated the world's attention. When they do arrive there, what will be their targets? Because the versions going over there
that will be up to the Ukrainians to decide.
Well, they don't have any tank capability of those drones. I just want to get a sense from you.
I'm not going to get into targeting. We're providing the Ukrainians systems and weapons that they can use to defend themselves, and how they decide to use them, where and when, and against what targets, that's really for them to speak to. And clearly it wouldn't be wise, even if I knew, for me to talk about it here from this podium.
Okay, they haven't arrived at Yavil yet, right? These switch guns. Okay. Can I ask you one of the civilian, minimize the civilian casualties? Part of minimizing it is fessing up and making good when you screw up, like we did in Afghanistan, killing that family in the Aaron drone attack. Can you take this for the record? Have they been paid? Have the survivors been given any condolence payments yet? I know that was in the works, but 4 months later.
I haven't checked in a while. I will. I'll take the question. I don't believe that that's happened yet.
I don't expect you to know off the top of your head. So thanks.
Thank you. In the back there.
I have two questions, one for each side of the conflict. Now, is the aim of the U.S. and the Allied weapons transfers to help Ukraine win this war, and would a win entail pushing the Russians out of the Donbass region? Now, for the other side, is Belarus still providing help to the Russians, or has Lukashenko pulled back his support for Putin?
You mean help as in providing a place from which the attack could have been launched? Right. Help as in providing refit and resupply, should that be what the Russians do? Help as in the ability to have aircraft launch and take off from your territory? Help as in letting the Russians put surface air missile systems? Yeah, I think all of that's true. And as for your first question, of course, look, this war should have never happened in the first place. But now that it is, obviously we want the Ukrainians to win. Why would we not be sending $2 billion worth of security assistance? And that's just the United States. If we didn't want them to win this war, if we didn't want them to get their country back, to have every inch of their territory respected by their neighbors, including Russia, yeah, absolutely. Rio.
Thank you. On China and Solomon Island concluded a new security. Solomon Island concluded a new security agreement earlier today. This agreement will reportedly allow the Chinese warships to visit the Solomon Island. So how much are you concerned about this new security deal, and do you regard it as a Chinese effort to undermine the free and open Indo-Pacific?
I'll let the government of the Solomons speak to their relationship with China. That's really the appropriate place for comment about that. And I don't think, based on what little bit we know of this communication, it's too soon to know China's long-term potential ambitions are here with respect to that. So I would let those two nations speak to this, Rio. But taking 10 steps back away from the Solomons, we have continued to see China's outreach to be coercive, to be aggressive, to be clearly one-sided towards China's interests in the Indo-Pacific region. They not only bully their neighbors for ridiculous, bogus territorial claims, but they actually are building basically island aircraft carriers in the Western Pacific to further advance their own national security goals, which are inimical to so many other nations there in the Asia Pacific. You have another one.
Yeah. Did the DoD reach out to the Solomon Island? Did the DoD reach out to the Solomon Island counterpart about this new security deal?
I know of no communication between us and the Solomon Islands. You might want to check with the State Department, though. That's really a better question for them, Cassim.
John, on Chernobyl, can you say that Chernobyl is still under the control of Russians? They have sent some forces out?
All I can tell you is that we've seen indications that some Russian forces are leaving Chernobyl. Who has custody of it right now? I don't think we're able to say definitively.
And also on the nuclear posture of Russians, do you have any indication that they changed nuclear posture, or have they conveyed to you anything with respect to that?
They're not conveying anything to us about their nuclear posture, Cassim. I would just say that we haven't seen anything from a nuclear posture perspective that warrants any change on our part. I just leave it at that. The back.
I have two questions. And my first question is about President Biden's announcements to release more oil reserve to reduce pressure on gas price. And I would like to know the strategic implication of this decision. So does the U.S. military have a separate oil reserve to make sure that this decision doesn't have any negative impact on U.S. military readiness in case of large unexpected contingencies?
We have, as I think everybody knows, I mean, we have fuel reserves of our own to fuel our operations. We do the best we can to distribute those and to make sure that they are available for our use. And obviously, but we also purchase on the market oil and gas so that we don't have to dip into our reserves all the time. What I would just tell you, because I'm not an expert on exactly what that process looks like, I would just tell you that the more important thing is, can we continue to defend the country and defend our national interests using our reserves, our resources for fossil fuel? And the answer is yes.
And my second question is about nuclear posture review. So the U.S. allies have paid much attention to this year's nuclear posture review, and yesterday we have like half-page fact sheet. The summary consisted of 7 sentences about nuclear posture review and 3 sentences about missile defense review. And I checked how previous administrations released their result of their review. So the Obama administration had printed like 72 pages of book and in 2010, and Trump administration had released like a 100-page of their like a report in 2018. So is there any reason that the current administration should keep most of information classified this year, and do you have any plan to release more detailed and comprehensive information?
We will release an unclassified version of both documents at the appropriate time. Right now they're classified. We'll work through the declassification process, but they'll get released eventually. Yes.
So do you have any estimation about the release, like when?
In coming months. In coming months. Anything else? Okay. Thanks, everybody.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. This could be a first in the war between Ukraine and Russia, a missile strike on an oil depot on Russian soil. The Fox 13 Tampa team takes a look at what that could mean to the already tense negotiations.
Well, Russia's recruited hundreds of fighters from Syria to join its invasion of Ukraine. Vladimir Putin is trying to bolster his forces to try to jumpstart his stalled invasion. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, is here to bring us up to speed. Craig.
Well, France just issued an assessment that lines up exactly with the assessments from the Pentagon, from foreign intelligence services in Europe, NATO, right down the line. There's lockstep agreement at this point that Russian forces have in fact withdrawn from some of the outskirts around the capital, but that is not considered to be a retreat by any means. It's a repositioning and replacement of some of the invasion forces to counter and run another offensive. Not necessarily into Kyiv. They may in fact move away from the capital and bear down on other parts of northern and eastern Ukraine. And at the same time, Russia is still bearing down in the south on the people of Mariupol. The Red Cross spent Friday trying to help the survivors in the ruins of Mariupol. Here, the Russian invaders have encircled and trapped up to 160,000 people and cut off the flow of heat, electricity, food, and water for weeks as it blasts the city apart. The Red Cross loaded a convoy of food, water, and medicine, but again, the city surrounded by invaders. And the Red Cross could not deliver the relief, stating conditions made it impossible to proceed. An escape route has opened for Mariupol, but it's not enough to get that convoy through. It was enough to help 3,000 people escape from Mariupol on Friday. But again, based on estimates, nearly 160,000 are still trapped. Meanwhile, for the first time in this invasion, the Ukrainian military flew into Russian territory and attacked an oil depot in Belgorod. It shows Ukraine's air capability is not destroyed as Russia claimed, and Ukraine's ability to evade Russian air defenses and strike back is an embarrassing setback for Russia that appears to be reeling in setbacks.
President Putin is not the force he used to be. His army is exhausted. He has suffered significant losses. The reputation of this great army of Russia has been trashed.
The Ukrainian counteroffensive has driven the invaders out of some of the outskirts of Kyiv, but here's what the Ukrainians are finding in the communities they've reclaimed. And the Pentagon expects the Russians to launch another major offensive soon. They say the Russians who pulled back from the outskirts of Kyiv are now reorganizing and reloading.
The best assessment we have, and it's an assessment at this early stage, is that they're going to be repositioned probably into Belarus to be refit and resupplied and used elsewhere in Ukraine.
We also know that Russian troops have withdrawn from the decommissioned Chernobyl nuclear waste site. There were reports they withdrew because they had radiation poisoning. Well, the head of the International Atomic Scientist, who is now in Ukraine and surveying some of the sites, says it has not received reports along those lines. Can't confirm, at least, there was radiation poisoning among the Russian troops. But he did say that based on monitoring they have, that there are no imminent threats as it relates to a release of radiation, that in fact the troops did kick up some radiation dust, and so there were some minor spikes, but nothing to trigger serious alarms at this point, which is at least a sliver of good news given the concern that we have heard repeatedly from the atomic scientists regarding nuclear safety, particularly around Chernobyl.
So what is the status of the peace talks? Are they still continuing, and are there any signs of progress?
They are continuing. It went virtual today. They will continue to proceed, but there is very little optimism at this point that it will produce anything worthwhile, because that's what Russia is saying after initially expressing some optimism on Tuesday. With each passing day, Russia has proceeded to increase bombardment when it said it would scale back, and it has continued to contradict what it said earlier this week, and has said as the U.S. agrees in its assessments that the peace talks at the very least are a long way from finished.
We're bringing to you a report from the Associated Press. They're talking about influencers, especially out in China, making an impact in really spreading disinformation via TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook. This is Vika Lin. She is a life blogger. She is a food lover. She says that she wants to teach her fans about China and how they can travel the country with ease, but we're also learning that this lens is controlled by Chinese state-run TV networks, where she has regularly appeared in broadcasts and is listed as a digital reporter on the company's website. There's about 9 people who manage her page, and she's also touched on pretty large topics, including the war between Russia and Ukraine. To talk more about this and what impact influencers are having and social media is having amid this war, I want to bring in Mike Mathis with the First and 14th Institute. Mike, we appreciate having you on the show. I wanted to have you on to talk about social media and what role this is playing with the war regardless. What are your first thoughts in seeing reports like this as influencers are a main source that people are getting their news from?
It's amazing. You know, China has officially announced the idea of using what they they call it influential mouths, and they have recruited hundreds of these particularly young women, and they call them honeypots, to be basically hard to detect influencers to get their story out, whether it's about the Uyghurs or whether it's about their view on the Ukraine war or other topics. And as I've read about this, they have identified about 60 million followers of these influencers. So they clearly have a material, impact on the online discussion. And these are, of course, English-speaking people. Some of them are Chinese, like the example you showed. Some of them are also Americans or Europeans that are in China trying to do, on-the-ground reports, which are basically propaganda for the Chinese government. And they have Japanese speakers, Arabic speakers, Spanish, so this is a worldwide operation, not only focused just on the US. There's a word we have called user-generated content, which is all of us generating content to share. And what this is called is professional user-generated content. As you mentioned, some of these people have 9 or more professional managers producing the videos and the content that they have. So it's definitely a big issue, and I'm glad Twitter and Instagram have a policy in place to label these influencers as state-sponsored media. I think it's an incredibly difficult problem to identify when an influencer, you don't really know who is paying for them or funding them. And so that is a big challenge for these platforms to solve.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question for you. How has Twitter and Facebook and TikTok been reacting to news like this? And is it enough as we continue on with the war?
It's not enough. And with the war, so what they're doing is they're trying to detect what they call inauthentic accounts, or accounts that they can clearly identify as state-sponsored or state-funded content creators from China or from Russia or from somewhere, and that they're spewing propaganda. So there's some companies that help them do that. There was a company called Cyabra, which is a research company, and they've identified more than 56% of Ukraine war news online is coming from these inauthentic accounts, which there's 115,000 that they've identified that were just recently created accounts in the last few weeks, mostly from Russia, to generate this disinformation. It's quite interesting, even compared to the Iraq war or recent wars. So much of this war is something we can literally view online, because there's so many people that on the ground with cell phone cameras recording stuff. And so my belief, as you know, my philosophy is to minimize censorship. But this kind of content should be labeled so people kind of understand what they're looking at or what they're reading might be inauthentic or propaganda, and then they can compare it and decide what's really going on in this war.
Well, it's not just other countries that are doing it. Right here at home, the United States, the Biden administration, Press Secretary Jen Psaki, speaking directly to U.S. TikTok influencers that have an incredible audience. So we're doing it here too, to explain to people what is going on with gas prices. I don't know if you saw any of those videos.
Yeah.
We're doing it too.
We're doing it too, and we don't know what we're necessarily doing overseas with Russian-speaking influencers or Chinese speaking influencers. But you're right. It was almost comical to bring in a handful of very young TikTok influencers and convince them that the rise in gas prices that's been going on for the last 12 months is somehow because of Putin, just in the last 2 weeks. And then these young TikTok people go out and they're very impressed. They've been in the White House. They go out and they make their pitch, and then they get big backlash because it's so inauthentic, and they're not very well informed. They're just hearing, as you say, the propaganda from our own White House.
Right. Well, when it comes to information and the information that people are being flooded with, specifically on social media, some experts saying if you just bombard an audience for long enough with the same narratives, people will tend to believe them over time. How accurate is that?
I think that is accurate. I've heard if it's the information you've heard first and then you keep hearing it repeated, you tend to believe it. It's the lack of alternatives. We've seen countries incredibly effective with propaganda, such as the domestic population in China. These people, they have so little other information, they tend to finally believe the propaganda from their own government. And I think the same is true in Russia. What's happening though is with social media, and to the extent that people are able to access other information that's not their own state-run propaganda, you see these things like protests in Moscow, which are amazing, and these very brave people protesting the war despite the massive propaganda. So they're getting the information somehow through these online networks like Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter.
Well, speaking of Russia, social media has been cut off out there. How detrimental is that for the Russian people who no longer have technically access to the outside world?
Well, we've done the same thing. We cut off RT, which is Russia Today, and we've cut off another channel called Sputnik. And so we've literally blocked those channels from broadcasting through Europe and Ukraine, and I believe in the US as well. So, my sense is blocking them is not the best policy. Labeling them perhaps makes sense so that people viewing it can know, oh, this is identified as state-sponsored media or propaganda from this country, which might be Russia. But they're reacting to when the West basically turned off those Russian news channels, the RT and Sputnik. So then they countered by saying, well, we're going to cut off Facebook and Twitter. And we've seen other countries do that too. In Iran and some of these countries where they've had a revolutionary conflict, they react by cutting off the internet as best they can and literally cutting off Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram. That's the first go-to strategy.
Yeah, and we obviously know that it's a strategy, but the First and 14th Institute, which you run out in California, is big about censorship, not only here at home, but of course, this is a different topic.
Yeah.
So what kind of precedent does this set? Because this is unfounded territory. I mean, we have not had social media during a war in the past. So what
That's
precedent
right.
does this set moving forward?
Well, it does set a precedent where if our government wants to make some kind of legal environment that says media must follow these government policies because we're at war, then I think the media platforms probably have to follow that. Our philosophy, though, is because speech is constitutionally protected, the key is not to pick and choose what information is true and false, because there's a real problem with that, even in a time of war, which is who decides what's true and false. Do we want a particular politically appointed person, like, for example, Tony Fauci, deciding what's true and false? Do we want a person from the US Department of Defense telling us what's the true story coming out of a war zone? Or do we want to have, all information available? Particularly in that time, I think we need to allow the citizens to be aware of all the information so we can come together, have our debate, our arguments and discussion, come together with, where are we with this conflict, which might be war. Because if you cut it all off and the only thing you hear is your own government's propaganda, nobody is exactly sure, is it true or false, or are we really behind this thing or not?
Yeah. Well, so important to be getting your information from verified sources at this time. And we've been speaking with people who are actually in Ukraine and seeing and witnessing with their own eyes the devastation. And so we'll be playing out some of those interviews for all of our viewers here through the rest of the evening, doing our best to be unbiased and just explain the facts. But any last thoughts on social media, on disinformation, with this war and just in general?
Well, I would say with this war, I mean, I've been in touch with a number of people in the Ukraine and who actually are very brave people who are sheltering and feeding elderly folks or, people in the civilian, volunteer defense force. And the videos and images and information they're getting out is incredible. But even the images coming out from the Ukraine side, particularly from the government, you still have to take some of it with a grain of salt, because there's propaganda on both sides of every war. You remember there were fantastic stories about the ghost of Kiev, who was the new Red Baron pilot who was shooting down Russian airplanes, and it turned out the video was from a video game. And there's lots of other propaganda on both sides. So as you say, you have to look at all sources, compare the quality of those sources, and people have to be able to make their own decision, especially at a time like this.
Huge thank you to LiveNOW from Fox's Daytona Everett for bringing us that story. Let's move right along with other top stories that we are closely following here at LiveNOW from Fox. We've learned that Will Smith has resigned from the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. Now, this is just days after he smacked comedian Chris Rock at the 94th Oscars that happened last Sunday. Now, in a statement to Fox News on Friday, Smith said he has, quote, directly responded to the Academy's disciplinary hearing notice and will fully accept any and all consequences for my conduct, end quote. Now, Smith previously apologized to the Academy and Rock. That same night, Will Smith actually won the Oscar for Best Actor for his role in King Richard. A lot of people are wondering what happens moving forward. Let's check in with LiveNOW from Fox's Andrew Kraft.
Now, in the meantime, we did learn earlier today some more news about what everyone is still talking about. Will Smith slapping Chris Rock Sunday night at the Oscars. We learned earlier today that the Academy, after the slap happened, in fact, asked Will Smith to leave, but he refused. We now know disciplinary proceedings are in motion about what to do with, Smith's membership in the Academy, et cetera, et cetera. Joining me now to discuss all of that, legal expert Andrew Cherkosky. Andrew, good to see you again. We spoke Monday night, and we were talking about the fallout of all of this. More developments today. Just your first reaction.
Sure. So the Academy seems to have actually tried to do something on Sunday night when this occurred, tried to have him leave, and he refused to. I guess at that point, they could have turned to security or to the police. In fact, at that point, he could have been violating even trespass laws, and he refused when he refused to leave, but they didn't do so. So to some degree, there were people there paying attention to this and that were offended by this, but they didn't, I guess, take that additional step to get actual security personnel involved. That would have potentially been even a more unbelievable PR disaster had they done that. So very interesting development today.
Yeah, and Andrew, we're getting a statement in from the Academy. They say, quote, the Board of Governors today initiated disciplinary proceedings against Mr. Smith for violations of the Academy's standards of conduct, including inappropriate physical contact, abusive or threatening behavior, and compromising the integrity of the Academy. Andrew, though, he does not work for the Academy. He is a member of the Academy. How do these, I guess, codes of conduct even just relate to a member? Is it kind of like, bylaws in a club, and then if you kind of, disenfranchise or kind of go against that, they take some type of disciplinary action?
Exactly. This is like being a member of any sort of club that has a degree of membership to it where there's some sort of qualification or some sort of adherence to a code that you agree to inherently in being part of a member of that club. And so when you are part of a private organization, they can handle things administratively. We talked about this on Monday. There's criminal action, which doesn't look like it's going to be taken here because Chris Rock doesn't seem to want to be involved in that. There's civil action that could happen in courtrooms for financial damages. That has yet to be seen. And then there's administrative steps that the academy can take. And here they seem to be exercising one of those tools. And it could be anything from a suspension all the way up to actual expulsion from the academy.
Yeah, I wanted to kind of game out some of those scenarios. The Board of Governors of the Academy is going to vote on whatever the discipline might be April the 18th. And we're getting some reports that there is some dissension amongst the board about whether or not to kind of throw the book at Will Smith. Will Smith has apologized since then. So I found that to be quite interesting. This is not as unanimous as some people might think it's going to be. How do you think they're going to come down on this?
Well, my initial read is that the Academy does want to take some action and that there seems to be a degree of consensus around that. But when it comes to the severity of it, like I was saying, it could be as simple as a suspension or even just an admonishment, or it could be actual expulsion. And we have to think back to, I think it was 2017 when Harvey Weinstein was expelled from the Academy, the only person I believe to have actually been expelled, at least under the current code of conduct that exists. And when you look at his crimes, those are particularly aggravated sexual assault crimes that carry with them extremely high sentences. Those are crimes that are felonious in nature. I mean, I can't say enough bad things about what he's been both accused of and convicted of. But when it actually comes to what Will Smith did here, again, we've talked about this. Was it a criminal act? It was a criminal act in that it meets those definitions. It's not going to be prosecuted. Even if it were prosecuted, it would be something that would result likely in no jail time, other than perhaps the night that you spend in the proverbial drunk tank, I guess. But it's probation or anger management classes would typically be how it's handled in the criminal system. So I don't know that the Academy is going to throw the book at Will Smith the same way they did Harvey Weinstein. You got to differentiate the two, I think.
Right, and Andrew, I don't know if you're an Oscars history buff, but Harvey Weinstein got to keep his Oscar for Shakespeare in Love back in 1998. So it seems like the revoking of the Oscar is off the table, at least for now, for Will Smith.
Yeah, I would think so. Revoking the Oscar for an act, the actual acting was before the criminal act or the act that they're offended by. So I wouldn't think that they would go that far. Again, this is all about how to have a measured approach. But what I hear more than anything right now in social media and the friends that I'm talking to is not that Will Smith should have the book thrown at him or that he should be in a jail cell, but it's that there is some degree of accountability here, because I think there is the impression that was left very strong on the public who are watching this, that he's a person of a certain status, privilege, being an A-list celebrity who is allowed to get up on stage after committing an act like this. It feels very entitled if you're going to allow somebody to do that, very hypocritical of Hollywood if they're going to stand by that. And so we're seeing signs now that the outcry is has not gone past Hollywood, that some of the very top executives have seen this differently than perhaps some of those in the theater who were actually standing and applauding Will Smith as he took the stage to get his award on Sunday.
Yeah, and Andrew, of course, we're getting reporting tonight that Chris Rock, he's on this comedy tour. He was performing in Boston, and he finally addressed what happened. I'm going to read in part some of the quotes that he said to the audience, and he said this with tears in his eyes, that he said, "Let me be all misty and blank," and he kind of sarcastically added, "How was your weekend?" And then he said he doesn't really have a lot to say. So if you came here to, see the show for that, that would not be what you would be getting tonight there in South Boston. When he was performing his comedy set, he said he had written a whole show before the weekend and is still processing what happened. Just from not necessarily a legal perspective, but Andrew, just from kind of an observer, a watcher of this, tell us how you think Chris Rock has handled this. Of course, we know he's not filing a police report. What more can he do?
Well, what I see in Chris Rock is a victim. I mean, he was victimized by this. He stood on stage and he handled it as gentlemanly as he possibly could. He seemed shaken then. He seems shaken in his most recent statement. I see that all the time in the courtroom when people are victimized. It's not necessarily just because something happened to you, you're breaking down and crying. People process it differently. But that trauma lasts an extended period of time with a lot of people, or it comes up in different circumstances, different situations. So I think that giving Chris Rock some grace in how he handles this, whether it's being on stage or in interviews, I think that's a very intelligent thing to do, because he is somebody who went through something. And even Amy Schumer, who was there co-hosting the awards, seems to have been shaken by what happened. It is scary, and to put yourself in the limelight like that and to be attacked, I think that's a terrible thing. And I don't think that this is over. The Academy certainly sounds like they're going to take action here. I don't think there's going to be anything criminal, but the last question is whether there's anything civil. Is anybody going to go after money against Will Smith here for the embarrassment that he caused?
Yeah, of course, there was that clip yesterday morning on CBS. They were interviewing the actor Jim Carrey, said he would have filed and sued for $200 million, those were his words, against Will Smith the next morning. Of course, Chris Rock is not doing that, at least not for now. We'll see what happens with that. I wanted to make a point, too, because essentially, you know, and I saw kind of a funny tweet about this, that whole altercation is going to be Generation Z's moon landing. We're never not going to be able to see that over and over and over again. What does that do to someone's reputation?
Well, that's interesting, isn't it? And I think you and I could probably spend the next half an hour reading pretty funny memes that are out there on the internet about this incident. But it does really hurt his reputation, I think, in the eyes of many. He's a fantastic actor. He's entertained for years and years. He's got a great broad range of acting skills. And so I think it's really unfortunate for him. I think he's going to be seen in a different light. Everybody's going to reach different assumptions and conclusions. That's a tough thing, even for him, ultimately likely to go through. It seemed like he was going through a little ego battle when he was up there on the stage trying to give his speech after he got the actual award. So I wouldn't say that anybody should, at this point, feel badly for Will Smith, but I certainly think he is going to go through some tumultuous times here dealing with exactly what this does to his reputation, and it's not good, I don't think.
Yeah, and Andrew, just last point, I mean, sometimes crowds, a lot of the times when they're hearing comedy, they don't like the jokes. There's a lot of hecklers in the audience. Just for, I guess, the future of stand-up comedy, you know, do you think comics will feel, or maybe they'll have to, you know, think again, or kind of turn their head and look behind themselves when they go up on the stage and they deliver their set? I can't imagine what some high-profile comics must be thinking like that.
Well, I would think the same. I mean, it's scary to be on a stage in the first place. It's even scarier to think that somebody might come up through the lights and attack you on stage. It's always tough to get a good host of the Oscars, probably because of the demands for political correctness on this issue or that issue. And so now we have to find a host for the Academy Awards that can maintain all of the politically correct causes that are there in that year, and make sure that they also don't get attacked. Maybe they need a little self-defense training before they get up there next year, something of that nature. Otherwise, nobody's going to get up there and tell the jokes.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see how this all unfolds throughout the week. Andrew Cherkosky, we always appreciate your time. We'll talk to you.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Let's take a look back as President Joe Biden speaks on the March jobs report. He's highlighting its highs and lows, speaking on the administration's response to economic policies that are getting positive results for the American people. We know that 431,000 jobs were added just in March, shrinking the unemployment rate to 3.6%. Now, on Friday, President Biden also said that the unemployment rates fell significantly because of the American people obtaining better jobs and higher wages. He also addressed how he's going to tackle rising gas prices by releasing 1.1 million barrels of oil per day for the next 6 months from the United States Reserve. Let's listen into his full announcement.
Down from 6.4% when I took office about 15 months ago. The fastest decline in unemployment to start a president's term ever recorded. In fact, there have been only 3 months in the last 50 years where the unemployment rate in America is lower than it is now. And what it means is clear, it's very clear. Americans are back to work. And that's good news for millions of families who have a little more breathing room and the dignity that comes from earning a paycheck, just the dignity of having a job. And more Americans get jobs as they do. It's going to help ease the supply pressures we've seen. And that's good news for fighting inflation. It's good news for our economy, and it means that our economy has gone from being on the mend to being on the move. You know, the American people, I think they're beginning to understand that this American Rescue Plan, and there's no reason why they should know the names of all these pieces of legislation that got passed. But the American Rescue Plan, with it, we were able to get Americans vaccinated, schools opened, and businesses humming. A leading financial firm, Moody's, estimated that because of the rescue plan, 4 million more American jobs were created, and unemployment is 2% lower than it would have been had we failed to move that legislation. Thanks to our infrastructure law, we have more than 4,000 projects getting started this year, 4,000 in every single state in America, total of 4,000, and all 50 states rebuilding America. We're building a recovery worthy of American workers, strong and resilient. And we're going to be able to overcome the headwinds that it has of Delta, Omicron, and even more in Europe. Our policies are working, and we're getting results for the American people, which is what it's all about, to state the obvious. Record job creation, record unemployment declines, record wage gains. And by the way, jobs and unemployment are not just another statistic. They go directly to the core of what the economy represents, the ability for hardworking Americans to live with dignity, support their families, and build a better life for their children. People are making more money. They're finding better jobs. And after decades of being mistreated and paid too little, more and more American workers have real power now to get better wages and to do what's best for themselves and their families. Some people see that as a problem. We've had this discussion in the past. I don't. I see it as long overdue. So when you hear these numbers, they're not statistics. It's a statement of the type of economy we're fighting for. An economy, as I've been saying from the beginning, built from the bottom up and the middle out, not from the top down. When we do it that way, everybody does well. Everybody wins. Even though we created a record number of jobs, I know, that this job is not finished. We need to do more to get prices under control. Putin's invasion of Ukraine has driven up gas prices and food prices all over the world. To help deal with that, yesterday I authorized the release of 1 million barrels per day for the next 6 months from our Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Acknowledge this by far is the largest release of our national reserves in our history. It is a wartime bridge, is the way I look at it, to increase our oil supply as we work with our U.S. oil producers to ramp up their production to get us through this period. I've coordinated this release with partners and allies around the world. This morning, over 30 countries from across the world convened in an extraordinary meeting and agreed to the release of tens of millions of additional barrels of oil onto the market. Hundreds of hours of meetings with key allies, keeping them together, is paying off. Nations are coming together to deny Putin the ability to weaponize his energy resources against American families, not only American families, but families in Europe and around the world. I've also made it a priority to get America's fiscal house in order. Under my predecessor, the federal budget deficit went up every single year, every year. As I committed when I was running this and I got here, we're going to turn that around. In fact, last year in 2021, we cut the federal deficit by more than $350 billion. And this year, in 2022, we're on track to cut the deficit by more than $1.3 trillion. $1.3 trillion. That would be the largest one-year reduction in a deficit in U.S. history. And it's particularly important now as we work to reduce pressures on inflation. That's what happens when you reduce the deficit. So here are the facts. It was the previous administrations whose reckless policies and mismanagement led to the record budget deficits. In my administration, that's getting the deficit under control. In fact, I just released my budget this week, and it shows going forward, we can cut the deficit by another $1 trillion over the next decade, while still making prudent investments in economic growth and climate and other equitable economic decisions. But to do that, we have to be willing to do something previous administrations and Republicans today refuse to do. We need to make sure corporations and the super wealthy begin to pay their fair share. Here's one example. Right now, billionaires, and there's not a whole lot of them in the country, maybe I won't give a number because I don't know for sure, they average less than 1%. But my point is billionaires pay an average rate of only 8% on their total income. A family led by a firefighter and a teacher can pay double that income tax rate, double what a billionaire pays, double the 8%. So my budget has a billionaire minimum tax, a 20% minimum tax that applies only to the top 1/100th of 1% of American households. Billionaire minimum tax is fair. And here's the deal. It raises $360 billion that can be used to lower costs for families and cut the deficit. I would add, nobody making less than you're tired of hearing me say it, but no one making less than $400,000 a year will pay a single penny more in federal taxes. As I've said in the past, I'm a capitalist. I have no problem with people making as much money as they are capable of making. But I'm asking you one simple question. Just pay your fair share. Pay your fair share, that's all. That's it. Just your fair share. And no one can argue that 20% for a billionaire is unfair. Here's what this adds up to. We're going to continue to create jobs, bring down the cost for families, and rein in deficits left by my predecessor. All important steps in to continue our historic progress to build a better America. I said from the outset, we're the only country in the world that comes out of crises stronger than we went into them. That's what we're doing here. I want to thank you all for showing up today, and we'll have plenty of time to answer questions about other items other than the jobs report next week. Thank you. Appreciate it.
So what about inflation? We're on inflation outpacing wages, Mr. President.
Facing criminal charges.
Are the sanctions still working, sir?
All right, and that was the latest from President Biden. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Americans are lining up to get their second COVID-19 booster shot just days after the CDC and FDA granted authorization for those over 50 years of age or with medical complications, putting them at high risk for infections. However, a lot of people still have many questions regarding booster shots in general. So let's listen into a conversation from infectious disease doctor Peter Chin-Hong with LiveNOW from Fox's Andrew Kraft.
Infectious disease specialist at UC San Francisco. Doctor, thanks for being with us. Last time we spoke, we were talking about whether or not we would need a second booster dose. President Biden getting his today, although I still think there is somewhat confusion on who is eligible, if this should even happen, because many Americans just got their first booster, and many Americans also didn't get a booster at all. What do we need to know?
Well, I would say, Andrew, it's understandable why people are confused. So let me try to simplify the debate. First of all, if I had to do one thing and I was stuck on a desert island and I had to choose one wish, my wish would be that most people will get their third shot. The third shot is a lucky charm. It's what we do for lots of vaccines: measles, mumps, and rubella, hepatitis B, human papillomavirus. And the reason why is that there's a 1-2 punch, then you remind the immune system a few months later, and that seems to protect you in many vaccines for the long course against serious disease. Now, think about COVID. We know that in the only data we have so far about the efficacy of a fourth shot is in Israel, and they show different results. One in a smaller study of healthcare workers, average age of around 60, but a lot of younger people as well, found that there were no hospitalizations and no real benefit when you got the fourth shot over the third shot. And then last Thursday, there was a study released by Israel that raised a lot of eyebrows. And that study was a big study, over 500,000. They looked at people who got 4 shots versus 3 shots, older age group, age 60 to 100, average age in the 70s. And they saw that if you got 3 shots, you had a lower chance of survival than 4 shots. But whether or not you got 3 shots or 4 shots, the bigger picture is that everybody did pretty well. And the overall mortality rate, even during an Omicron surge in that age group in Israel, was less than 0.1%. So kind of that's where we are. And it's kind of like, it's not like you should get this right now, but you could get it. But that could recommendation or could permission could change to should, depending on if we get a surge. And if, like my older mom, who's like in her 80s, I would definitely want her to get it because I don't want to take any risks. But for healthy 50-year-olds, they might want to wait until just before the surge.
Yeah, Doctor, that's why I was so confused today watching President Biden get a second booster, because there really is, no hard guidance from the CDC, from the administration. It was just kind of happened today, and I was kind of struck by that because we're hearing from so many people, oh, I have to get another booster. I just got my booster, and that was my third. We were told we were just going to have that 2-dose regimen, and so I think Americans are somewhat kind of exhausted by the prospect of having to, every 4 to 6 months maybe re-up and get a new vaccine. Do you think that sentiment is accurate and valid?
Yeah, so I think there's confusion because we're trying to prevent different things. If we're trying to prevent serious disease and people going to the hospital, right now it looks like 3 is a lucky charm for most older adults, and even 2 might be okay for younger individuals. If you're trying to prevent an infection, even though it mightn't cause you any symptoms or cause you very mild symptoms, you need to kind of top off the glass every 5 to 6 months to restore or reconstitute those antibodies. It's kind of like if you're at a cocktail party and your margarita is running low, the host comes in and tops it off. You don't get more antibodies by getting the 4th, but you just got a restoration. And that prevents you from getting a breakthrough infection. But even if you didn't get topped off, you still enjoy that margarita and your body is still feeling the effects. So you're going to still stay away from the hospital.
Doctor, let's move on to another topic, and that, of course, is vaccines for children under the age of 5. Because there's also been some back and forth. We know Moderna and Pfizer have, requested emergency use. We know also the doses in these children's vaccines much, much lower than the vaccines you and I received. So where do you think this is going? Do you think we'll see this spring an emergency use authorization? And also the efficacy of these because of the lower dose. What say you about that?
Yeah, so I think the results so far for infection, symptomatic infection, in both Pfizer and Moderna was less than optimal, but they only looked at data for 2 doses. And there were 2 thoughts. First of all, you had to guess the dose for kids. And for Pfizer, they said, I'm going to give 1/10 the adult dose. So instead of 30, they're going to give 3. And Moderna said, I'm going to give 25% or a quarter of the dose instead of 1/10. And so instead of 100, they give 25. And the Moderna results are the only ones that are kind of more public. And turns out that for 2 doses, the 6 months to 2 years old had about a 45% efficacy in preventing infection, symptomatic infection. And the 2 years to 5 years had about a 35% efficacy in preventing symptomatic infection. But if you look at the antibodies, they look pretty good and equivalent to what was seen in adolescents and young adults. But because the bar is set for symptomatic infection, it looks kind of bad. But if you actually look at, this was during Omicron, if you look at the performance of other vaccines for infection, not serious disease, you'd see that it's comparable. So they said, okay, well, it doesn't look that great with 2, and maybe we should give a 3rd at a lower dose instead of starting over the trial and giving a higher dose. So then we have to wait a little bit longer for that 3rd dose. But in the meantime, Moderna submitted its current 35%, 45% efficacy data to the FDA, seeing whether or not they'll approve it. My feeling is, if we're not in the middle of a surge, there's probably less urgency, and they would say probably, why don't you come back to us when you have the 3rd dose data? If there was a surge, I think we would probably accept like a 45% symptomatic infection efficacy because it's better than 0. Right. And also the antibodies look very equivalent to what we would expect.
But even if we're not in a surge, or if we're in a surge, children, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and they're healthy, would you still recommend, would parents get them vaccinated?
It just depends on the context. For example, if you had a kid under 5 who lived with elderly individuals who couldn't get a vaccine booster, or maybe they lived with grandparents who were immune compromised and had a transplant or cancer, you might, you're right. There's probably like 1% or 2% chance of hospitalization in that age group. But, I think there have been lots of cases of kids bringing the virus home. So, it just depends on the context in which that kid lives. It's safe, and it probably will be effective at 3 doses. There are tons of pediatric vaccines that are given in 3 to 5 shots. So it kind of falls into that, that cadence. But, that's kind of where we are. It's, it's the risk and benefit at the time, given the data.
All right, let's talk about the picture overall nationwide. Where are we with cases? I've seen the numbers today. Deaths are down somewhat substantially, finally trending down, that lagging indicator. Where are we right now?
So we're still in the pause button lull, which looks good overall. There's a concerning increase in cases by a little bit, maybe 10% or so in more, a little bit over 10 states. And I think, is that spring break and people moving around? We expect a little bit of increase and reopening. Or is it like BA2 kind of like rearing its ugly head, the stepsister of Omicron? And we know that BA2 is 30 to 60% more transmissible than the regular BA1 Omicron. So, or we may have the 2 things working together, spring break plus BA2 will lead to a little bit of increase in cases. We don't expect that it'll be a huge surge. And even if we see a large increase in cases, many people think there'll be decoupling. So you'll see things in the community with infections and breakthrough stuff, but our hospitals will still be preserved because everybody was hit so recently by Omicron plus vaccinations.
Doctor, also just lastly on this point, because we're seeing still, last time we spoke, parts of China were experiencing huge surges. Still, though, that is happening, leading ever more cities to go into this, 2020 style lockdown. What does that portend, I guess, for us here, or is that kind of just localized to mainland China? Because that is concerning. And how do you think they're handling it?
I don't think they're handling it well because locking down a society in 2022 with so many options like Paxlovid, vaccines, monoclonal antibodies, even though they're probably not as great for BA2, but the other agents and treatment, it's, like you said, Andrew, it's back to the 2020 kind of management. I don't think we have too much to consume. We're very, very different from China. China, with its zero tolerance policy, never had any exposure to the population. So you're seeing, like if they're seeing it for the first time. So that's what's happening. I think the impact to the United States and others is less in terms of virus, but more in terms of the economy and, Apple products, for example, that are made in Shenzhen in the southern part of China. And notice in Shanghai, they didn't lock down the whole city because of the importance of the economy. They said, let's just try half lockdown, which we know in Omicron doesn't really work. Lockdowns don't really work in Omicron anyway.
Yeah. Doctor, stick around. We're going to show a story because we want to move topics right now. We got word today about a condition that the actor Bruce Willis was diagnosed with, causing him to retire from the profession of acting. It's known as aphasia. Fox News' Matt Finn has the latest on this diagnosis.
Acclaimed actor Bruce Willis is stepping away from acting after it was revealed Wednesday that he is suffering from a form of dementia known as aphasia. In a statement posted on Willis's Instagram, the 67-year-old's family unveiled his diagnosis, saying the die-hard actor will step away from his career for an undisclosed amount of time. Willis's daughter also took to social media, saying in part, quote, "To Bruce's amazing supporters, as a family, we wanted to share that our beloved Bruce has been experiencing some health issues and has recently been diagnosed with aphasia, which is impacting his cognitive abilities." That statement was signed by Willis's wife, Emma Hemming Willis, his ex-wife, Demi Moore, and his 5 children. According to the Mayo Clinic, aphasia is a brain condition that affects speech, writing, and the ability to understand language, both verbal and written. A stroke is the most common cause of aphasia, though a tumor, head injury, or brain infections can also trigger it.
Could be very disruptive for Bruce Willis himself in terms of communicating with others and not being able to find the words to express himself. And it could be very challenging for the people around him.
Willis is coming off a busy last couple of years where he acted in more than a dozen movies. During his thriving career, he's been nominated for 3 Emmy Awards and 4 Golden Globes. The National Aphasia Association estimates 2 million Americans are affected by the illness. Willis's family did not immediately disclose the cause of the actor's condition. In Los Angeles, Matt Finn, Fox News.
Just kind of a great summary there of this condition now afflicting Bruce Willis. Doctor, is it, your assumption that maybe Bruce Willis did have a stroke? What do you think might have caused this? The family was mum on details.
Yeah, so, their aphasia, as the reporter said, is the inability to actually recognize signals like people speaking or writing, as well as potentially expressing it. So actually hearing something and then writing it down, hearing something or seeing something and then saying it. And it can be very, very frustrating for people who have it. It's really based on disease in the left side of the brain by the temple, and that's called the temporal area of the brain. And you can bump your head and get trauma, or like boxers can sometimes get it because that area is damaged. But the most common reason is a stroke. But there's also dementia that can cause aphasia as well. And I noticed in the report they talked about cognitive difficulties. So there's a form of dementia called frontotemporal dementia. People can look it up or Google it. It's called FTD. it can happen at a younger age. Of course, we can have early onset Alzheimer's as well, but frontotemporal dementia can also affect this part of the brain, in addition to maybe a stroke, etc. So, we don't really know for sure, but it could be one of those things that cause him to have damage to this part of the brain. Either it's degenerating or a stroke just didn't supply enough blood to that area and it died.
Yeah. Dr. Bruce Willis, he's 67 years old. He's one of the world's most famous actors. Of course, now he cannot act because of this. We know there's no, I guess, cure for this, but what does treatment look like? How do you live day to day with this?
Yeah, so it just depends on the underlying cause. For example, if it's due to a stroke, you want to prevent more strokes. So you want to control the blood pressure, cholesterol, diabetes. Those are very common causes of stroke, given aspirin, for example, or blood thinners, depending on the kind of stroke. If it's one of these dementias, like FTD, that can cause this area to be diseased, there's actually, unfortunately, nothing you can do except maybe therapy. So there's occupational therapy, physical therapy, language therapy, speech therapy, where people go through exercises of word recognition, fill in the blanks, to make things a little less frustrating for the person. Could you imagine, like, you can understand, maybe you can even see what's going on, but you can't express it. So that's almost like you're locked in, and that becomes very, very frustrating. So that's what the therapist tries to do in this situation.
Just lastly, we know Bruce Willis was a huge action movie star. We know he did a lot of his own stunts. Do you think this was progressive? Could this have come, the signs of it rather, a while back, or is it kind of sudden onset? Of course, I'm not an expert on this, but I'm just trying to tease out what might have led to this. What do you think on that?
Yeah, so the fact that we didn't hear about it before, and I'm not sure how often Bruce was spotted in public, but it seems like it was kind of gradual, at least in my impression, kind of like looking at Demi Moore and Bruce walking around and stuff. And if it was gradual, it suggests that it was more of the cognitive dementias that's gradually progressive. Most people are familiar with Alzheimer's, for example, but this other one is similar to that. If it's more acute, like one day Bruce Willis woke up and he couldn't really express himself, that is more likely going along with either trauma, which he had no history of, or a stroke. So those are the two things, or the two ways I think about it. Was it really sudden, or was it really sort of like gradual?
All right, Dr. Peter Chin Hong, we always appreciate you coming on to break down these top medical stories of the day, and plus COVID-19 news as well. We'll talk to you again.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 10:27 here on the East Coast. Well, billionaire Jeff Bezos launches yet another successful space tourism mission as 6 passengers, as you see here, including a Blue Origin employee, were launched to the edge of space aboard the New Shepard capsule in a rural Texas town. This took place on Thursday morning. Let's listen into the post-launch press briefing. The passengers are going to answer a few questions from reporters. All right, we'll work on getting you all this segment in just a bit. For now, let's switch gears. Here's the latest on the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
You've been, as I always say, guiding us through this very complex war in Ukraine. That was the news today. Humanitarian officials sent a convoy to the embattled port city of Mariupol to try to evacuate trapped residents. Although, Hal, my main concern with this is we've heard time and again before that Russia will allow these humanitarian corridors and convoys rather. But sometimes they get shelled, sometimes they get targeted, sometimes they're not as safe as they're meant to be. Are you concerned by that too?
Obviously, Andrew, I am concerned. You know, they've gone back on so many things. You know, what can only be called a feint. You know, the idea that they're pulling back forces. They are pulling back forces, but they're not in any way diminishing the amount of combat power that they're putting on the Ukrainians. However, with that said, a couple things with Mariupol. Number one, they're on the verge of taking over Mariupol. There really isn't a big challenge in terms of their being able to seize the city there. The big challenge they have is really on the international stage, which is they could cause massive civilian casualties depending on what happens. Also, France and Germany weighed in heavily to work with the Red Cross in order to make this happen with the Russians. And right now, that is coinciding with Russia trying to figure out how it's going to be selling oil and gas to Germany and to France. And so I don't know that they'd want to do something that would completely upend those negotiations in terms of how they get remunerated for their gas and oil. And of course, Russia's pushing to get, if not all, a very high percentage or at least half of their gas and oil sales to France and Germany to be bought in rubles, and that's a completely other story. But they're in a delicate position in that negotiation. So with that said, I'm hopeful that this humanitarian corridor will work, and the tens of thousands, I think it's up to about 100,000 civilians that are trapped there, will be able to get out.
Yeah, Hal, let's focus now on outside of Kyiv and in the Kyiv city center itself. What's going on there? We learned that the Pentagon today says it's not clear if the Russian military convoy outside of Kyiv, that one that was 40 kilometers, they're not sure if it even exists anymore. We also learned today that Russia has likely abandoned efforts to seize the Hostomel airfield just miles from Kyiv. Russia tried to take over it to establish an air bridge to Ukraine's capital, of course, in the early days of the war. So if you could tell our viewers what is happening in and around Kyiv at this point in time.
Well, what's happening is that Russia is using a lot of firepower. They're using missiles, artillery, in order to cover a withdrawal. You could call it tactical withdrawal of a lot of their forces up north. These are not small units, though. These are very large units that they're trying to withdraw. They're trying to withdraw them for two reasons. One is that they're damaged, seriously damaged, heavy attrition on these units. They're no longer capable of doing offensive action. And frankly, I'm kind of questioning if the Russians haven't also decided that they can't really maintain a long-term defense. So they're pulling them out. Also, the troops are completely demoralized for a lot of reasons. That's a longer discussion, but the will to fight of those units has been falling apart. And of course, one of the chiefs of intelligence for Britain kind of alluded to some of the problems with Russian troops, but they're trying to withdraw those forces, bring them up to reconstitute them. It's fairly obvious to all that their desire is that once they reconstitute them, they'll reintroduce them back into the Ukrainian campaign, probably not guaranteed, but probably in the Donbass region in order to put more combat power into that eastern flank, if you will, that eastern region. But it's not sure how this is going to work out. One of the things the Ukrainians have done to their credit is they have not made this easy. As the Russian units pull out of their defensive positions and withdraw, exposing themselves in that movement, the Ukrainians have seized the advantage. They've gone in there, causing more attrition, causing more damage to their equipment, and further demoralizing those troops, which means that whatever does eventually make it out of there is much less capable of being effectively reconstituted into some sort of effective combat unit, combat echelon that they can use elsewhere. So the Ukrainians are not letting the Russians get away with this, is another way to put it. And then, of course, you saw the problem up in Chernobyl, where they're pulling out of there as well. Yeah.
Yeah, Hal, that is one of the other major headlines today, because we know early on in the war, Russian forces took the area surrounding the Chernobyl nuclear power station, and what is going on there in the aftermath now almost some 40 years later from the nuclear disaster that happened there. Some Russian forces, though, are departing, and we had been getting reports that they were essentially Russian forces keeping the staff there who has to make sure that the nuclear power generation plant is safe, that it doesn't melt down. They were keeping the staffers there essentially hostage since really the war began. Why do you think they're leaving their positions now?
Andrew, I think the reason they're leaving their positions is twofold. Number one, I think even the Russian troops have realized they've been exposed to radiation. I'm sure that somehow that has trickled through the ranks. The other thing, too, is they don't need to hold that area. With pulling all the other forces out of the north, the critical need to maintain that avenue of approach into Kyiv has become less of a necessity. So they've recognized that problem, also the international pressure that they're getting to basically get out, get Chernobyl off of the map as far as being a battlefront, and allow those, allow the rotation of employees so they too can get out of that radiated area, and make that area safe again so we don't have a massive radiation hazard. So there's a lot of reasons there, but most of all, it's not of military necessity anymore. Their strategy has changed. Yeah.
Hal, let's go to the status of the negotiations at this point in time. What's up with them? Do we know if there's been any significant progress made there in Istanbul? And also, I wanted to get your opinion, because there's a key player on Russia's side who is somewhat responsible for the delegation, for the negotiations. That is Roman Abramovich. We all know he is one of the major Russian oligarchs. He used to own the Chelsea football club there in England. He had to sell it after the war began because of sanctions. Why is he being used as kind of a chess piece on the board here in these talks? What's the advantage there?
I think, first off, he kind of represents the oligarchs, all right? And so part of that is it creates the impression that they're negotiating with the oligarchs and not just, the Putin's administration himself. So he has kind of this dual role in terms of his proximity, his knowledge, personal knowledge of Putin, but also the fact that he represents this other sort of amorphous economic interest called the oligarchs that everybody focuses on. Also, he's just frankly a very skilled interlocutor. He's a very skilled negotiator. He knows business. And he knows how to get deals done. So, he's not a bad choice as long as he's someone that can be trusted to represent the interests that he's there to represent, if you will. I don't know that much is going to come out of the negotiations right now. I think that whole thing with saying that they're going to reduce military activity, pull back forces, and then, of course, saying really almost the opposite in terms of what Russia did militarily up around Kyiv, has left a little bit of a pallor in the room, which means that the Ukrainians don't really trust what the Russians are doing. Also, the Ukrainians are making great success, or having great success on the ground in a number of areas. And you know, kind of going back to it, what happens in the negotiating room is really determined by what happens on the battlefield, what happens on the ground. And I don't know if the Ukrainians want to give away a lot right now when they're having success. I mean, there's actual open discussion now that this whole thing could upend and turn around, that the battle is tipping, and that the Ukrainians are basically making strides on all fronts. And also recognition the Russians just don't have anything of substance in reserve. So without some big reserve coming in to reinforce the Russians, it looks like it's tipping towards the Ukrainians. And there may be some other things the Ukrainians assess in terms of will to fight and combat effectiveness of the Russian units, that they think it's even further along that tipping point. So I don't see a lot of progress happening there anytime soon.
Yeah, Hal, let's talk about reserves, though. We know, and we got the report from Reuters today, Russia is drafting 134,500 conscripts, but says that they won't go to Ukraine. Also, there's talks and reports that they might be tapping into some reserves that are stationed nearby in Georgia. Also, you and I have spoken at length about Syrian conscripts possibly joining this fight. Where do we stand on all of that? Because we know the Russian troop posture is not working at 100% right now.
No, it's been seriously decimated. Right now, the Ukrainians assess they've lost 17,500, or the Russians have lost 17,500 troops killed in action. You can multiply that by 3 times the number probably wounded in action. And then you add on to surrenders, desertions, all sorts of stuff. So you're probably somewhere around 60, 70,000 troops have been taken out. That is a huge amount of the Russian force of either 150 to 190. If it's 150, it's getting close to darn near half of what they started with. Now, even those 134,000 conscripts, and by the way, the April 1st conscript thing is kind of a Russian tradition that goes way back. So even though he's tried to make a volunteer military, conscripting like that is pretty normal. It takes a long time to get somebody from bringing them in as a conscript to training them up to make them effective in combat. So we're talking months before those troops should be used in combat if they're to give them a fighting chance. Now, if they want to accelerate that and throw them in, then they're gonna have a problem, because they're gonna lose a lot more troops because they haven't had that training. They may not have been properly equipped, and that's another thing that's kind of a counterbalance, which is, you know, Putin has to think about the mothers of Russia, and they're already sending back a lot of their sons and husbands, pardon the expression, but back in body bags, coming back. And that does have a cumulative political force domestically. So he has to think about that as well.
Hal, let's talk about Putin. President Biden mentioned him briefly in his remarks today, saying, quote, Putin seems to be self-isolated, and there's some indication he has fired or put under house arrest his advisors. But he added they don't yet have hard evidence, but that is the intelligence assessment from the administration. Why don't they have that as a hard asset piece of information at this point in time? Is he that isolated we cannot get into his state of mind?
Yeah, we got to give him some credit. He's a counterintelligence officer. You know, he knows how to conduct counterintelligence to keep stuff from getting out of there. So we don't have perfect insight into what's happening in the Kremlin. And if we did have perfect insight, I think we'd be very reluctant to admit it, because once you admit you have a source that can get you that type of information, those sources don't seem to last very long, whether they're technical or human. So, so the caveat could be there for a number of reasons as to why we don't know for sure. This kind of touches on sort of what, this is interesting, the head of the United Kingdom's GCHQ, which is kind of their version of the NSA. First off, I was fascinated to find out his last name was Fleming. That was kind of interesting if you're familiar with the James Bond books. But he was talking about the problems with the Russians, with the troops on the ground. but also kind of reinforcing this problem that Putin's having and this isolation piece. Now, in fairness, President Zelensky this afternoon or today just fired 2 generals, which was kind of interesting, saying they were anti-heroes. I don't know what he means by that exactly, but it could be that they discovered these generals might have links to Russia or may have been working on behalf of Russia in some degree. So it's worked on all sides, if you will. All right. And that could have further isolated if they were providing intelligence to Russia, and they did find these 2 Ukrainian generals, and they did cut that off. That will be a big blow to Putin's situational awareness as far as what's going on in Ukraine, and that may temper his adventurism, if you will, because he may realize that whatever he's doing with a higher degree of doubt because he just doesn't have any insight.
All right, Hal Kempfer, stick around. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We have a lot more questions left to get to on this Thursday night. We will see you after the break. And of course, I'm Andrew Kraft. We're following a number of different stories on this Thursday night. Of course, weather in the Washington, D.C. area got pretty nasty tonight. We're also following all the latest with President Biden, with Vice President Harris. So we'll have more on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Thursday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. Joining me yet again, Hal Kempfer, national security expert, as we continue to discuss all the latest headlines out of Russia's war in Ukraine. Hal, thanks for being with us yet again. My next question has to revolve around Volodymyr Zelensky. And you were saying there were reports that he fired 2 generals for not being, I guess, pro-Ukrainian enough. But there has been reporting to suggest that he is funneling information about the war through one specific, I guess, broadcast outlet, broadcast medium in the country to kind of streamline accurate information. We're also learning that he is banning other political opposition parties. Those are illiberal moves on a country that so many consider part of the West. And we're hearing some, kind of brief criticism about those moves. I know it's wartime. What say you about that, and what does that mean?
Well, first off, Andrew, they've declared martial law. All right, there is no political process right now in Ukraine. Also, they've been invaded by a huge foreign power. So those actually are rather prudent moves from a strategic communication standpoint. any opposition parties that are saying something different than the need to defend Ukraine against Russia are very likely in cahoots, if not knowingly, at least unknowingly, with Russian operatives. And they know that Russia has operatives operating in and around Kyiv. That's been out there since before this thing began, and that they have contacts, and so they're being very prudent in terms of how they do this. Now, once the Russians are kicked out, they can embrace all the liberal democratic traditions they want. But right now, in that situation, it is martial law, and they are defending the country, and frankly, they have to take prudent actions to avoid Russia trying to stir up internal dissent and stuff while they have to have a unified effort. And that's the same reason that he's also narrowing down the number of ways that information goes out. One of the biggest things in a crisis is to coordinate the message. You don't want multiple messages coming out from different parts of the government. You want to make sure you have a singular coordinated message on what's going on, what the situation is, and what you want people to do. And so when I hear that they've stovepiped that or streamlined that, that seems to me a very prudent management tool under the circumstances.
Hal, also on the Russian side now, and I don't want to repeat Russian propaganda. That is not helpful to anyone. But there is this kind of symbol that so many of us are seeing, and I want to see if you can kind of break it down for us. We're seeing the letter Z on Russian pieces of military equipment, and this is strictly on the Russian side. What does that mean? Just out of pure curiosity, Hal, what does that mean? What does that mean as a symbol for the Russian fighting force? Can you kind of go back to the etymology of that? How did it spring up?
Well, it started out that they noticed a lot of the Russian vehicles going in and around Ukraine had Z. Well, it turns out they had a couple different letters. Z is not in the Cyrillic alphabet. And as near as I can figure, it was meant to, I'm going to get this wrong. It was Western District or Eastern District. I think it was the
I think West.
Eastern. Was it West? Okay. I knew I was going to get that wrong. But it was, they had two different letters for two different districts. Now, because it was so prevalent, what it's somewhat become is a symbol to Russian society of the war in Ukraine. And so to what they're seeing is with graffiti, if you will, I don't know if you want to call it graffiti, it's kind of official iconography anymore in Moscow, but it's become an official symbol to say, I support the war in Ukraine, I support our forces in Ukraine. And so it's had that within Russia, it's had it's taken on a patriotic sort of symbology. Now that may turn, as what's happening in Ukraine becomes more known in Russia, a lot of times the symbols can change meanings.
Definitely.
And I would say at some point here, Z will not be a positive thing in the Russian psyche. All right. Right now it is, but I think that's going to shift over time.
Yeah, right now there's kind of a rallying fervor around that. But you're right, symbols and their meanings change over years and over time for so many unintended consequences. Hal Kempfer, I'll be looking out for kind of these patterns of fighting we're seeing, not so much around Kyiv. We're seeing more of it focused in the eastern region of Ukraine, the Donbas region. Russia is saying they're now wholly targeted in that region. That's kind of what I'll be looking out for to see if that changes at all. What will you be looking out for going, I guess, into the weekend?
Going into the weekend, I'm going to be looking at Donbass, but I'm also going to be looking at what's happening with the ships. Really almost below the radar. Ukraine is reporting now that they have sunk 7 Russian ships. Now, some of these are larger, some of these are smaller boats, but they have sunk several Russian ships. It looks like they have some anti-ship missile capability, and I think they're going to be moving more in if they can get it, because the Russians have a naval blockade on Odessa. So what I'm going to watch for is, are they going to engage in an anti-maritime or maritime denial attacks against Russian shipping. And if they do that, that could change the whole texture of the campaign, because if they can stop the Black Sea from being blockaded and controlled by the Russian Navy, that may change a lot of things, and it may open up another avenue to get resources and to get aid, both lethal and non-lethal, into Ukraine. So I'm going to be watching that very closely.
All right, Hal, a great conversation as always as we update everyone, including myself, just about the developments and the headlines there in this war in Ukraine. Hal, we'll talk to you again.
All right. Thank you, Andrew.
I'm joined now by national security expert Hal Kempfer.
All right, a huge thank you to our very own Andrew Kraft, bringing us that insightful analysis of the Russian invasion of Ukraine as we enter day 38. We're currently taking a live now look from Wilmington, Delaware. Any moment now, President Biden is set to arrive at this submarine commissioning ceremony. He is going to be delivering a few remarks during the commission of a nuclear-powered submarine named after the first state. So Biden left the White House on Friday around 3:30 p.m., but he was spending time with family near his Greenville home. So again, he and First Lady Joe Biden, any moment now, is set to arrive to celebrate USS Delaware, a Virginia first-class fast attack submarine. Now, the vessel was administratively commissioned underwater during April of 2020 due to COVID-19 restrictions. So Saturday's event is invitation only. It's a ceremony that's being held in a restricted area near the Port of Wilmington, and it is slated to begin at 11 a.m. We can see that caravan of cars arriving. So we believe President Biden has just touched down to the ceremony. And it's some background information about this event. The submarine is actually the 70th U.S. Navy ship to bear the name of the state of Delaware, with the first vessel named in 1776. This was actually during the Revolutionary War. Now, this is the first time in nearly a century that the name of the first state has been used for a U.S. Navy vessel, and the first time it's ever been used for a submarine. So definitely a lot of history there. Also, First Lady Joe Biden is the sponsor of the vessel. It's an honorary role in which she participates in the milestones of the submarine's life. And the submarine, again, arrived in Wilmington early Tuesday afternoon and will remain at this very port throughout the commencement of this ceremony. We've also learned that for security reasons, the public, unfortunately, is unable to watch this commissioning ceremony from the banks, but good news is you can stream it right here at LiveNOW from Fox. Again, this event slated to begin in about 5 minutes or so. We're bringing it all to you live, raw, and unfiltered after this break. Welcome back. You're streaming live now from Fox. We are just moments away from witnessing President Biden as well as First Lady Jill Biden deliver a few remarks at a submarine commissioning ceremony. As you can see, dozens of people have gathered at this private invitation-only ceremony happening in Wilmington, Delaware. We know that the president has been here for about 24 hours or so, but he was visiting some family and friends near his Greenville home ahead of this event. Now, a little bit of background about why this submarine is actually being commissioned. The vessel was administratively commissioned already underwater during April of 2020 because of COVID-19 restrictions, but administrators wanted to give a more formal ceremony. So as you see here, today's invitation-only event is being held at a restricted area at the Port of Wilmington, and it is slated to begin in about 2 minutes or so. Now, this submarine is actually the 17th U.S. Navy ship to bear the name of the state of Delaware, with the first being named way back in 1776 during the Revolutionary War. And you can see that motorcade beginning to arrive with the president probably following shortly behind it. Let's go ahead and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered. Just after 11 a.m. here on the East Coast, we're currently taking a live now look from Wilmington, Delaware. Any moment now, President Biden as well as First Lady Dr. Jill Biden are scheduled to speak at the commissioning ceremony of a nuclear submarine named after the state of Delaware. It looks as though this announcement is running just a few minutes behind. So in the meantime, let's take a look back. We know that President Biden recently spoke on the March jobs report, the United States economy adding 431,000 jobs, while unemployment rates dropping to 3.6%. Here's that announcement from President Biden himself.
Today, we learned that in March, our economy created 431,000 jobs. Nice sound to it. We also learned that in January and February, our economy created 100,000 more jobs than we previously had thought. That means that over the last 3 months, the economy has created more than 500,000, more than 500,000 jobs a month. Over the course of my presidency, our recovery has now created 7.9 million jobs. More jobs created over the first 14 months of any presidency in any term ever. And that's striking. But what's even more striking is this. In March, the unemployment rate fell to 3.6%, down from 6.4% when I took office about 15 months ago. The fastest decline in unemployment to start a president's term ever recorded. In fact, there have been only 3 months in the last 50 years where the unemployment rate in America is lower than it is now. And what it means is clear. It's very clear. America are back to work. And that's good news for millions of families who have a little more breathing room and the dignity that comes from earning a paycheck, just the dignity of having a job. And more Americans get jobs as they do. It's going to help ease the supply pressures we've seen. And that's good news for fighting inflation. It's good news for our economy, and it means that our economy has gone from being on the mend to being on the move. You know, the American people, I think they're beginning to understand that this American Rescue Plan, and there's no reason why they should know the names of all these pieces of legislation that got passed. But the American Rescue Plan, with it, we were able to get Americans vaccinated, schools opened, and businesses humming. Leading financial firm Moody's estimated that because of the rescue plan, 4 million more American jobs were created, and unemployment is 2% lower than it would have been had we failed to move that legislation. Thanks to our infrastructure law, we have more than 4,000 projects getting started this year, 4,000 in every single state in America, total of 4,000, and all 50 states rebuilding America. We're building a recovery worthy of American workers, strong and resilient. And we're going to be able to overcome the headwinds that it has of Delta, Omicron, and even more in Europe. Our policies are working, and we're getting results for the American people, which is what it's all about, to state the obvious. Record job creation, record unemployment declines, record wage gains. And by the way, jobs and unemployment are not just another statistic. They go directly to the core of what the economy represents, the ability for hard-working Americans to live with dignity, support their families, and build a better life for their children. People are making
more money. Good morning,
money.
ladies and gentlemen.
They're finding better jobs.
It is my distinct honor and privilege to welcome you to the Port of Wilmington for the commissioning commemoration of the USS Delaware. I am Lieutenant Commander Adam Parkinson, the ship's executive officer. On behalf of the crew, your submarine Delaware, I would like to express.
We've had this discussion in the past. I don't. I see it as long overdue. So when you hear these numbers, they're not statistics. It's a statement of the type of economy we're fighting for. An economy, as I've been saying from the beginning, built from the bottom up and the middle out, not from the top down. When we do it that way, everybody does well. Everybody wins. Even though we created a record number of jobs, I know, that this job is not finished. We need to do more to get prices under control. Putin's invasion of Ukraine has driven up gas prices and food prices all over the world. To help deal with that, yesterday I authorized the release of 1 million barrels per day for the next 6 months from our Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Acknowledge this by far is the largest release of our national reserves in our history. It is a wartime bridge, is the way I look at it, to increase our oil supply as we work with our U.S. oil producers to ramp up their production to get us through this period. I've coordinated this release with partners and allies around the world. This morning, over 30 countries from across the world convened in an extraordinary meeting and agreed to the release of tens of millions of additional barrels of oil onto the market. Hundreds of hours of meetings with key allies, keeping them together, is paying off. Nations are coming together to deny Putin the ability to weaponize his energy resources against American families, not only American families, but families in Europe and around the world. I've also made it a priority to get America's fiscal house in order. Under my predecessor, the federal budget deficit went up every single year, every year. As I committed when I was running this and I got here, we're going to turn that around. In fact, last year in 2021, we cut the federal deficit by more than $350 billion. And this year, in 2022, we're on track to cut the deficit by more than $1.3 trillion. $1.3 trillion. That would be the largest one-year reduction in a deficit in U.S. history. And it's particularly important now as we work to reduce pressures on inflation. That's what happens when you reduce the deficit. So here are the facts. It was the previous administrations whose reckless policies and mismanagement led to the record budget deficits. In my administration, that's getting the deficit under control. In fact, I just released my budget this week, and it shows going forward, we can cut the deficit by another $1 trillion over the next decade, while still making prudent investments in economic growth and climate and other equitable economic decisions. But to do that, we have to be willing to do something previous administrations and Republicans today refuse to do. We need to make sure corporations and the super wealthy begin to pay their fair share. Here's one example. Right now, billionaires, and there's not a whole lot of them in the country, maybe I won't give a number because I don't know for sure, they average less than 1%. But my point is billionaires pay an average rate of only 8% on their total income. A family led by a firefighter and a teacher can pay double that income tax rate, double what a billionaire pays, double the 8%. So my budget has a billionaire minimum tax, a 20% minimum tax that applies only to the top 1/100th of 1% of American households. Billionaire minimum tax is fair. And here's the deal. It raises $360 billion that can be used to lower costs for families and cut the deficit. I would add, nobody making less than you're tired of hearing me say it, but no one making less than $400,000 a year will pay a single penny more in federal taxes. As I've said in the past, I'm a capitalist. I have no problem with people making as much money as they are capable of making. But I'm asking you one simple question. Just pay your fair share. Pay your fair share, that's all. That's it. Just your fair share. And no one can argue that 20% for a billionaire is unfair. Here's what this adds up to. We're going to continue to create jobs, bring down the cost for families, and rein in deficits left by my predecessor. All important steps in to continue our historic progress to build a better America. I said from the outset, we're the only country in the world that comes out of crises stronger than we went into them. That's what we're doing here. I want to thank you all for showing up today, and we'll have plenty of time to answer questions about other items other than the jobs report next week. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Sir, what about inflation? We're in inflation outpacing wages, Mr. President.
Facing criminal charges.
Are the sanctions still working, sir?
All right, that was the latest from President Biden himself speaking on the March jobs report. Again, the United States economy adding 431,000 jobs and the unemployment rate dropping to 3.6%, in comparison to February's 3.7%. We're now looking live from Wilmington, Delaware. Any moment now, we do expect President Biden as well as First Lady Dr. Jill Biden to speak at a commissioning ceremony for USS Delaware, which was a nuclear submarine, and it looks like it's just now beginning to start. So let's go ahead and listen and watch live, raw, and unfiltered.
Ladies and gentlemen, our platform guests. Mr. John Riley, USS Delaware, Commissioning Committee. Captain Matthew Boland, United States Navy, Commander, Submarine Squadron 12. Rear Admiral Barry Black, Chaplain Corps, United States Navy retired, and Chaplain to the United States Senate, our ceremony chaplain. The Honorable Mike Przicki, Mayor of the City of Wilmington, Delaware. Mr. Kevin Graney, President, General Dynamics, Electric Boat. Ms. Jennifer Boykin, President, Newport News Shipbuilding, Executive Vice President, Huntington Ingalls Industries. Admiral Darrell Caudle, United States Navy, Commander, United States Fleet Forces Command. Admiral Michael Gilday, United States Navy, the 32nd Chief of Naval Operations. The Honorable Carlos Del Toro, the 78th Secretary of the Navy. The Honorable Lisa Blunt Rochester, United States Representative at Large, State of Delaware. The Honorable Christopher Coons, United States Senator, State of Delaware. The Honorable Thomas Carper, United States Senator, State of Delaware. The Honorable John Carney, Governor, State of Delaware. Ladies and gentlemen, our ship sponsor, Dr. Jill Biden, First Lady of the United States, escorted by Senior Chief Petty Officer Travis Grammer, the Chief of the boat. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Joseph R. Biden, Jr., the 46th President of the United States of America, escorted today by Commander Matthew Horton, Delaware's commanding officer. Ladies and gentlemen, honors to the Honorable Joseph R. Biden, Jr. Platform. Ready, 2. Advance the colors. Retire the colors. We would like to thank the United States Navy Band, Navy Submarine Base New London, Broughton, Connecticut Saluting Battery, and the United States Navy Ceremonial Guard Battalion Color Guard for their participation in our ceremony today. Ladies and gentlemen, Chaplain Black will deliver the invocation.
Would you join me in prayer? Eternal Father, strong to save, we thank you for this beautiful Delaware day, for the presence of our President and First Lady, and for the majesty of this ceremony. We're grateful for the USS Delaware, SSN 791. Lord, use this Virginia-class fast attack submarine as a guardian for freedom and a deterrent to aggression. Give wisdom to Commander Matthew Horton and Lieutenant Commander Adam Parkinson as they provide leadership to the crew of 136 plank owner sailors. Give these sailors aboard this submarine an optimistic outlook and a vigorous work ethic. Make them poor in misfortune and rich in blessings. Give them enough challenges to keep them humble, enough hurt to keep them humane, enough failure to keep their hands clenched tightly in yours and enough success to make them certain they are walking with you. Do for us all more than we can ask or imagine, according to your power working in and through us. And Lord, we continue to pray for the Ukrainian people. We pray in your sovereign name. Amen.
Thank you, Chaplain Black. Will the guests please be seated? Delaware, parade, rest. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable John Carney.
What a beautiful day and the first date. This indeed is a day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. Reverend Black, President and First Lady Biden, Secretary Del Toro, Admiral Gaudet and Admiral Caudle, Commanding Officer Horton, Lieutenant Commander Parkinson, Chief of the boat Grammer, all the crew of the boat, other distinguished guests here on the riser, members of the congressional delegation, other elected officials, to the crew and family of the USS Delaware. To our visitors, welcome to Delaware. To our President and First Lady, welcome home. This is a big and special day for our state. I'm so glad to see Senator Carper here on this stage. If I didn't see him up here, I was going to suggest we send a party out in the submarine to look for him. In addition to being a recovering governor, Senator Carper is a recovering Navy captain. It seems like a lifetime ago that I joined First Lady Biden, Senator Carper in Newport News, Virginia in September of 2018 to christen this ship. Dr. Biden did an impressive job, as impressive I've ever seen, in smashing that bottle of champagne against the ship. She really made it, Mr. President, and that bottle just exploded. It was something to behold. Since that time, I've been so inspired by the crew and their leadership. First Commander Hogan, and now Commander Horton, as we've watched their progress, training and learning everything about their new home on the sub. They even came to a University of Delaware Blue Hens football game, so they're learning what they need to know about our state. And it was quite a moment at halftime of the game, watching the Blue Hen fans react as they saw and recognized the sailors on the field in front of them. Finally dawned on them who they were and what they stood for, quietly at first. And then with a rising crescendo of applause, the fans took to their feet for a standing ovation. It was quite a powerful moment. The people of Delaware have embraced this ship, and especially this crew. I was so excited to join Command Officer Horton for a tour of the ship yesterday. And I gotta tell you, I was simply blown away. Not only by the incredible technology and industrial craftsmanship on this boat, but most importantly, by the talent and commitment of every crew member. From the food mess to the control room, the service and sacrifice of every sailor on this ship is incredible, and we all salute you. We are so lucky here in Delaware to be a coastal state, so we're actually able to have the privilege of our namesake ship gracing our shores. The ship's motto is First Defenders of Liberty, and it's fitting for a ship named after the first state to bear that motto. and it's in keeping with the role of a long line of USS Delawares dating back to the Revolutionary War. And while we certainly hope this USS Delaware will see nothing but calm waters, the events in Ukraine remind us that liberty still needs her defenders. Senator Carper, no doubt, will tell you about the very Delaware way in which this whole day has come about. So while it's been a long time coming, we couldn't be more excited and proud to have this ship bearing our state's name. I want to thank John Riley and everyone who worked over the last 3 years to make this day a reality. And most important, I'd like to acknowledge and thank all of Delaware's veterans, especially our Navy veterans and those still serving today. This ship reminds us all of your service and sacrifice. The crew of the USS Delaware joins you today in becoming part of Delaware's proud, patriotic military history. And as they used to say in Congress, I'll yield the rest of my time to the senior senator from Delaware, Senator Tom Carper, who you'll hear from later.
Thank you, Governor Carney. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Carlos Del Toro.
Good morning, Delaware. What a great day. What a great Navy day. Before I introduce the guest speaker, I think I should take just a moment, because yesterday I asked the great Chaplain Black if he would actually say a little bit of an extra prayer for good weather. And on the way here on the bus, I asked him, Chaplain, would you please just say a little prayer for fair winds? And I think he's come through on both occasions. So how about a round of applause for Chaplain Black? Dr. Biden, thank you for all that you have done as a leader, as an author, as an educator to care for our service members and military families throughout the years. The Department of the Navy and our entire military is much stronger because of Dr. Biden's leadership and your empathy, not just for our military, but for all Americans. President Biden, thank you for your staunch defense of freedom around the world. As a refugee who once fled from a communist country, I could not be prouder of the example that you set as our Commander-in-Chief, and I am proud to serve as your Secretary of the Navy, sir. Governor Carney, Senator Carper, Senator Coons, Representative Blunt Rochester, thank you for all you do as well every day to support our Navy and Marine Corps team. As the first warship to be commissioned beneath the waves, USS Delaware is already a trailblazer in her own right. Delaware's quiet entry to our fleet in April of 2020 symbolizes the stealth of our silent service. But a great ship, a great crew, and a great state deserves this great moment in the sun. So bravo Zulu to Commander Horton, Lieutenant Commander Parkinson, and Senior Chief Grammer for your success so far. And I thank the entire crew of the USS Delaware for the missions that you've already accomplished in service to our nation and the many more that follow in your future. The sailors who power our undersea fleet are an elite breed. They're skilled, they're disciplined, and they're determined. They make enormous sacrifices, achieving amazing things over the horizon and under the waves. I thank you all. I especially thank your families for your service to our nation. I wish you all fair winds in following seas. And now it is my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Senator Tom Carper. Senator Tom Carper, is the last Vietnam veteran serving in the United States Senate. He is a retired Navy captain, as the governor stated earlier, and he was a naval flight officer for more than 20 years. He has been elected to statewide office 14 times, served as Delaware's state treasurer, congressman, governor, and now as senior United States senator. He currently chairs the Senate Committee on the Environment and Public Works and co-authored major portions of the landmark infrastructure bill signed into law by President Biden in this December. He is also a senior member and a former chairman of the Senate Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs. On a personal level, Tom Carper is also the son and nephew of a Navy Chief Petty Officer and the grandson of Gold Star mother whose son was killed in a kamikaze attack on his carrier in World War II at the age of 19. Husband of Martha for 36 years and father of 3 sons, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you our keynote speaker and longtime champion for the building and naming of the USS Delaware, Senator Tom Carper.
Please remain standing. Just kidding. There's some Marines over there that are still standing. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for your kind introduction, and more importantly, thank you for all that you and your team have done to make this day and this event possible. Good morning, Delaware. Good morning, USS Delaware. All right, there you go. Ship sponsor Jill Biden and your +1. President of the United States, Delaware's Joe Biden. Thanks for bringing him with you, Jill. Mr. President, welcome him. Another round of applause. Go ahead. Give it to him. Both of them. Both of them. Governor John Carney. Chris Coons, my wingman in the United States Senate. Lisa Blunt Rochester, our wing woman in the U.S. House of Representatives. Woo! Senate Chaplain Barry Black. Chief of Naval Operations Admiral Gilday, Mayor Mike Przicki, Lieutenant Governor Bethany Hall Long, and County Executive Matt Meyer. And a warm Delaware welcome to the crew members of the USS Delaware, led by Commanding Officer Matt Horton, Executive Officer Commander Adam Parkinson, and Chief of the boat, the Cobb. Let me hear you say Cobb. There you go, Chief of the boat, Travis Grammer. And a huge Delaware welcome to, we have family members here that come from all over the country to be with us today. Huge Delaware welcome, please, to the family members of this crew. Thank you for sharing your loved ones with our country. Let's give them some love. Give them some love. And while we're at it, if you're a veteran of the military service or serving today in any branch of our armed forces of this country, on your feet, please. If you could stand, on your feet, please. Just give them a great round of applause for our veterans. Navy, Army, Air Force, Marine Corps, Coasties, National Guard. Thank you to everyone who's worked so hard for weeks and even years to make this amazing event possible, including members of my own staff, the Department of the Navy team, Secretary of State Jeff Bullock and his team, Port of Wilmington, the Navy League, and the many generous donors whose support has been a godsend. Let's give them all a nice round of applause. God bless you all, and thank you. As many of you may know, SSN 791 is not the first Navy vessel to bear the name Delaware. The first USS Delaware was launched in 1776. Its role, delaying the British fleet's approach to Philadelphia and thus impeding the ability of the British Army to resupply in their battle against us for our War of Independence. The sixth U.S. Delaware was completed in April of 1910, armed with 10 12-inch guns. It was the most powerful battleship in the world. Go ahead. Over 100 years would pass before another U.S. naval vessel would bear the name USS Delaware. Then one day in 2012, I came across a letter to the editor in a local paper by a Delawarean named Stephen Lonsdale, who noted that it had been a long time since a naval vessel named after our state had sailed the high seas. I thought about it for a while, and after several weeks, gathered my staff together and said, let's do something about this. The very next week, I was on the phone with then Secretary of the Navy Ray Mabus, like me, former governor, a longtime friend. I explained the situation to him. He graciously heard me out, and 3 months later, he called back to say that over the next couple of years, several ships, brand new Virginia-class nuclear submarines, would be built, and the first one off the line would be named the USS Delaware. Ray is the longest-serving Secretary of the Navy. He can't be with us today. He's at his home in Harpers Ferry, West Virginia, patriot if there ever was one. Ray, if you're watching this, we're live streaming this. If you're watching this, just know we love you. Give him another round of applause. Thanks a million, Ray. Ray Maynard, thank you for everything. Before I go any further, let me just take a couple of minutes to introduce the USS Delaware to the people of Delaware. And after doing that, I'll briefly introduce the state of Delaware to the crew of the SSN 791. And then we'll have lunch. No, we won't. We're kidding about the lunch. The USS Delaware is a Virginia-class fast attack submarine, as you know. The Delaware carries 26 Mark 48 torpedoes, which enable it to conduct the sub's more traditional missions of tracking and sinking, if necessary, enemy submarines and a wide range of surface vessels. The Delaware is also designed for versatile operations in shallow waters, close to land, performing reconnaissance missions and delivering special forces, think Navy SEALs. It's also configured to launch Tomahawk cruise missiles, which can strike targets 1,000 miles away with pinpoint accuracy. This is one hell of a fighting machine. And to our adversaries, let me just say this: don't mess with the USS Delaware. As it turns out, there are 136 crew members aboard the USS Delaware. They hail from 20 states in our country as far away as Hawaii and Alaska. The crew includes 15 officers and 121 enlisted men, of whom a dozen or so are chief petty officers like my dad was. With that said, and having introduced the crew of the USS Delaware to the people of Delaware, let me take a minute now to introduce Delaware to the crew of the state whose name they bear. Delaware is comprised of 3 counties and 1 million people. We're 100 miles long from north to south and 50 miles from east to west along the Maryland border. Native Americans, including the Lenape Indians, lived here for hundreds of years before the Dutch arrived some 400 years ago and established Lewis, where the Atlantic Ocean meets the Delaware Bay. Later on in 1638, the first Swedes and Finns sailed right by this very spot, right behind me, right behind this spot. Made a right turn, a left turn to go head west on an unnamed river, and they named it the Christina River after the Sweden's 12-year-old child queen. Where Wilmington now stands today, they established the colony of New Sweden. The colony of New Sweden was what became Delaware, became Wilmington. The church they built there in Wilmington, in the colony, is believed to be the longest serving church, continuously serving church in North America. And they're now, believe it or not, there are more Swedish Americans than there are Swedes in Sweden. Then in 1682, William Penn would sail up the Delaware, just behind us again, up the Delaware, under the bridge. No, the bridge wasn't there then. On his way to Penn's Landing, some 25 miles north of us, carrying with him the deeds from the King of England to what would later become the colony of Pennsylvania and the lower 3 counties. That would be us. But the real Penn's Landing was not 25 miles up the river. It was right down south of us at Newcastle, Delaware, where not only did William Penn stop, but he actually spent the night. Later on, he was asked, why do you go there first? And he answered famously, tax-free shopping. A few hundred years later, further up the Christina River, 10,000 shipbuilders, mostly women, would build many of the ships, destroyer escorts, troop landing ships, that enable us to emerge victorious in World War II. And that's only part of the storied hero's history that the USS Delaware joins today. Throughout the Delaware history, the letter C has figured prominently on our state. Our first settlers planted corn, a lot of it. They raised chickens, a lot of them. Our state bird is a fighting blue hen, and today there are nearly 300 chickens for every person who lives in the first state. They got us outnumbered, folks. Later, we became known as the chemical capital of the world. Thank you, DuPont, for hundreds of amazing inventions. Delaware's coastline is not large, but I believe it's still home to more 5-star beaches than any other state coastline in America. And not long ago, we built more cars in Delaware per capita than any other state. And while we have no sales tax here, Delaware is the home of incorporation to half the Fortune 500 and the New York Stock Exchange. And finally, I don't know what's in your wallet, but there's a good chance that it's issued by a bank here with operations in Delaware. And it's okay with us if you don't pay down your balance every month. Now that's a lot of C's. And even our political leaders have gotten into the act with names like Carville, Castle, Carney, Coons, and Carper. And even though Joe Biden didn't start out as one of the C boys, he was close. Biden, you know, only off by one letter. And anyway, he has ended up as our nation's commander-in-chief. That's a lot of C's. Not bad for a scrappy kid from Scranton, Pennsylvania. But by far, the greatest contribution that Delaware has made since the founding of our country occurred on December 7, 1787, when Delaware became the first state to ratify our Constitution. For one whole week, Delaware was the entire United States of America. Constitution would become the most enduring constitution in the history of the world, and by far the most replicated. None of us are perfect, and our Constitution wasn't perfect either. But over time, we've made it better, a lot better. It has provided a framework and a path that has made our country the envy of much of the rest of the world. But at the end of the day, however, our Constitution and our Declaration of Independence are words on a piece of paper without the resolve made real by the commitment and the sacrifice of the men and women who wear and have worn the uniform of our nation. Let me end with this. Do any of you in our audience today remember studying, maybe when you were a kid, studying the Constitution, maybe even reciting the preamble of the Constitution? I do. My sister and I did that in middle school. You'll remember it begins with these words: "We the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union." It doesn't say a perfect union. Rather, it says a more perfect union. Why is that? Because as a citizen of this great country, it's up to us, each of us, to do our part to ensure that the arc of American history bends toward perfection and toward justice, even knowing that we may never fully achieve them. The men who serve and will serve aboard the USS Delaware will bear our state's name for decades to come as they defend our nation. Through their sacrifice and service, may we grow even closer to that more perfect union. Before Dr. Biden speaks in a moment, I want to ask all of you to do something that the audience did with us at the christening of the USS Delaware a few years ago in Newport News. I want to ask everybody to stand. Everybody who's able to stand, just stand. Please stand. I want to ask you to take the hand of the person standing next to you on either side. Take the hand of the person standing next to you on either side. I'm going to ask you to join us in reciting that same preamble together. And I'll say a few words at a time, and then you repeat, and eventually we'll recite it all. Are you ready? Ready. Come on, are you ready? Ready? I think they're ready. All right, let's do it. We the people, of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. Do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America forever and ever. I just added those last few words. I'm an optimist. Why shouldn't we be? All right, have a seat. Have a seat. God bless and protect the crew of the USS Delaware both now and in the decades to come. And may each of you and each of us live our lives in ways to ensure that America remains a nation worthy of their sacrifice, so that a government of the people, by the people, and for the people will not perish from this earth. May God bless you all. May God bless the USS Delaware. Long may she sail. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you, Senator Carper. Executive Officer, set to watch.
Aye, aye, sir. Officer Deck, set the first watch.
Aye, aye, sir.
The officer of the deck is the commanding officer's direct representative and while on watch is responsible for the safety and smooth operation of the ship. The long glass is the traditional symbol of an officer of the deck's authority in a ship of the line. Captain Thomas Carper, United States Navy retired and United States Senator, will assist in setting the first watch by passing the long glass to our first ship's duty officer, Lieutenant Stephen Walsh from Southborough, Massachusetts. The petty officer of the deck is Fire Control Technician 2nd Class Keaton Smith from Round Rock, Texas. The topside sentry is Torpedoman's Mate 3rd Class Noah Westfall from Ripley, West Virginia. And Boatswain's Mate of the watch is Boatswain's Mate 2nd Class Cody Platt from Grantsville, Pennsylvania.
Set the watch. On deck, section 1. Forward, mark.
Sir, the watch is set.
Very well. Captain, the first watch is set.
Very well, XO.
Ship's company, attention. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Joseph R. Biden, Jr.
My name is Joe Biden. I'm Jill's husband. It's always a good day when I get to celebrate Delaware, or spend time with service members and their families, or introduce Jill. That's a trifecta in my family. Governor Carney, Senator Carper, Senator Coons, Congresswoman Blunt-Rochester, Secretary Del Toro, Commander Horton, and all the crew members and families of the USS Delaware, I'm genuinely honored to be with you. This latest ship to carry the USS Delaware is part of a long tradition of serving our nation proudly and strengthening our nation's security, the security of the United States of America, not just us, but our allies and partners around the world as well. In fact, it's already been doing that for some time. So I just want to say thank you to everyone involved in bringing this submarine to service, for those who laid the keel, for those sailors who will crew it, and through all the years to come. And I want you to know that I've had an incredible partner. Jill has watched over the progress of the USS Delaware for years. The daughter of a Navy signalman during World War II, the mother of a member of the Delaware National Guard, the grandmother of children who experienced having their father deployed away from home for a year at a time. She always holds our military and their families in her heart, and that is not hyperbole, that's real. And I'm deeply proud of the work she's doing as First Lady with Joining Forces Initiative. She started with Michelle Obama when she was Vice President and now carries on. As First Lady, she's been to more military installations around the world. She's hosted more than 20 events for military families. And she's working to expand economic opportunities for military spouses, who, by the way, in the words of Keats, they also serve, who only stand and wait. And a submariner spouse stands and waits a lot. And to help military kids for the support they need. And to make sure survivors and caregivers have the resources they deserve. It's a true passion for Jill and for our entire family. As your Commander-in-Chief, I believe it is our sacred obligation as a nation to prepare and equip those troops that we send into harm's way and to care for them and their families when they return home. Now it's my honor to introduce your First Lady, the sponsor of this great vessel, Jill Biden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I must admit, I never get tired of saying that. As this ship's sponsor, it's my pleasure to welcome so many distinguished guests, and especially the Secretary of the Navy and Admirals Gilday and Caudle, Commander Horton, Senior Chief Grammer, and the entire crew of the USS Delaware, it's an honor to share this special day with you and your families. I especially want to welcome some of my good friends from Delaware Boots on the Ground. You know, working with you connected me to a community of incredible military families. And all these years later, your work continues to inspire me. And I hope you can see your influence in our Joining Forces initiative. So where are my Delaware Boots on the Ground members today? Where are they sitting? They're down. They're down. Okay. Wow, you're down there? The state of Delaware has loved the Bidens and cheered for us in most of our triumphant moments. It has carried us through the darkest times in our lives with a kindness that asks for nothing in return. Delaware is family. I'll never forget the pride I felt when I stood at the Pentagon with Secretary of the Navy Ray Mabus, as well as you, Tom, to announce that I would be the ship's sponsor. The USS Delaware was nothing more than a drawing then. In 2016, my grandson Hunter joined me for the keel laying. And I think he felt the important connection that our family has to service then. And it was such a special moment for both of us. Then in 2018, I traveled to Newport News for the christening, seeing that simple drawing come to life in a shower of champagne. And I saw the truth of what Secretary Mabus said when it all began, that this vessel will always uphold the first state's motto of liberty and independence. So it's difficult to put into words how much it means to be a part of the USS Delaware family. It's an incredible honor that I take seriously. I have cherished getting to know this community, from bowling with you at Newport News to spending time with your families at Fort Groton for the holiday last December. I've seen the heart of this crew, and it makes me feel both proud and humbled to be your shipmate for life. Today's celebration, like so many things in the past few years, is just a bit out of the ordinary. At the beginning of the pandemic, the Delaware became the first ship ever commissioned while underwater underway. It was a challenge to put a ship in service in the middle of a global pandemic, but you rose to the occasion, as you always do. Even if we are a little delayed in our celebration, today marks the beginning of an incredible journey, the ship's long and faithful service to our country. We may not know what's to come, but we do know this: the challenges will be met with honor, distinction, and valor of the 125 sailors who serve on her decks. You will lead with unparalleled character and courage. Of course, commissionings also mark a beginning for the families of the sailors as well. Though the spouses and the children, parents and siblings with us today will stay on dry land, a piece of their hearts will sail away again and again. You too have a mission. You too serve our nation. And as we look at this warship, we see its steel bulkheads and unbreakable hull. We see that it's strong enough to withstand the most crushing pressure and slip silently through the deadliest waters. And yet so much of its power is unseen. The engines and sonar, the rudders that give it direction, and purpose. You, the families of this crew, may not wear a uniform, but with your love and support and with your sacrifice and devotion, you are as critical to our mission as the rudder is to this submarine. Sailors, as you venture to new waters, know that the families who remain ashore will not be forgotten by your president or by me. We are working every day to honor the sacrifices that all of you make. When our son Bo deployed to Iraq, another military mom shared with me a prayer, one that I said every night while he was deployed. And it goes like this: may the deep waters bring you more solace than strife. May the friendships you find warm the cold walls of this vessel with laughter. May you feel the glow of each goodbye embrace long after the horizon has lost the shore. May that light illuminate even the dimmest berthing. May you always return home safely to the arms of the people who love you most. And may God bless our troops and your families, no matter where your journey takes you. Amen. Governor Carney, Senators Carper and Coons, Congresswoman Blunt Rochester, thank you for this celebration today. And to our sailors, thank you for your service and sacrifice. Thank you for allowing me to be your shipmate for life. Everybody's here? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, shipmates, officers and crew of the USS Delaware, man our ship and bring her to life.
Ladies and gentlemen, the crew of USS Delaware salute you. We are proud to serve in America's Navy. Ready, two. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. We would like to thank the Delaware Air National Guard 166th Airlift Squadron for their support today. Captain, sir, the ship is manned and ready.
Very well, XO. Admiral Gilday, USS Delaware was placed in commission and I assume command. Today, her watchman said she has been brought to life. USS Delaware reports for duty.
Captain, Godspeed you and your crew. Captain, the USS Delaware is a warship. You drive her like you stole it.
Will do, Admiral. Mr. President, request permission to break your flag of USS Delaware.
Permission granted. Break my flag.
Break your flag, aye, sir. Executive Officer, break the flag of the Commander-in-Chief.
Break the flag of the Commander-in-Chief. Aye, sir. Quartermaster, break the flag of the Commander-in-Chief.
Aye, sir.
Captain, the flag of the Commander-in-Chief is flying over USS Delaware.
Very well, XO.
Ladies and gentlemen, Commander Matthew Horton, United States Navy, Commanding Officer, USS Delaware.
Delaware, parade, rest. Good morning, Mr. President, Dr. Biden, Governors Carney and Coons, Senators Carpenter and Coons, Congresswoman Rochester, Secretary Del Toro.
You're streaming live now from Fox. The time is now 12:08 here on the East Coast. We are looking live, as you see here, President Biden as well as First Lady Dr. Jill Biden just wrapped up a few remarks at the commissioning ceremony of a nuclear-powered submarine, USS Delaware. Again, this happening live from Wilmington, Delaware. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break and we'll get into more top stories right after this. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. My name is Rain Augustine. Thank you so much for joining us as your source for top stories and breaking news on this Saturday, April 2nd. Moving right along with major news headlines, this next story is coming from our colleagues over at Fox 5 New York. We're learning more about a 96-year-old Holocaust survivor who is on a mission to educate others through his experience. Here's that story from Fox 5 New York's Dana Arshan.
I was born January 6, 1926 in Krakow, Poland.
Ed Mossberg describes life as a young boy as normal, happy, and filled with love. That all changed when Germany invaded Poland on September 1st, 1939, the start of World War II.
I had my parents, I had 2 sisters, and all of them were murdered by the Germans in a concentration camp.
Approximately 3 million Polish Jews were murdered, which was about 90% of the country's pre-war Jewish population. The horrific images of the Holocaust will forever be etched into Ed's mind and nightmares. He describes the brutal actions he witnessed by the SS, which was one of Hitler's most ruthless units of Nazi soldiers.
The SS could rip the child out of the mother's arms and grab the child by the foot and hit the head against a concrete wall, killing the child instantly.
With immense luck on his side and oftentimes quick wit, Ed miraculously survived a Nazi ghetto and multiple concentration camps. One of those camps was called Plaszow, which was highlighted in Steven Spielberg's Academy Award-winning film Schindler's List.
This was the beginning of Amon Get.
Amon Get was the commandant of Plaszow. He was a merciless killer who took pleasure in shooting Jewish prisoners at random from his balcony. Ed came face to face with Get every day he was imprisoned there.
I started working in his office to cleaning it up, assorting the thing, and anytime he walked in, you never know who will be dead or not.
In present day, Ed lives in Morris Plains, New Jersey, and is blessed with a beautiful family. 3 daughters, 6 grandkids, and 4 great-grandkids. His wife of 72 years, Cecile, who he first met in Poland in 1942, passed away in 2020. But she's forever by his side, this locket with her photo always close to his heart.
She was, I think, 15.
When Ed isn't speaking lovingly about his late wife, he's often speaking publicly about his painful past. He's known among the survivor community for his outspoken remarks. He's often in public wearing this authentic Nazi prisoner uniform as a way to stand out and leave a strong impression on all those who hear his story. Ed and I were both in Poland in April of 2018, participating in an event called March of the Living. On that day, I captured this video of Ed in uniform on stage in the Auschwitz concentration camp, telling his tale to thousands of people from across the globe. He continues to find the strength to speak out, even though it brings back different, unimaginable memories every time.
In the stone mines, I was carrying boulders on my shoulders from early in the morning till late in the evening, going up and down, up and down.
Ed has returned to Poland dozens of times over the years, and even in 1946 to witness Amon Get on trial for the Nazi war crimes he committed. Not only does Ed still have this camera that he brought on that trip, but he developed and saved these photos that he captured of Get. Ed has also managed to collect a trove of original war documents and artifacts.
And saw somebody playing using this.
He just turned 96 and has no plans of slowing down his mission, which is to keep the memories alive.
This is a must that I have to talk about it, because if I don't talk about it, no one would know. And this is my duty and obligation. As long as I live, I will be talking about it.
And we will be listening. In Morris Plains, New Jersey, Dana Arshin, Fox 5 News.
And joining us live now from the Fox 5 New York newsroom is Fox 5 New York's Dana Arshin. Dana, what a touching segment, and I have to mention that this story is really personal for you.
Yeah, so I'm really lucky. You guys have aired a lot of my Holocaust stories already. I am the granddaughter of a 100-year-old Holocaust survivor. My grandpa, who I call my Poppy, just turned 100 this last month in March. And I try to do as many of these stories as possible because I feel like it's my duty and my obligation to keep the memories alive. I'm really grateful to Fox 5 for giving me such an incredible platform to keep telling these stories. And I spend a lot of my free time just trying to find survivors. Fortunately, I'm at the point where so many people see my stories and they're constantly emailing me. I get overwhelmed. I have a long list of Holocaust stories that I'm trying to get to. But I'm doing it one story at a time.
And Ed, you can just hear the passion in his voice. He is very excited to share his experience and his stories with others so that we can hopefully learn from what he went through. Out of everything that he talked to you about, what was the most moving to you?
Oh, that's a great question. It's hard to say what was the most moving, but I could tell you what stood out the most that took me to my bones. Did you hear when he said that he remembered the SS guards taking little kids, holding them by, I think he said the leg, by the arm, and just banging them against a concrete wall and killing them instantly? He had just ripped them out of their parents' arms and killed them right in front of them. And as a mother myself, I can't imagine in my wildest nightmares. And it's so hard. I mean, this was like a 3-4 hour long interview. So it's like, how do you choose?
Right.
But I chose that fight because I think any parent or anyone could really just relate to that horror, or can't relate, but can relate to how much you love your child. And to see that happen is just, it's unthinkable.
Yeah, it's truly unimaginable. And this is your second time connecting with Ed. You briefly mentioned that you spent some time with him in Poland at a commemoration event honoring Holocaust victims and survivors. And we can't fail to mention that as the Russian invasion of Ukraine continues, many Ukrainian refugees are fleeing to Poland. Some of them Holocaust survivors themselves or relatives of Holocaust survivors. Did Ed mention, or could you draw some parallels? Are there any lessons in history that we should learn here?
Yeah, and you know, these stories take me months to put together. So my interview with Ed was actually from November. So unfortunately, I couldn't ask him then about the war in Ukraine because it hadn't started yet. But yeah, I mean, he and so many survivors I speak to are really adamant. It's not just about the Jewish people. It's about hate and stopping it at its core. And that's really the only way to prevent future genocides, is to educate, to stop hate at its core, and to really understand the horrors of our past. Because if you don't understand, you don't learn from them, history will keep repeating itself.
Stop hate at its core. I think that's a great lesson for us to end things on. Fox 5 New York's Dana Arshin, thank you. And we look forward to even more stories and lessons from Holocaust survivors.
Thank you. I'm so grateful for, I'm so grateful for the support, and you guys always share these stories, and I hope you learn a lot from it.
Absolutely. All right, guys, Live Now from Fox returns right after this. time is now 12:22. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Rain Augustine. I'll be with you for the rest of this hour before we toss things over to our Los Angeles-based host. Then Stephanie Weaver will continue your nonstop news coverage well until tonight. Let's begin this block with the latest when it comes to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. As it now enters day 38, we've learned that Russia says Ukraine has conducted its first strike on Russian territory since the war began. Now, the Kremlin says that the strike against the fuel depot is not conducive to peace talks. However, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has not confirmed nor denied this attack. So let's get into that story courtesy of our Fox News correspondent, Jeff Paul.
There is nothing left. No food, no water, no way to live. And right now in Mariupol, there is no hope.
We didn't even expect to be attacked. No one was expecting it. It was such hell. I can't express it.
Ukrainian officials say Russian forces have not only decimated the coastal city, but for the past month, they've made it dangerously impossible for the innocent to get out and for aid to come in.
Grief connects people. We carried branches during the shootings. Then we carried dead bodies.
With a new humanitarian corridor agreed to, the Red Cross says it's ready to send in a convoy of 45 buses to evacuate some of the tens of thousands still there. Whether Russian forces stick to the agreement is unclear. Days after pledging to pull back troops from the Kyiv region, the attacks are getting worse.
Russia has repeatedly lied about its intentions. So we can only judge Russia on its actions, not on its words.
Britain's defense ministry says Russian forces have continued to hold positions around Ukraine's capital, but fighting will likely intensify in the suburbs around Kyiv. And a senior U.S. defense official told Fox News Russian jets flew 300 strike missions over Ukraine just a day after telling the world they're pulling back troops to establish mutual trust.
Depending on your view of Putin, I'm a little skeptical. It's an open question whether he's actually pulling back.
5 weeks into the conflict and a Ukrainian estimate of 20,000 dead, President Volodymyr Zelensky calls Moscow's pledge of a pullback mere words. As Russian forces continue to destroy his country, targeting both the armed and the innocent, he's warning the West.
The tyranny will come to take away from you everything that you have and you are proud of.
The one area we're hearing Russian forces are withdrawing from is in and around the Chernobyl nuclear plant. According to the Ukrainian state power company, they believe troops were digging trenches and became exposed to significant levels of radiation. So far, no comment from the Kremlin. In Lviv, Ukraine, Jeff Paul, Fox News.
All right, a huge thank you to you, Jeff, for that excellent reporting. Let's stay on this topic. Our very own Andrew Kraft sat down with a national security expert about the latest when it comes to the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
National security expert Hal Kempfer. Hal, so good to see you as always. You've been, as I always say, guiding us through this very complex war in Ukraine. That was the news today. Humanitarian officials sent a convoy to the embattled port city of Mariupol to try to evacuate trapped residents. Although, Hal, my main concern with this is we've heard time and again before that Russia will allow these humanitarian corridors and convoys, but sometimes they get shelled, sometimes they get targeted, sometimes they're not as safe as they're meant to be. Are you concerned by that too?
Obviously, Andrew, I am concerned. They've gone back on so many things. What can only be called a feint. The idea that they're pulling back forces. They are pulling back forces, but they're not in any way diminishing the amount of combat power that they're putting on the Ukrainians. However, with that said, a couple of things with Mariupol. Number one, they're on the verge of taking over Mariupol. There really isn't a big challenge in terms of their being able to seize the city there. The big challenge they have is really on the international stage, which is they could cause massive civilian casualties depending on what happens. Also, France and Germany weighed in heavily to work with the Red Cross in order to make this happen with the Russians. And right now, that is coinciding with Russia trying to figure out how it's going to be selling oil and gas to Germany and to France. And so I don't know that they'd want to do something that would completely upend those negotiations in terms of how they get remunerated. for their gas and oil. And of course, Russia's pushing to get, if not all, a very high percentage or at least half of their gas and oil sales to France and Germany to be bought in rubles. And that's a completely other story. But they're in a delicate position in that negotiation. So with that said, I'm hopeful that this humanitarian corridor will work, and the tens of thousands, I think it's up to about 100,000 civilians that are trapped there, will be able to get out.
Yeah, Hal, let's focus now on outside of Kyiv and in the Kyiv city center itself. What's going on there? We learned that the Pentagon today says it's not clear if the Russian military convoy outside of Kyiv, that one that was 40 kilometers, they're not sure if it even exists anymore. We also learned today that Russia has likely abandoned efforts to seize the Hostomel airfield just miles from Kyiv. Russia tried to take over it to establish an air bridge to Ukraine's capital, of course, in the early days of the war. So if you could tell our viewers what is happening in and around Kyiv at this point in time.
Well, what's happening is that Russia is using a lot of firepower. They're using missiles, artillery, in order to cover a withdrawal. You could call it tactical withdrawal of a lot of their forces up north. These are not small units, though. These are very large units that they're trying to withdraw. They're trying to withdraw them for two reasons. One is that they're damaged, seriously damaged, heavy attrition on these units. They're no longer capable of doing offensive action. And frankly, I'm kind of questioning if the Russians haven't also decided that they can't really maintain a long-term defense. So they're pulling them out. Also, the troops are completely demoralized for a lot of reasons. That's a longer discussion, but the will to fight of those units has been falling apart. And of course, one of the chiefs of intelligence for Britain kind of alluded to some of the problems with Russian troops, but they're trying to withdraw those forces, bring them up to reconstitute them. It's fairly obvious to all that their desire is that once they reconstitute them, they'll reintroduce them back into the Ukrainian campaign, probably not guaranteed, but probably in the Donbass region in order to put more combat power into that eastern flank, if you will, that eastern region. But it's not sure how this is going to work out. One of the things the Ukrainians have done to their credit is they have not made this easy. As the Russian units pull out of their defensive positions and withdraw, exposing themselves in that movement, the Ukrainians have seized the advantage. They've gone in there, causing more attrition, causing more damage to their equipment, and further demoralizing those troops, which means that whatever does eventually make it out of there is much less capable of being effectively reconstituted into some sort of effective combat unit, combat echelon that they can use elsewhere. So the Ukrainians are not letting the Russians get away with this, is another way to put it. And then, of course, you saw the problem up in Chernobyl, where they're pulling out of there as well. Yeah.
Yeah, Hal, that is one of the other major headlines today, because we know early on in the war, Russian forces took the area surrounding the Chernobyl nuclear power station, and what is going on there in the aftermath now almost some 40 years later from the nuclear disaster that happened there. Some Russian forces, though, are departing, and we had been getting reports that they were essentially Russian forces keeping the staff there, who has to make sure that the nuclear power generation plant is safe, that it doesn't melt down. They were keeping the staffers there essentially hostage since really the war began. Why do you think they're leaving their positions now?
Andrew, I think the reason they're leaving their positions is twofold. Number one, I think even the Russian troops have realized they've been exposed to radiation. I'm sure that somehow that has trickled through the ranks. The other thing, too, is they don't need to hold that area. With pulling all the other forces out of the north, the critical need to maintain that avenue of approach into Kyiv has become less of a necessity. So they've recognized that problem, also the international pressure that they're getting to basically get out, get Chernobyl off of the map as far as being a battlefront, and allow those, allow the rotation of employees so they too can get out of that radiated area, and make that area safe again so we don't have a massive radiation hazard. So there's a lot of reasons there, but most of all, it's not a military necessity anymore. Their strategy has changed. Yeah.
Hal, let's go to the status of the negotiations at this point in time. What's up with them? Do we know if there's been any significant progress made there in Istanbul? And also, I wanted to get your opinion because there's a key player on Russia's side who is somewhat responsible for the delegation, for the negotiations. That is Roman Abramovich. We all know he is one of the major Russian oligarchs. He used to own the Chelsea football club there in England. He had to sell it after the war began because of sanctions. Why is he being used as kind of a chess piece on the board here in these talks? What's the advantage there?
I think, first off, he kind of represents the oligarchs, all right? And so part of that is it creates the impression that they're negotiating with the oligarchs and not just, the Putin's administration himself. So he has kind of this dual role in terms of his proximity, his knowledge, personal knowledge of Putin, but also the fact that he represents this other sort of amorphous economic interest called the oligarchs that everybody focuses on. Also, he's just frankly a very skilled interlocutor. He's a very skilled negotiator. He knows business and he knows how to get deals done. So, he's not a bad choice as long as he's someone that can be trusted to represent the interests that he's there to represent, if you will. I don't know that much is going to come out of the negotiations right now. I think that whole thing with saying that they're going to reduce military activity, pull back forces, and then of course saying really almost the opposite in terms of what Russia did militarily up around Kyiv, has left a little bit of a pallor in the room, which means that the Ukrainians don't really trust what the Russians are doing. Also, the Ukrainians are making great success, or having great success on the ground in a number of areas. And kind of going back to it, what happens in the negotiating room is really determined by what happens on the battlefield, what happens on the ground. And I don't know if the Ukrainians want to give away a lot right now when they're having success. I mean, there's actual open discussion now that this whole thing could upend and turn around, that the battle is tipping, and that the Ukrainians are basically making strides on all fronts. And also recognition the Russians just don't have anything of substance in reserve. So without some big reserve coming in to reinforce the Russians, it looks like it's tipping towards the Ukrainians. And there may be some other things the Ukrainians assess in terms of will to fight and combat effectiveness of the Russian units that they think it's even further along that tipping point. So I don't see a lot of progress happening there anytime soon.
Yeah, Hal, let's talk about reserves, though. We know, and we got the report from Reuters today, Russia is drafting 134,500 conscripts, but says that they won't go to Ukraine. Also, there's talks and reports that they might be tapping into some reserves that are stationed nearby in Georgia. Also, you and I have spoken at length about Syrian conscripts possibly joining this fight. Where do we stand on all of that? Because we know the Russian troop posture is not working at 100% right now.
No, it's been seriously decimated. Right now, the Ukrainians assess they've lost 17,500, or the Russians have lost 17,500 troops killed in action. You can multiply that by 3 times the number probably wounded in action. And then you add on to surrenders, desertions, all sorts of stuff. So you're probably somewhere around 60, 70,000 troops have been taken out. That is a huge amount of the Russian force of either 150 to 190. If it's 150, it's getting close to darn near half of what they started with. Now, even those 134,000 conscripts, and by the way, the April 1st conscript thing is kind of a Russian tradition that goes way back. So even though he's tried to make a volunteer military, conscripting like that is pretty normal. It takes a long time to get somebody from bringing them in as a conscript to training them up to make them effective in combat. So we're talking months before those troops should be used in combat if they're to give them a fighting chance. Now, if they want to accelerate that and throw them in, then they're gonna have a problem, because they're going to lose a lot more troops because they haven't had that training. They may not have been properly equipped, and that's another thing that's kind of a counterbalance, which is Putin has to think about the mothers of Russia. And they're already sending back a lot of their sons and husbands, pardon the expression, but back in body bags, coming back. And that does have a cumulative political force domestically. So he has to think about that as well.
Hal, let's talk about Putin. President Biden mentioned him briefly in his remarks today, saying, quote, Putin seems to be self-isolated and there's some indication he has fired or put under house arrest his advisors. But he added they don't yet have hard evidence, but that is the intelligence assessment from the administration. Why don't they have that as a hard asset piece of information at this point in time? Is he that isolated we cannot get into his state of mind?
Yeah, we got to give him some credit. He does have, he's a counterintelligence officer. You know, he knows how to conduct counterintelligence to keep stuff from getting out of there. So we don't have perfect insight into what's happening in the Kremlin. And if we did have perfect insight, I think we'd be very reluctant to admit it, because once you admit you have a source that can get you that type of information, those sources don't seem to last very long, whether they're technical or human. So, so the caveat could be there for a number of reasons as to why we don't know for sure. This kind of touches on sort of what, this is interesting, the head of the United Kingdom's GCHQ, which is kind of their version of the NSA. First off, I was fascinated to find out his last name was Fleming. That was kind of interesting if you're familiar with the James Bond books. But he was talking about the problems with the Russians, with the troops on the ground, but also kind of reinforcing this problem that Putin's having and this isolation piece. Now, in fairness, President Zelensky this afternoon or today just fired 2 generals, which was kind of interesting, saying they were anti-heroes. I don't know what he means by that exactly, but it could be that they discovered these generals might have links to Russia or may have been working on behalf of Russia in some degree. So it's worked on all sides, if you will. All right. And that could have further isolated if they were providing intelligence to Russia, and they did find these 2 Ukrainian generals, and they did cut that off. That will be a big blow to Putin's situational awareness as far as what's going on in Ukraine, and that may temper his adventurism, if you will, because he just doesn't have any insight.
All right, Hal Kempfer, stick around. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We have a lot more questions left to get to on this Thursday night. We will see you after the break. And of course, I'm Andrew Kraft. We're following a number of different stories on this Thursday night. Of course, weather in the Washington, D.C. area got pretty nasty tonight. We're also following all the latest with President Biden, with Vice President Harris. So we'll have more on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Thursday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. Joining me yet again, Hal Kempfer, national security expert, as we continue to discuss all the latest headlines out of Russia's war in Ukraine. Hal, thanks for being with us yet again. My next question has to revolve around Volodymyr Zelensky. And you were saying there were reports that he fired 2 generals for not being, I guess, pro-Ukrainian enough. But there has been reporting to suggest that he is funneling information about the war through one specific, I guess, broadcast outlet, broadcast medium in the country to kind of streamline accurate information. We're also learning that he is banning other political opposition parties. Those are illiberal moves on a country that so many consider part of the West. And we're hearing some, kind of brief criticism about those moves. I know it's wartime. What say you about that, and what does that mean?
Well, first off, Andrew, they've declared martial law. All right, there is no political process right now in Ukraine. Also, they've been invaded by a huge foreign power. So those actually are rather prudent moves from a strategic communication standpoint. Any opposition parties that are saying something different than the need to defend Ukraine against Russia are very likely in cahoots, if not knowingly, at least unknowingly, with Russian operatives. And they know that Russia has operatives operating in and around Kyiv. That's been out there since before this thing began, and that they have contacts. And so they're being very prudent in terms of how they do this. Now, once the Russians are kicked out, they can embrace all the liberal democratic traditions they want. But right now, in that situation, it is martial law, and they are defending the country. And frankly, they have to take prudent actions to avoid Russia trying to stir up internal dissent and stuff while they have to have a unified effort. And that's the same reason that he's also narrowing down the number of ways that information goes out. One of the biggest things in a crisis is to coordinate the message. You don't want multiple messages coming out from different parts of the government. You want to make sure you have a singular coordinated message on what's going on, what the situation is, and what you want people to do. And so when I hear that they've stovepiped that or streamlined that, that seems to me a very prudent management tool under the circumstances.
Hal, also on the Russian side now, and I don't want to repeat Russian propaganda. That is not helpful to anyone. But there is this kind of symbol that so many of us are seeing, and I want to see if you can kind of break it down for us. We're seeing the letter Z on Russian pieces of military equipment, and this is strictly on the Russian side. What does that mean? Just out of pure curiosity, Hal, what does that mean? What does that mean as a symbol for the Russian fighting force? Can you kind of go back to the etymology of that? How did it spring up?
Well, it started out that they noticed a lot of the Russian vehicles going in and around Ukraine had Z. Well, it turns out they had a couple different letters. Z is not in the Cyrillic alphabet. And as near as I can figure, it was meant to, I'm going to get this wrong. It was Western District or Eastern District. I think it was the
I think West.
Eastern. Was it West? Okay. I knew I was going to get that wrong. But it was, they had 2 different letters for 2 different districts. Now, because it was so prevalent, what it's somewhat become is a symbol to Russian society of the war in Ukraine. And so what they're seeing is with graffiti, if you will, I don't know if you want to call it graffiti, it's kind of official iconography anymore in Moscow, but it's become an official symbol to say, I support the war in Ukraine, I support our forces in Ukraine. And so it's had that within Russia, it's had it's taken on a patriotic sort of symbology. Now that may turn, as what's happening in Ukraine becomes more known in Russia. A lot of times the symbols can change meanings.
Definitely.
And I would say at some point here, Z will not be a positive thing. in the Russian psyche. All right. Right now it is, but I think that's going to shift over time.
Yeah, right now there's kind of a rallying fervor around that. But you're right, symbols and their meanings change over years and over time for, so many unintended consequences. Hal Kempfer, I'll be looking out for kind of these patterns of fighting we're seeing, not so much around Kyiv. We're seeing more of it focused in the eastern region of Ukraine, the Donbas region. Russia is saying they're now wholly targeted in that region. That's kind of what I'll be looking out for to see if that changes at all. What will you be looking out for going, I guess, into the weekend?
Going into the weekend, I'm going to be looking at Donbas, but I'm also going to be looking at what's happening with the ships. Really almost below the radar. Ukraine is reporting now that they have sunk 7 Russian ships. Now, some of these are larger, some of these are smaller boats, but they have sunk several Russian ships. It looks like they have some anti-ship missile capability, and I think they're going to be moving more in if they can get it, because the Russians have a naval blockade on Odessa. So what I'm going to watch for is, are they going to engage in an anti-maritime or maritime denial attacks against Russian shipping? And if they do that, that could change the whole texture of the campaign, because if they can stop the Black Sea from being blockaded and controlled by the Russian Navy, that may change a lot of things, and it may open up another avenue to get resources and to get aid, both lethal and non-lethal, into Ukraine. So I'm going to be watching that very closely.
All right, Hal, a great conversation as always as we update everyone, including myself, just about the developments and the headlines there.
We're bringing to you a report from the Associated Press. They're talking about influencers, especially out in China, making an impact in really spreading disinformation via TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook. This is Vika Lin. She is a life blogger. She is a food lover. She says that she wants to teach her fans about China and how they can travel the country with ease. But we're also learning that this lens is controlled by Chinese state-run TV networks, where she has regularly appeared in broadcasts and is listed as a digital reporter on the company's website. There's about 9 people who manage her page, and she's also touched on pretty large topics, including the war between Russia and Ukraine. To talk more about this and what impact influencers are having and social media is having amid this war, I want to bring in Mike Mathis with the First and 14th Institute. Mike, we appreciate having you on the show. I wanted to have you on to talk about social media and what role this is playing with the war regardless. What are your first thoughts in seeing reports like this as influencers are a main source that people are getting their news from?
It's amazing. You know, China has officially announced the idea of using what they they call it influential mouths, and they have recruited hundreds of these particularly young women, and they call them honeypots, to be basically hard to detect influencers to get their story out, whether it's about the Uyghurs or whether it's about their view on the Ukraine war or other topics. And as I've read about this, they have identified about 60 million followers of these influencers. So they clearly have a material, impact on the online discussion. And these are, of course, English-speaking people. Some of them are Chinese, like the example you showed. Some of them are also Americans or Europeans that are in China trying to do, on-the-ground reports, which are basically propaganda for the Chinese government. And they have Japanese speakers, Arabic speakers, Spanish, so this is a worldwide operation, not only focused just on the US. There's a word we have called user-generated content, which is all of us generating content to share. And what this is called is professional user-generated content. As you mentioned, some of these people have 9 or more professional managers producing the videos and the content that they have. So it's definitely a big issue, and I'm glad Twitter and Instagram have a policy in place to label these influencers as state-sponsored media. I think it's an incredibly difficult problem to identify when an influencer, you don't really know who is paying for them or funding them. And so that is a big challenge for these platforms to solve.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question for you. How has Twitter and Facebook and TikTok been reacting to news like this? And is it enough as we continue on with the war?
It's not enough. And with the war, so what they're doing is they're trying to detect what they call inauthentic accounts, or accounts that they can clearly identify as state-sponsored or state-funded content creators from China or from Russia or from somewhere, and that they're spewing propaganda. So there's some companies that help them do that. There was a company called Cyabra, which is a research company, and they've identified more than 56% of Ukraine war news online is coming from these inauthentic accounts, which there's 115,000 that they've identified that were just recently created accounts in the last few weeks, mostly from Russia, to generate this disinformation. It's quite interesting, even compared to the Iraq war or recent wars. So much of this war is something we can literally view online, because there's so many people that on the ground with cell phone cameras recording stuff. And so my belief, as you know, my philosophy is to minimize censorship. But this kind of content should be labeled so people kind of understand what they're looking at or what they're reading might be inauthentic or propaganda, and then they can compare it and decide what's really going on in this war.
Well, it's not just other countries that are doing it. Right here at home, the United States, the Biden administration, Press Secretary Jen Psaki speaking directly to U.S. TikTok influencers that have an incredible audience. So we're doing it here too, to explain to people what is going on with gas prices. I don't know if you saw any of those videos.
Yeah.
We're doing it too.
We're doing it too, and we don't know what we're necessarily doing overseas with Russian-speaking, influencers or Chinese-speaking influencers. But you're right. It was almost comical to bring in a handful of very young TikTok influencers and convince them that the rise in gas prices that's been going on for the last 12 months is somehow because of Putin. just in the last 2 weeks. And then these young TikTok people go out and they're very impressed. They've been in the White House. They go out and they make their, pitch, and then they get big backlash because it's so inauthentic, and they're not very well informed. They're just hearing, as you say, the propaganda from our own White House.
Right. Well, when it comes to information and the information that people are being flooded with, specifically on social media, some experts saying if you just bombard an audience for long enough with the same narratives, people will tend to believe them over time. How accurate is that?
I think that is accurate. I've heard if it's the information you've heard first and then you keep hearing it repeated, you tend to believe it. It's the lack of alternatives. We've seen countries incredibly effective with propaganda, such as the domestic population in China. These people, they have so little other information, they tend to finally believe the propaganda from their own government. And I think the same is true in Russia. What's happening though is with social media, and to the extent that people are able to access other information that's not their own state-run propaganda, you see these things like protests in Moscow, which are amazing, and these very brave people protesting the war despite the massive propaganda. So they're getting the information somehow through these online networks like Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter.
Well, speaking of Russia, social media has been cut off out there. How detrimental is that for the Russian people who no longer have technically access to the outside world?
Well, we've done the same thing. We cut off RT, which is Russia Today, and we've cut off another channel called Sputnik. And so we've literally blocked those channels from broadcasting through Europe and Ukraine, and I believe in the US as well. So, my sense is blocking them is not the best policy. Labeling them perhaps makes sense so that people viewing it can know, oh, this is identified as state-sponsored media or propaganda from this country, which might be Russia. But they're reacting to when the West basically turned off those Russian news channels, the RT and Sputnik. So then they countered by saying, well, we're going to cut off Facebook and Twitter. And we've seen other countries do that too. In Iran and some of these countries where they've had a revolutionary conflict, they react by cutting off the internet as best they can, and literally cutting off Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram. That's the first go-to strategy.
Yeah, and we obviously know that it's a strategy, but the First and 14th Institute, which you run out in California, is big about
Good morning. I'm Stephanie Weaver with Live Now from Fox, reporting out of Los Angeles. Thank you for being with us on this Saturday. Ukraine and its allies say there is evidence that Russia is shifting its focus away from western Ukraine and now shifting its focus to eastern Ukraine. But the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is saying that this could be a catastrophic situation for civilians. He is still asking for heavier military equipment. And last night, the Pentagon released a statement saying they are going to be giving an additional $300 million in military equipment. So some of the latest here on Ukraine, but we have plenty more of that here on Live Now from Fox, starting with our very own Fox 13 Tampa with an update. Let's take a look.
Russia has recruited hundreds of fighters from Syria to join its invasion of Ukraine. Vladimir Putin is trying to bolster his forces to try to jumpstart his stalled invasion. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, is here to bring us up to speed. Craig.
Well, France just issued an assessment that lines up exactly with the assessments from the Pentagon, from foreign intelligence services in Europe, NATO, right down the line. There's lockstep agreement at this point that Russian forces have in fact withdrawn from some of the outskirts around the capital, but that is not considered to be a retreat by any means. It's a repositioning and replacement of some of the invasion forces to counter and run another offensive. Not necessarily into Kyiv. They may, in fact, move away from the capital and bear down on other parts of northern and eastern Ukraine. And at the same time, Russia is still bearing down in the south and the people of Mariupol. The Red Cross spent Friday trying to help the survivors in the ruins of Mariupol. Here, the Russian invaders have encircled and trapped up to 160,000 people and cut off the flow of heat, electricity, food, and water for weeks as it blasts the city apart. The Red Cross loaded a convoy of food, water, and medicine, but again, the city surrounded by invaders. And the Red Cross could not deliver the relief, stating conditions made it impossible to proceed. An escape route has opened for Mariupol, but it's not enough to get that convoy through. It was enough to help 3,000 people escape from Mariupol on Friday. But again, based on estimates, nearly 160,000 are still trapped. Meanwhile, for the first time in this invasion, the Ukrainian military flew into Russian territory and attacked an oil depot in Belgorod. It shows Ukraine's air capability is not destroyed as Russia claimed, and Ukraine's ability to evade Russian air defenses and strike back is an embarrassing setback for Russia that appears to be reeling in setbacks.
President Putin is not the force he used to be. His army is exhausted. He has suffered significant losses. The reputation of this great army of Russia has been trashed.
The Ukrainian counteroffensive has driven the invaders out of some of the outskirts of Kyiv, but here's what the Ukrainians are finding in the communities they've reclaimed. And the Pentagon expects the Russians to launch another major offensive soon. They say the Russians who pulled back from the outskirts of Kyiv are now reorganizing and reloading.
The best assessment we have, and it's an assessment at this early stage, is that they're going to be repositioned probably into Belarus to be refit and resupplied and used elsewhere in Ukraine.
We also know that Russian troops have withdrawn from the decommissioned Chernobyl nuclear waste site. There were reports they withdrew because they had radiation poisoning. Well, the head of the International Atomic Scientist, who is now in Ukraine and surveying some of the sites, says it has not received reports along those lines. Can't confirm, at least, there was radiation poisoning among the Russian troops. But he did say that based on monitoring they have, that there are no imminent threats as it relates to a release of radiation, that in fact the troops did kick up some radiation dust, and so there were some minor spikes, but nothing to trigger serious alarms at this point, which is at least a sliver of good news given the concern that we have heard repeatedly from the atomic scientists regarding nuclear safety, particularly around Chernobyl.
So what is the status of the peace talks? Are they still continuing, and are there any signs of progress?
They are continuing. It went virtual today. They will continue to proceed, but there is very little optimism at this point that it will produce anything worthwhile, because that's what Russia is saying after initially expressing some optimism on Tuesday. With each passing day, Russia has proceeded to increase bombardment when it said it would scale back, and it has continued to contradict what it said earlier this week, and has said as the U.S. agrees in its assessments that the peace talks at the very least are a long way from finished.
All right, Craig Patrick, thank you.
And a thank you to Fox 13 Tampa for that report. Also, our very own Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft spoke with a couple experts. Let's take a look at those.
National security expert Hal Kempfer, who's been guiding us each and every day through the war in Ukraine with the latest. Hal, good to see you. But let's first start off with what the president said in Poland over the weekend, because the White House, after the speech, said, quote, "The president's point was that Putin cannot be allowed to exercise power over his neighbors or the region. He was not discussing Putin's power in Russia or regime change." And then, of course, from the White House today, Hal, he said really similar comments, chalking this up to his moral outrage personally, not a policy proposal. It's hard to square the two when you're president of the United States, though, Hal.
You know, Andrew, when you're president of the United States, when you say something like that, that is White House policy. It doesn't go any higher. They've been walking it back. They've been trying to thread this needle in some way, shape, or form. Obviously, it plays into a narrative that Putin will use to propagandize his own people. It kind of shocked, the candor of it, I think, surprised some of our NATO allies. But in all fairness, I'm pretty certain that's exactly the discussion that they've been having in the White House and in various situation rooms, which is what comes next. And it certainly is a reasonable thing to ask, will Putin's regime, will Putin himself be around after this is all done? He has incurred a tremendous cost on Russia. These sanctions, it's going to take a while for them to be brought back or brought down or taken back until they reach a number of different things. And even if they come up with a peace agreement or some sort of really almost like an armistice of some sort between Ukraine and Russia, that still doesn't mean that all the nations of the world that have put sanctions on Russia will be completely satisfied and reverse course in at least 100-degree or 108-degree reverse course. They may keep a lot of things in place. So he's got a lot of problems which go to the survival of him as in charge of that regime and the regime itself. And I think President Biden was just being very candid. And in some ways, I think they've been walking it back a little bit too much.
Oh, that's interesting, because I was going to ask, what are the repercussions of President Biden's candor? We got this statement over the weekend from French President Macron. He said, "I wouldn't use terms like that," referencing what President Biden called Putin over the weekend. He called him a butcher. The French president said, rather, that is not helpful. I'm paraphrasing. He said, "I wouldn't use terms like that because I'm still in talks with President Putin." Now, is there a full rupture underway and in full display with the United States and Russia after such a comment like that? Because, Hal, you and I have talked about this. Putin will say all along, before the war even started, that the West wants regime change. They want Putin out of there.
I don't know if it's a full rupture. I think they're going to use it. Actually, I think some of the comments that have come out of Moscow haven't been nearly as strong as I thought they would have been, which tells me that they recognize that, that's exactly what's going on in President Biden's mind. That's going on in not just President Biden's mind. That's surely going on in the minds of other NATO leaders as well. I wouldn't be, surprised to find out behind closed doors if that was part of the discussion that they were having in Brussels. And so that was very much on his mind when he went to Poland. And I don't know if that was completely unscripted. They keep saying it's an off-the-cuff remark. Well, it was very passionately delivered. And if they can turn around and say, well, it was unscripted because it wasn't in the approved script or the approved, notes that we gave the press, but it gives the ability to put that out there and then walk it back. But, Putin would know this, all right? In the world of covert operations and covert action always works best when in support of overt policy. And I'm not saying that we are going to, we're not going to overthrow, the Putin regime or anything like that. But certainly, if there were those who were so inclined to take action in Moscow, we might be sending a signal to them saying we'd be very supportive. And there's only so many ways you can send that signal. So that's a possibility. I'm sure some could argue and say, well, that maybe it was just a mistake. You know, at that level, mistakes like that don't tend to get made. Everything is there for a purpose, even if they say it was an accident and they try to walk it back.
Okay, Hal, let's move on from the president's comments in Poland over the weekend to still 2 days later. It seems like he's getting asked about them. We'll play that exchange with Fox News White House correspondent Peter Doocy in just a little bit, because he did press him on that. Let's talk about what's going on down on the ground, though. We've just been seeing devastating images still out of Mariupol, but we know that some territorial gains and advantages have been put back under Ukrainian control. What do we know about that, especially over the weekend and this morning?
Well, if I may start with Mariupol, they take over a city is they destroy the city, and that seems to be that is classic Russian going back to Soviet doctrine, which is to use overwhelming fire support to destroy a city before you go in and attack it. That comes out of World War II doctrine. That was kind of the way they did things. What they're taking over in Mariupol is a city that's just been devastated, and the big thing is they're going to get in there, and then it's going to be, you know, I don't want to use too big of a comparison here, but they're going to have a bigger version of what they had in Kherson, which is, okay, now you've taken over the city, can you hang on to it? Can you occupy it? Can you leave enough troops in place to do that? And the reason they wanted to take Mariupol is because they wanted to be able to use those forces to divert them for other campaigns. But the Ukrainians may not let them do that, because the Ukrainians may turn around and wait till they draw down that force that they have in there, or what for them could be something like they just suffered up in Irpin, which is north of Kyiv, where they actually that city has been pretty much returned to Ukrainian control. Interesting thing that's not making the news, which I think is kind of big, is there's a tank battalion that was pulled out of Ukraine, and it's being reconstituted, somewhere. I think Belarus is probably where it's gone. They're going to reconstitute that tank battalion, and then the thought is that they may divert it and bring it into another axis of attack or another part of the operational area within Ukraine. That's interesting. That's the first time we've seen them pulling units out, reconstituting them, and then bringing them back. And that may become more common. And that may be part of their strategy if they do actually shift to the east, like they've been talking about, is to pull some of those forces out and then bring them out and around to move them back into Ukraine in a different location. So that's very possible. But a lot of Russian attempts east of Kyiv. There was a Russian attempted offensive that got pushed back. So what Russia's doing is what they always do, is they fire a lot of what seem to be poorly aimed rockets and artillery shells that normally use that to prep an attack, used as a preparatory fires, and then you come in and you attack behind it. With Russia, their inability to press the offensive, these things just become, they're not so much harassment fires, just going out there and trying to get random kinetic kills, if you will, and of course causing a lot of civilian damage and deaths.
Hal, let's talk about now some of these talks that are ongoing. Somewhat optimistic tone there from our correspondent in Washington, Madeline Rivera. But then again, we got this pretty unnerving report from the Wall Street Journal that 3 members of the Ukrainian delegation attending the peace talks between Ukraine and Russia on the night of the March the 3rd to the 4th experienced symptoms consistent with poisoning with chemical weapons. One of these victims was Russian entrepreneur Roman Abramovich, a name we have heard so much since the start of the invasion. I know you've read up on this, you've looked into this. How much can we take this with face value? This is a huge report from the Wall Street Journal.
Andrew, based on what I've been seeing, I'd say it happened. And frankly, that is right out of Putin's playbook. Now, there was some reporting today. They said this could be hardliners in the Kremlin. Okay. Honestly, I don't think that they would do something like this unless they had at least some sort of tacit approval by Putin. And if it stays true to form, I have a feeling that he probably directed them to do that. And that's just kind of a classic style that he has. The other thing to remember is we're looking at this now through the prism of what's on the ground now. But if you go back to March 3rd, it was a little different situation. And that may have been a way that he was sending a message to the Ukrainians saying, basically, we'll have these talks, but don't think that I'm going to conduct myself in ways normative to these types of discussions. And it may have been a little bit of a terror campaign on his end to actually make the delegates nervous about having these talks at all. That's a little bit of speculation. I can't be sure. But I will say that using a poison like that, using a chemical weapon like that in a confined situation targeted against specific high-level individuals is normative tradecraft for Putin.
But Hal, just to hone in on the point, especially Roman Abramovich, he's really one of the most high-profile Russian oligarchs in the West. Of course, he was forced to sell the Chelsea Football Club because of some of the sanctions put on him by the West. I was stunned, frankly, by this reporting today that if what you are saying tracks that high-level hardliners in the Russian Federation targeted Abramovich, how can we kind of read that? How can we interpret that?
Well, one interpretation, and I can't read Putin's mind, but one interpretation would be to send a message to the oligarchs. You know, we've been certainly talking about the oligarchs potentially overthrowing Putin. And he may have been sending a message to them to say, look, I can always reach out and touch you. I can always conduct clandestine operations through, you know, at least 2 different security services, 3 if you count the GRU, which is the military intelligence arm, which often does these types of operations overseas. He may have been sending a message out there, which is you might want to pipe down, you might want to be less vocal, because if you are, you know my history and you know what I can do. And by the way, just to make a point, I did it again. And that's one possibility. I think that's a very likely possibility that would motivate his actions.
Yeah, and Hal, just to interject there, because that tracks with what Putin said at that huge rally in Moscow. Absolutely. Telling the attendees there about what he called a 5th column in Russian society, essentially, you know, unpatriotic Russians who are, you know, more friendly, more sympathetic to Western ideals, Western customs, and the like. So that's kind of what I was taking from this explosive scoop today.
Well, Abramovich definitely falls into that category. You know, if you listen to the speech and dissect the exact words he used, that would definitely fit how he would view Abramovich. That would fit how he'd view some other oligarchs as well. That speech was very telling. It was for anyone in power in Russia, it was unnerving, and frankly, it was very Stalinist. That's the type of language that Stalin would use. And it also was something that indicated a coming purge. And there's a lot of ways to do a purge. Some is, you know, we're more familiar with from the history of Stalin was to round them up and either shoot them or haul them off to a gulag in Siberia. But in this day of age, with the tools of assassination that Putin has exercised in other circumstances, this would be very consistent with his tradecraft.
All right, Hal Kempfer, we're going to leave it at that. A lot of these headlines we have gotten to, and we appreciate you helping us make sense of them as we go even deeper into this war. Hal, thanks so much.
Thank you, Andrew.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox, where we bring raw, unfiltered, and nonstop news from all across the nation. I'm Stephanie Weaver, reporting out of Los Angeles. Earlier in the week, Fox News' Brett Baer spoke with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. So if you missed this report, I'm going to play that now here on Live Now from Fox.
Mr. President, I'd like to start with this. How do you believe this war ends?
Only without victory. A victory of truth means victory of Ukraine and Ukrainians. The question is when it will end. That is a deep question. It's a painful question. Besides victory, the Ukrainian people will not accept any outcome.
What are you willing to agree to get a peace deal? For example, are you willing to trade any amount of Ukrainian territory to achieve a peace deal with Russia?
We do not trade our territory. So the question of territorial integrity and sovereignty is out of discussion. There are difficult questions regarding temporarily occupied territories. There are principal difficulties. We are ready to put off some issues off the agenda, like the Crimean issue. We are prepared to talk about having the Crimea an issue. The occupation of Crimea should be resolved in a diplomatic format, maybe like 10 years later. Globally, the issue needs to be resolved, such as the end of warfare, and then diplomacy steps in. Diplomatically, we can find a solution, because Ukraine is a peaceful, peace-loving nation. And I said this in answering to your first question. It is what matters most is to save as many lives of our people as possible. We do need guarantees of security from leading nations. And the Russian Federation understands that. We may have argument about this or that country, but among the key states, there have to be guarantors, and those can be members of NATO or those outside it. And we are talking about key players, consider key players of the world. But once again, I'm saying that we want those countries that want it join this openly. In addition to the US, Great Britain, Germany, France, Turkey, why I named this list. This is not all of them. We would like to have China join it. We understand that Russia needs to find a place in that agreement as well, because it will be an agreement between Ukraine and Russia, so that because they are a party to this war, they are a subject of this aggression, invasion, and they need to be bound by that treaty. And I know that several different countries want to be a member of this alliance. Among the security guarantors for Ukraine, I know Israel and Ireland, etc. But for now, I only named those countries which have already said that they are prepared to be guarantors, or those who we contacted and already exchanged some early drafts of the documents about them being guaranteed.
So short of NATO, short of Article 5 protection, you're saying a group of nations provide security guarantees. Has President Biden offered the U.S. as one of those countries?
We talked with President Biden. We talked with him quite often enough. We had a conversation yesterday. We are saying that Ukraine would like to see among the leaders of those guarantors those who are joining this important peace settlement process. We would like to see the United States led by the President among those leaders. And on our part, we received a message that the United States are considering this proposition. They're considering it in a positive way. We want to see specific guarantees. What will be our future? if we now make an agreement with Russia, but 2 years later they come back with another war? What will happen? Not in the next 3 weeks or a week, but or a year. We want to know what will happen within the first hours of a new war. If American intelligence says that there may be an invasion starting in January, then what? Will there be prevention sanctions? Will there be pressure on those individuals who push for escalation? What will be further steps regarding weapons, regarding troops? There are many questions. And we would like to have answers, even if not much, but some specific answers.
Mr. President, what do you think Vladimir Putin wants?
Vladimir Putin wants the world and Western countries what they give to him. Then appetites usually grow. I think the president of the Russian Federation is not an exception if you look in the historical time. And many people have such appetites grow. The more you give them, the more their appetite grows in terms of territories. So those appetites keep growing. And then your surrounding keeps saying, believe me, now is the time to take this step. That surrounding usually creates some kind of an information bubble around a leader. Now you live in that information environment that they created for you. When you begin to live in such a world, then you get such information, and then you try to undertake certain solutions which are terrible. Not civilized, not democratic, but some kind of authoritarian. That's how they took our Crimea, they took away our Donbas, and now they want to take more of our territory. We will not let them, because one can't do things like that. Someone has to stop it. If not us, then there'll be others after us. Europe, countries of Europe, the European Union, the former Soviet republics, and then, of course, Poland, Romania, and so on. Those are big plans. So that's what he wants. And he will get it unless he is stopped. They talk about the ambition to bring back the former Soviet countries back into the Russian Federation, saying that their territory is much bigger than what they have, and it goes way outside of today's borders of the Russian Federation. So what he wants is his personal business. The question is about us, what we can allow him to get.
Our military experts believe that you want to build on recent successful Ukrainian counterattacks by expanding to kind of a counteroffensive phase. And that's why you're requesting all these advanced weapons like long and mid-range air defense, combat aircraft, tanks, armored vehicles, counter-battery, radar, etc. Our people also believe that the Biden administration is resisting this in some way. Is that true? Are they resisting that effort?
Regarding heavy weapons, everything's very simple. If the world is ready to tell the truth to their people, if we don't have heavy weapons, how can we defend ourselves? How can we fight against one of the strongest armies in the world? Our military, our people, soldiers are stronger than the Russian Federation. But they have a lot more weapons, so these forces are not equal. And they will say, excuse me, you now have enough of what you were given, and we cannot go and die for your territory. These are serious challenges. Powerful weapons are needed to Ukrainians. Heavy weapons will give us an opportunity to talk with them at the negotiation table.
Do you believe that President Biden wants Ukraine to win, or that President Biden and his administration fear Putin's reaction if Russia loses?
I have faith that President Biden like any true American citizen, believes and wants the truth to win. And the truth is on the side of Ukraine. I believe that they want the values that make our nations closer to win. That's freedom, that's democracy, freedom of speech, freedom to choose your dignified life, work, who to live with, who to love, how many children to have. And I think that those values are close to every human being. We want simple peace for our nation. We don't want a million of quality bulletproof vests or some special brand helmets. Just give us missiles. Give us airplanes. You cannot give us F-18 or F-19 or whatever you have. Give us the old Soviet planes. That's all. Give them into my hands. Give me something to defend my country with, my state. And if you want it, and I believe that the United States, the people of the United States, want that, but if this process gets longer, continues to be delayed, if we can see that the process of transferring those weapons is getting slower, then people begin to ask the question, is it really true? Maybe there is some game behind it. I don't want to believe that some partners of ours are playing games. We want simple peace for our nation. We don't want a million of quality bulletproof vests or some special brand helmets. Just give us missiles. Give us airplanes. You cannot give us F-18 or F-19 or whatever you have. Give us the old Soviet planes. That's all. Give them into my hands. Give me something to defend my country with, my state. And if you want it, and I believe that the United States, the people of the United States, want that, but if this process gets longer, continues to be delayed, if we can see that the process of transferring those weapons is getting slower, then people begin to ask the question, is it really true? Maybe there is some game behind it. I don't want to believe that some partners of ours are playing games. I don't know if President Biden is fearing President Putin. I believe that he doesn't. I want to believe that he doesn't, because he's the leader of a big nation, a great nation. I'm holding my fist. That's our tradition. I don't know if you understand this standard. I hold my fists or cross my fingers so that this will never happen, that any president of the United States would fear Russia. Because America for us was always a symbol of democracy. And I have faith that Ukraine is also now, for Ukraine, you're also a symbol of freedom.
Did you order the attack into Russian soil, the Ukrainian helicopter attack on a Russian military depot across from Kharkiv, across the border in Russia?
I'm sorry. I do not discuss any of my orders as Commander-in-Chief, the leader of this state, and there are things which I only share with the military armed forces of Ukraine and when they talk with me. You need to understand that on that territory that you mentioned, you have to know they were placing their shooting systems and firing those missiles themselves. And I know in some regions this path to Mariupol, we had made a deal with the Russian Federation to open that corridor. they went, people went, but then the Russians shot at them. And they said, no, we didn't shoot, but they controlled 140 kilometers of that road. Our forces were not there, and they shot many of those convoys, and Russians were saying, we ordered not to shoot. So, in those temporarily occupied territories, there are all kinds of things happening which do not balance. The military do looting, marauding. It's not just Russian soldiers. We know that there are some Wagner group fighters, and there are Chechnya fighters, Chechnya guards, and some Syrians, all kinds of fighters there. So what's happening there? The Russians might not even know fully what happens there. What matters for us is that you and the whole world should know that we are a country at war. We were attacked. That is what matters. That is the biggest tragedy. But honestly, it's not professional to talk about it. They occupied our territory. They attacked us. It's been this war been going on for 8 years. So whatever happens in a certain situation, it's hard for me to comment.
Well, Vladimir Putin's history, Mr. President, on ceasefires, for example, is that he uses them to rebuild his forces. Advance tactically, he always breaks the ceasefire, at least in the past, by initiating military action. If, for example, Mariupol falls to the Russians, some observers believe that Putin may offer a ceasefire in order to stop your successful counteroffenses and then have time to rebuild his forces. Would you accept a ceasefire?
Regarding an actual ceasefire, I don't think that it will be real until we have reached that agreement with the leaders. Like I said, an agreement can only be made with guarantors of our security. Yes, there may be an agreement about this or that regime for ceasefire for a day or two, for instance, to collect the wounded and the dead bodies of Ukrainian soldiers from Mariupol that's under blockade. The President of the Russian Federation may use that time in order to withdraw his troops back to the east to strengthen his position there. I am sure that such a strategy is likely to be considered by President Putin's military leaders. But if we do get a one-day ceasefire or some hours of ceasefire in order to be able to help our people, those people are waiting for our help. We don't care about the tactics of Russian Federation. We will gladly accept such a ceasefire in order to help our people. That's number one. Number two, the strategy of taking Ukraine in 3 days or 5 days, this is already a matter of the past. Let's not forget that it failed, and we will stand defending us, and we will be the first ones among those who want to finish the war diplomatically, and we will always support it. From the beginning, we were speaking in favor of peace, but we are fighting on our territory. But everybody must know that if we are pressed in a corner on our territory, we will respond the way we can in order to save as many our lives as we can. We will answer at full strength.
And what's your final message for Vladimir Putin?
I wish him to watch television that is not Russian, to see what really is happening in the world.
Your chief economic advisor says since the invasion, February 24th, Russia oil exports have not fallen. In fact, Vladimir Putin has received $19 billion from European countries for oil and gas. Russia's currency has shot back up in value. Are the sanctions working, or is Putin winning this sanctions fight?
Sanctions definitely work, and Russia definitely is afraid of sanctions. It puts them out of comfort. It drops down their economy, but there's a question of how sanctions are working. We are showing and telling the United States and European leaders, everybody must work together and quickly. They must have an impact on the oligarchs, on the president of Russia, and on all the parties and on the country in general. The United States should continue working on this. If the U.S. would like to have successful negotiations at the negotiation table with Ukraine, the nations of Europe and the world must feel that America is strong and the sanctions must be appropriately strong. If Ukraine is gone tomorrow, there will be a food crisis in the world. I was saying there will be an artificial deficit of energy resources due to Nord Stream 2. So the sanctions need to be pressed further. U.S. congressmen, senators, everybody must keep pressing, and they must show that if you want to say that you're the leaders of this civilization, keep being that. Don't lose this initiative.
Are you seeing evidence that China is helping Russia militarily? Clearly, China is helping economically. So is India, perhaps other countries. Do you have a message about that?
I would like the Chinese People's Republic to be on our side, but nevertheless, it'll be their choice. Who can make an influence? Who can impact this? I think without direct talks, direct communication between the U.S. and the Chinese People's Republic, it will not be possible. It will be difficult to achieve the result that the world needs.
A couple of quick things, if I could, Mr. President. Reports are this morning that you fired 2 senior members of your national security team, and you're quoted as a report saying, "I do not have time to deal with all the traitors, but they will gradually be punished." Is that true, and can you tell us the circumstances of that?
Yes, I stripped them of their ranks. One person was fired sometime earlier, and today he was stripped of his general rank. Another person was expelled in our secret service for the reasons that one of them is not inside this country right now, and the other one was not at work and was someplace else inside Ukraine at the time when the city was being occupied, his city was being occupied by Russians. So I believe this was wrong, and now I want our law enforcement to examine this further.
Do you know how many assassination attempts you've survived?
I don't know.
But there have been some.
There are things which is difficult for me to count. My intelligence says there were such attempts, and we saw information about some arrivals, planes. There were other details. But listen, I'm alive, I'm not wounded, I'm intact. So it's hard for me to talk about this. So many people have died in our country.
I want to have you clear something up for us, and this is these reports about the Azov Battalion that is said to be Nazi-affiliated organization operating as a militia in your country, said to be committing their own atrocities. What should Americans know about that unit, about those reports?
So Azov was one of those many battalions. They are what they are. They were defending our country. And later, I want to explain to you. Everything from all the components of those volunteer battalions later were incorporated into the military of Ukraine. Those Azov fighters are no longer self-established group. They are a component of the Ukrainian military. Back in 2014, there were situations when our volunteers were encircled, and some of them did violate laws. laws of Ukraine. And they actually were taken to court and got prison sentences. So law is above all.
I wonder if I could ask you to respond in English. World attention has been key to Ukraine's resistance strategy. What happens when interest wanes? Are you worried that the West has a short attention span?
That is a very big problem. And it's not about interest for the Ukraine, for our soldiers, for peace, for democracy. That it couldn't be, very popular or not very popular, because it's counting of the people's lives. Yes, and that's why I do believe that if we want to stop this war, if we want to win this version of Russian Federation, to win in this war, because that is. It's not only Russian-Ukrainian war or war for our independence. I believe it will not be, but it's a world war. Even in information that began already. That is the war of principal things for the freedom, life for all the process. If I don't believe that we'll lose, but. Always but, if we will not be so strong and Russia would go through Ukraine to another countries and will, that is the biggest problem for the world, that you will see how all other dictators or, all other countries, big countries in the world will change their principles and will do the same. That will not be the last war in the world. It will be the first of those future biggest wars in the world. That's it. I think so.
We had hundreds of people write in on social media, and a lot of questions dealt with you, how you're holding up, how is your family. They wanted to feel you personally, how you were getting through this war, and how your family is doing.
I'm okay. I'm do what I can, and each morning I'm thinking that I don't do enough. And that is the biggest problem for me. But that's good that I don't have so much free time to think about all this, all these things. And I don't have any time to think about me. And it's a pity that I don't have time to think about, spending time with my family. That is the problem, because that is the love of my life. That is that thing that I want, I love, and that I have, the main things I have. And that's why I think we fight, all our Ukrainians, because we saw a lot of things. We want our children to be with open eyes and to see it.
Last thing, you were elected at 41, younger than any of our presidents here in the U.S. 3 years ago, you were starring in a Ukrainian sitcom. You had a successful career as a comedian and an actor. You're even on the Dancing with the Stars Ukrainian version. But now you're being described around the world as this Churchillian figure, standing firm against Russia. Short of experiencing war, could you ever anticipate the intensity of focus, the purpose that this war demands of you, and where you are right now?
God chooses what we can endure, and I think this was not by chance. I know that we will stand through this, and my partners today are the people of Ukraine, and I'm now working 24/7, and I fulfill my work as much as I can efficiently.
Mr. President, we appreciate your time on behalf of Special Report and Fox News.
Thank you so much. It was a great honor.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver reporting from Los Angeles. Thank you for being with us here on Live Now from Fox on this Saturday. We were just showing you those remarks from Fox News and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. We're going to stick on the topic of Ukraine and Russia with our very own Live Now from Fox, speaking earlier this week with the Washington Post. Let's take a look.
Nick Miroff. Nick, thanks so much for being with us today on this Friday. My first question to you, though, is essentially, broadly for our viewers, what did Title 42 do during the duration and the course of the pandemic?
Sure. Well, Title 42 was like an emergency public health order that basically allowed CBP to kind of bypass what would be normal immigration proceedings at the border and just rapidly, like almost do like a quick deportation for people who were coming across. And that included people seeking asylum. And so they were processed outdoors in most cases and sent back to Mexico, or in other cases, returned to their home countries. But basically the idea was that you wanted to avoid holding people in some kind of crowded detention-like setting. You also needed to protect the public from, possibly spreading the virus more. So these measures were put in place in March 2020, right at the beginning of the pandemic, and they've been there ever since. And both the Trump administration and the Biden administration have now, done a combined 1.7 million expulsions under this public health order over the past 2 years.
Nick, why was it the CDC's mission to, first enact it, first enforce it? Where does that agency's, purview come into this?
Well, it all dates back to like a very old, almost 100-year-old public health law. And, again, the idea is that in a time of a pandemic that you have to restrict border entries and you want to avoid, holding people in some kind of detention setting that would facilitate the spread of infection. So that authority was put in place in March 2020, and it's really became the primary border management tool for U.S. Customs and Border Protection. That was true under Trump, and then the Biden administration continued it. And now what we're moving toward is more of a return to normal immigration proceedings, with the caveat that border crossings right now are at record levels.
Nick, we're hearing from two Democratic senators, Senator Manchin from West Virginia, Senator Sinema from Arizona. Manchin put out a statement today saying we are nowhere near prepared to deal with that influx, urging the Biden administration to delay this even further. What are the political implications of taking this away, of revoking this?
Well, there's a significant degree of potential risk here for President Biden, as well as his party. If we see more scenes like the Del Rio episode that viewers will remember last September, when thousands of mostly Haitian migrants crossed into the Del Rio, Texas area. I think the administration's nightmare is that we'll see a repeat of those types of scenes, or potentially in multiple locations. So they want to proceed very cautiously, and that's why they put the day for Title 42 to expire as May 23rd. So they're lifting the order, but they're not doing it right away. They're trying to give themselves more time to make sure that they have the capacity in place, that they have enough agents, enough detention space, and that they can try to manage this in this transition in as orderly a way as possible, even if it results in more people being released into the United States, and knowing that they're going to be criticized heavily by Republicans for those releases.
Yeah, and Nick, just correct me if I'm wrong here, but the entire, concept of asylum or migrants seeking asylum, that was put on pause for the duration of the pandemic. Is that right, or is that too broad?
It's a little too broad. The Title 42 order basically closed off asylum for most people. But what happened was when the Biden administration came in, it stopped applying Title 42 as aggressively as the Trump administration did. It made exemptions for unaccompanied minors. It said it would not apply that to unaccompanied minors. And what we saw also is that most family groups were also exempted from Title 42. And so right now, over the past few months, only about a quarter of the families that have arrived seeking asylum have been expelled under Title 42. The Biden administration has continued to use it for the majority of single adults. And again, that is their biggest challenge. That is by far the largest share of folks who are crossing the border are single adults. And so their biggest challenge going forward is going to be, what to do with single adult migrants who are applying for asylum. How do you hold them responsibly, safely in a detention setting long enough to process them and to adjudicate their claims, and in other cases to remove them from the United States?
Yeah, Nick, just quickly, because from your reporting, it suggests that there are very, very many migrants who are waiting for this to end in order to submit their claims and have their process adjudicated. Right.
Well, the Biden administration itself is already saying that they are anticipating an increase in border crossings. CBP officials believe that there are thousands of migrants who are in Mexico right now, anticipating an end to Title 42, biding their time. They saw that with the Haitians who arrived to Del Rio after they used Title 42 to send many of them back to Haiti. We saw a lot of the people in that camp in Del Rio go back to Mexico and wait, and many of them are still there in Mexico, looking for a better opportunity when they can apply for asylum and not be expelled. So the government is anticipating significant pressures. They say that they're preparing, they're adding capacity, they're going to do what they can to manage it, but I think that, all of these are open questions over the next few weeks, if, as they're facing what have been record numbers of people being taken into custody.
And Nick, just lastly, because let's talk about how the Biden administration is essentially going to sell this and justify this. We know, and I was drawing somewhat comparison to the Remain in Mexico policy. That was a Trump policy that essentially a judge's ruling makes the Biden administration still enforce that they were damned if they do, damned if they don't in that situation. Is this similar? The Biden administration, this was put in before they got in there because of the pandemic. They had to essentially, extend it so many times. They're now going to finally end it, but they were put in a pretty tricky spot here.
That's right. I mean, this was the most significant immigration policy holdover from the Trump administration. And what became increasingly untenable for the Biden administration was the argument that this was necessary for public health at a time when the CDC was easing many of the other restrictions that had come with the pandemic. And so many people in the Democratic Party, as well as immigrant advocates, have been really calling for the Biden administration to end Title 42, to go back to normal immigration proceedings and to restore asylum rights at the border. And so I think we reached a point this spring with cases at a relatively low point that the Biden administration felt that they really had to go forward with this, knowing that it brought some both political and operational risks in case the number of border crossings we see goes significantly higher.
And we'll be tracking that number, especially on May 23rd, 24th, when that is lifted. Nick Miroff from the Washington Post, thank you for a great conversation. We'll talk to you again.
Good to be with you.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we continue our conversation on the war in Ukraine. Our very own Fox Milwaukee spoke with a man who is from Milwaukee and was visiting Poland and his experience overseas. Let's take a look at that conversation here on Live Now from Fox.
Meanwhile, a Fond du Lac County man visiting Poland is getting a first-hand look at the effects of the war in Ukraine. He has seen the moments after a missile strike. He's seen refugees fleeing their homeland and more of the heartache caused by war. But he's also grateful. He tells our Aaron Maben why.
Billowing black smoke after missiles hit an oil depot in western Ukraine over the weekend. The aftermath of the Russian strike was captured by Andrew Fidzikevich.
The war in Ukraine is not only the war between Russia and Ukraine. This is the war between Russia and free world.
Fidzikevich runs Camp Vista in Fond du Lac County, but was in Ukraine helping with the humanitarian crisis.
They need more and more help, logistic help, and also help with weapons and help with food.
Across the border, he recorded refugees in his home country of Poland. Thousands of women and children with just suitcases and clothes on their backs.
Packed with refugees. I would say 95% of people, they are refugees. You can't find a place to sit, even a place to stand.
Fidzikevich talked with me on his drive to see family in Poland. As he documents this wartime journey,
They really need help and prayer from all of us.
He's sharing gratitude for the people in Wisconsin who have helped him help others.
Especially for my neighborhood, from Fond du Lac area neighborhood, for participation in helping Ukrainian people.
In Milwaukee County, Aaron Maben, Fox 6 News.
Fidzikevich says he's received donations and cards from many people in Wisconsin, which he, in turn, is using to support people in Eastern Europe.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Sticking with the topic of Ukraine and sticking with Fox Milwaukee, you may want to think twice about buying fertilizer because the war in Ukraine has made fertilizer triple the cost, and Fox Milwaukee also has that report. Let's check it out.
With spring just around the corner, you might want to think twice about buying fertilizer. The war in Ukraine actually making the cost almost triple from last year at this time. As Christina Van Zelst explains tonight, it's already affecting Wisconsin farmers.
It's a typical Sunday here at Dave Morris Farms in Heartland.
And run about 900 acres of corn.
But this year, the grass isn't necessarily green.
The war is an iffy situation for us, for everybody, not just farmers.
The war in Ukraine leaving farmers in the dust. Jim Wren says because Russia is the #1 fertilizer supplier in the U.S., prices will be at least 3 times higher for farmers.
My cost this year will be just short of $900 a ton, where last year it was $220 a ton.
Wren says his corn will be impacted the most. That's because it uses the most fertilizer, but so too will his soybeans, wheat, and hay.
Ukraine is an export and import for countries around the world, so if they don't get their corn crop in, does that mean they're going to need more corn from the United States?
It's a growing concern that will also impact consumers. Farmers hoping their product prices will remain competitive.
It's unfortunate for the consumer because then their price for goods will go up as well.
Wren says they have to bite the bullet and budget.
You find different ways to,
in the meantime, they trudge on.
Make ends meet.
In addition to fertilizer, Russia has banned more than 200 products from being exported. Reporting in Heartland, Christina Van Zelst, Fox 6 News.
And fertilizer prices aren't the only problem farmers are dealing with. Higher fuel and labor costs, another challenge, or other challenges, I should say, that they are facing.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox, where we continue to bring raw, unfiltered, and nonstop news from all across the nation around 11:15 here on the West Coast. But thank you all for joining us here on Live Now as we continue our updated conversation on the war in Ukraine. And our very own Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft spoke with an expert to learn more. So let's take a look.
Now, as always, for each and every day that the war has gone on, national security expert Hal Kempfer. Hal, good to see you on this Friday night. My first question to you, because this was quite something that we got word of last night, that this large fire was reported at this oil storage facility in Belgorod, that's just north of the Ukrainian border. It is inside Russia, Hal. This is significant because since the war began, there have been no Ukrainian, attacks or targets inside the Russian Federation. Do you think there'll be more? What does this mean?
Andrew, I think what it means is that the Ukrainians might be taking the war to Russia in a more significant way. If you remember, after when World War II happened, we did a rather audacious attack over Tokyo, which was made into a movie called 30 Seconds Over Tokyo. It really militarily didn't do a whole lot except to show our resolve and to bring it home that Japan is not off limits. Same thing here. I think what we're doing is it was two different things. What we're seeing is probably was the Ukrainians. I'm a little dubious about the cigarette smoking thing the Ukrainians put out. They're smartly not taking responsibility. Have to. The strike was on a fuel facility, and that's the Achilles heel of the Russians is logistics. Fuel, food, ammo, these are all things that are in short supply. They don't have a lot of what we would call expeditionary capability or lift capability of these things. So when they take out an ammo depot, like what happened a couple days ago, when you take out a big fuel site, like what happened last night, this has a exponential impact on the logistics capability of the Russians. So they're smart moves. They don't need the publicity value. Matter of fact, not taking responsibility and kind of letting the Russians say whatever they say, but at the same time, leaving a certain seed of doubt as to whether the Russians actually did this to themselves or accidentally did this, doesn't hurt the Ukrainian position at all.
And Hal, we just heard from President Zelensky. He was speaking to Fox News' Brett Baer in a wide-ranging interview. We're going to play that interview in full when you and I are done speaking. But Baer asked him about this, to which Zelensky replied, "I do not discuss any of my orders as commander-in-chief."
Mm-hmm. I have to tell you, I'm actually impressed with the what I would call discipline that I'm seeing from the Ukrainians in terms of what they do, what they say they're going to do, what they take responsibility for. They know what they're doing. They're very smart. The other thing, too, is I think that was probably gut-wrenching for President Zelensky, the announcement yesterday that, a couple of his senior generals and by inference there were others involved, too, were actually spies. They were actually operating for Russia. That must have been gut-wrenching, particularly with all the humanitarian pain, the humanitarian impact of this invasion, to find out that people at that level within your own government are working for the enemy. That's just a horrific revelation. So I imagine they're playing their cards a little closer to the vest today than they were yesterday because of that. And also they're just being much shrewder about what they say or don't say publicly.
Yeah, and Hal, I think it's, or maybe this has been forgotten by some Americans here at home, that, before this all started, there were, many pro-Russian sympathizers in high levels of the Ukrainian military, the Ukrainian government, the legislature, or parliament rather, in Ukraine. So I guess me personally, I had kind of forgotten that fact, even as this is all going on.
Well, there were, I think that was something that Putin was planning on, was that there would be more sympathy within the government. And of course, their whole plan was based on they would roll in and basically have a decapitation strike and be able to take over. But but that didn't work out that way. They met fierce resistance all the way around. And, you know, having been in multiple wars, I will tell you that you tend to harden your attitude about the enemy when they're out there. You tend to be much less magnanimous when you see, when people are actually being killed. And that's happening here. And their tolerance for any ambiguity on where they stand is pretty much gone at this point. I can't imagine there's any tolerance for any sort of pro-Russian or pseudo-pro-Russian feeling within the government. They would get them out, and I'm kind of curious what eventually does happen to those generals, because if they're actual spies, international law is pretty clear on that. This is the law of war. It's an interesting little paragraph they have in the Geneva Convention, which is spying is not against the law of war, but spies can be executed as a disincentive to spying. That's a heck of a disincentive, but it is out there. Yeah.
Hal, let's talk about, because we've heard so many times from Ukrainian officials, Zelensky himself, that there really is no going back to relations with Russia. This has really severed them forever. That is very emotional language. We'll see what happens 5, 10, 15 years from now. But let's talk about the fact, especially when that has Putin come into the conversation. Will Putin, you think, ever be let back into the community of nations? Can he be ostracized forever? And of course, regime change comes into this scenario. But, I've just been thinking about this a lot. How can Putin, at the G20, at all of these kind of world summits that happen periodically, how can leaders in the West, interact with him, be taken, a photograph with him at these summits in the near term, in the long term? I just don't see it happening.
I think you're absolutely right. I've been thinking about this. Actually, when this thing kicked off, I thought about this, and my first thought was, that's it. He's done. He's out. He will not be allowed into any. There will be no G20 in his future. No world leaders, except for maybe Venezuela, Cuba, and North Korea, are really going to welcome him in and want to be seen with him. He is an absolute complete pariah, and every day he digs himself deeper with these attacks on civilian sites. The suffering, killing children, women, innocent civilians across the board. Just a complete callous disregard for the norms of, not just the norms of normal civilized behavior, but the norms of war, the law of war. And I have no doubt that he and many members of his administration and critically that chain of command, however convoluted it may be, within Ukraine going all the way up to Putin, are going to be indicted on war crimes. And I think at some point in the future, the court in The Hague is going to be very busy prosecuting them, far more busy than they were after the Balkans. I think there's just going to be a lot of things happening. So I think you're absolutely right. I think he's as a world leader, he's really done. All he can really do is intimidate. That's it. He can't really influence.
Yeah. It's just something I've been thinking about so much lately. How does he come back from this? Will he ever be welcomed in? We know, leaders in the West, France, Germany, and so many more, I've been on the phone with him multiple times. But that's different than, having bilateral summits with Putin. And so what does a Russia without Putin look like? What does a Russia with Putin 10 to 15 years from now look like? Those are questions on top of mind. Hal, let's move on. The U.S. military canceled a test of its Minuteman III intercontinental ballistic missile. Earlier, it had initially said it was only going to delay the test. This was a bid to lower the rhetoric, to lower tensions about the nuclear threat force posture. What does this mean? What is your assessment of where kind of everyone's talk about the nuclear threat is right now? Has it kind of abated in your eyes?
I think it's still right there. And I think what you're seeing with this cancellation is just don't do anything that could be misinterpreted. The problem with these, with our systems and their systems is we pick up, obviously, and so do they. We pick up when missiles have been launched. In fact, that's just that's a Cold War legacy, if you will. We've been able to do that for a long time, and so we just don't want to be launching missiles that could be misinterpreted. Also, I think if we let's just say our confidence in the command and control communications and computers of the Russians is probably at a pretty low ebb right now. So if there was ever any doubt that that they would be able to get it right, doubt that they might mistake a test as the actual real thing, I think that's been highlighted by their failures across the board militarily, with everything done with Ukraine, from planning to preparation, not to mention this they're just horrible execution. That I think there's just doubt. I think there's just doubt in the Russian military and all their services and all their command and control functions at every level. So I think that's a smart move.
Let's talk about a major power that has kind of been on the sidelines of all of this tangentially, China. The Times of London had a report today, an exclusive, that China staged a huge cyber attack on Ukraine's military and nuclear facilities in the lead up to Russia's invasion there. That was according to intelligence memos obtained by the Times. What are we to make of this? Because from what everyone had known, China was being told since the invasion began, do not help Russia militarily, do not help Russia financially, per a request by the Russian Federation. But hearing this today, it doesn't seem like China's going to heed those warnings.
Andrew, you and I have talked about this before, and this has been an age-old discussion. Is a cyber attack an act of war? Lawyers have gone back and forth on this. Generals have gone back and forth on this. There's a lot of philosophical debate. Is cyber within the realm of war? Now, within the doctrine of China, they adhere to a doctrine not dissimilar to some of what we have as well, called unrestricted warfare. In Chinese military doctrine, if you will, warfare doctrine, they don't see a bright line between what's done economically, financially, culturally, and in the cyber realm from what we would call kinetics, all right, actual physical warfare. They see it as all one big piece. It's a very holistic view of a conflict or confrontation or competition amongst nations and empires. That's how they see it. So for them, in their view, there is no difference in terms of an attack of launching cyber, which they would see sanctions as nothing more than just another form of warfare as well. So they see it in a very holistic thing. We tend to bifurcate. We see a big difference between what's done economically, what's done financially, in the cyber realm, and actually dropping bombs or sending troops across the border. We see that as very different. They don't see it quite that way. This is one of the things, though, that China is going to take a hit on this, because that is a very significant effort that they made on behalf of Russia that will not be discounted. And I don't think after what Russia's been doing that they're going to be able to just walk away and say, well, we do stuff like that. They don't do it at that level. I mean, we all saw the attack. When it happened, I think most experts thought it was probably from Russia itself. Now we find out that Russia had probably enlisted those cyber regiments that China has. China has phenomenal capabilities, in-depth capabilities to do stuff like this. So they marshaled those on behalf of Russia to make that happen, which that is significant in and of itself. The other thing, though, is China is worldwide, and I get involved with this wearing multiple hats and dealing with or countering Chinese influence worldwide. They have this massive Belt and Road Initiative. Ukraine was part of the Belt and Road. That was a big part of their movement, and building that that new Silk Road was going right through Ukraine. I don't know if that's going to happen. When this is all said and done, I think China's got a big problem in its relationship with Ukraine. It's got a big problem in its relationship with all the European countries because of this. It's also got a big problem with a number of Central Asian countries that are in the same area that may see themselves as the next Ukraine or in sympathy with Ukraine. And I'm thinking of Georgia and some other former Soviet republics. So I think China has really set themselves back. This was a strategic blunder on their end.
Hal Kempfer, as always, we're going to take just a quick commercial break. We'll have more questions for you on Russia's war into Ukraine when we come back. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Friday night. Hope you're getting a good start to your weekend. I'm Andrew Kraft. Just wanted to preview what we have in store for the bottom of the hour. We'll be playing out in full Fox's Bret Baier's interview with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. It was an exclusive get. It's about 30 minutes, and we're going to play it in full at the bottom of the hour. But joining me now to take more questions about Russia's war into Ukraine as it enters its sixth week, national security expert Hal Kempfer. Hal, thanks so much for being with us so often here as you guide us through this conflict. One of those questions Bret Baier posed to Zelensky was, do you think...
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver reporting from Los Angeles. Switching gears from Ukraine and Russia, we are going to talk some entertainment news. Will Smith has been in the headlines for obvious reasons all week long due to that slap heard all across the world with Chris Rock. And yesterday it was confirmed that Will Smith is resigning from the Academy, the Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. And also the Academy did respond back to me as well, saying that they do and have received that resignation and have accepted it. So we do have a couple updates on Will Smith, along with some expert interviews, starting with our very own Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft. Let's take a look.
Joining me now, Andrew Tchaikovsky, legal expert, friend of the program. Andrew, good to see you. First, before we get into this, just your reaction. So many people still talking about this 24 hours later.
Well, usually when you're watching the Oscars, I think the biggest news that comes from it is somebody committed some sort of fashion faux pas of some sort. So coming out of the Academy Awards last night to a big breaking legal story was certainly not what I was expecting for my Sunday night. And I think the nation the same. TikTok and Instagram and social media has been certainly going crazy today with people talking about this.
Yeah, Andrew, so we know yesterday the LAPD said that it was aware of the incident, but it was not pursuing an investigation because the person involved, Chris Rock, declined to file a police report. Now, just because, you know, whoever was injured in this, Chris Rock, decides not to pursue it criminally, that doesn't mean, you know, some prosecutor, maybe in LA County, could not take up the case, right? There's still that avenue open, or is this moot at this point?
Right. So there's three ways that this can go from a legal perspective. One's criminal, the second would be civil, and the third is essentially kind of within the organization itself. Administrative is what I'll call that. From a criminal perspective, in California, typically an assault case like this, a single punch or a single hit assault case, usually can't really go anywhere without a cooperating witness. Now, you can take these cases to trial, and with the video evidence that you have at hand, perhaps you wouldn't even need the testimony of Chris Rock at a trial of this sort. But even if it were necessary, the prosecution office could subpoena somebody like this. Practically speaking, and from what I see day in, day out, if you don't have a cooperating witness, if there was no injury, typically speaking, they're not going to move forward with the prosecution. And I don't see a prosecution likely in this case, especially with Chris Rock saying that he has no interest in seeing this through on a criminal front.
And let's, Andrew, talk about, you know, institutionally with the Academy of Motion Pictures, Arts and Sciences, about, you know, what course of action they will take. They said they're reviewing the incident, and they're essentially going to explore further action. It was kind of vague. But, you know, I don't believe, and I'm no Oscars history buff, I don't believe a statue has ever been revoked after you win it due to, you know, some type of conduct that you may have committed. Also, you know, maybe they'll kick Will Smith out of the Academy. I don't really know what that looks like. I don't know what the contours of membership into the Academy looks like. So from that standpoint, what do you think is going to happen?
Well, the Academy has a code of conduct, and the code of conduct is pretty vague. It was put in place after the Me Too movement kind of came to light in the 2017 Academy Award season. And in that code of conduct, they eventually kicked Weinstein out of the Academy, and I believe took away his awards in the process. So they have a pretty wide berth of discretion here, kind of like any employer would have, or a private institution, to take away the right of somebody to be a member or something along that line. And they do have terms in there about abusing other individuals or bringing bad light onto the Academy. Do I think that this is going to be something that takes away the Academy Award of Will Smith? I don't, but that doesn't come from a particularly deep legal basis, because they haven't acted in that way in the past. What I think probably was appropriate in the situation would have been to pull Will Smith out of the theater. I mean, that was an individual who displayed that he was out of control, that he had kind of unleashed in a totally societally unacceptable way, and then to allow him to remain and to get up on stage to a standing ovation and accept his award with a stage to speak on, where he didn't apologize to Chris Rock. I think that's something that the Academy should probably take a much deeper look at, how that happened, and where in the mob mentality of things there was failure in nobody standing up to essentially assess the situation and treat Will Smith like any other person would have been treated who assaulted a performer on stage.
Yeah, Andrew, because if they, you know, hypothetically took away Will Smith's Oscar, that would kind of contradict everything that, you know, millions of people saw with their own eyes, because the slap happened well before the Best Actor Oscar was given to Smith. There was like 20 to 25 minutes in between. Ex post facto, why, if they do decide to, you know, punish Will Smith from the Academy perspective, that will have to be criticized and looked at as well.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Will Smith, I think, deserves some degree of punishment here. He's obviously humiliated in the public eye, at least in most people's view. I think that there are some out there who are defending him. I think that we have to look at the fact that hitting someone in our country, in the state of California, is just not acceptable. That's a crime, and words do not justify somebody acting out in that way unless the words specifically communicated a direct threat. So you have to look at what Will Smith did and hope that to some degree he suffers some sort of consequence for that, so that the message is clearly received by him. But in terms of the Academy at large and what they can do here, again, I go back to my really strong concern that we have a class issue, essentially, that Will Smith, as a A-list performer, somebody who has obviously garnered the respect of many in Hollywood, could act out in such an unleashed fashion and really receive no immediate response from anyone. The police there, the security there, the director of the production, the director of the house, nobody stood up and did anything, much less all of the people who have such a loud voice in the public that stood in the audience, and ultimately they stood in a standing ovation for him. So I think the Academy really has to look at how they approach these sorts of situations in kind of a very broad sense, not just Will Smith, but in a much bigger sense, how they enforce and how they look at the behavior of people who are there for the Oscars.
Yeah, of course, really the only people who intervened were fellow actors, fellow performers. Denzel Washington, we saw Tyler Perry, we saw Sean P. Diddy Combs as well, briefly mention it right after it happened, but that was about it. Let's talk about, I guess, the repercussions to the brands that are Will Smith, that are Chris Rock, because this is going to have reverberations for a very long time, I presume. Civil damages. Do you think Chris Rock can take any action, filing suit against the Academy, against the producers of the Oscars, against Will Smith himself? Because, his reputation in all this also is tarnished, as well as Will Smith. I mean, no one's coming out of this looking very, very good, albeit Chris Rock has the upper hand. But where do you think that line goes?
Well, I can give you the law school or the bar exam type of answer here, and that's that absolutely there is a basis in law for Chris Rock to sue Will Smith, as well as the Academy and many others who were there and present, the security individuals and others. The problem here is that I think from a practical perspective, a comedian on stage, Chris Rock having a bit his own reputation to maintain here, he doesn't seem inclined to go after a big swipe for money. It's really a no-brainer. If he were to sue Will Smith, the standards that are set forth in the criminal law are essentially the same in civil law or tort law, that if you strike another person without adequate justification, you're going to have to pay for the damages. And the resulting consequences of that could be a pretty high calculation of damages to Chris Rock if he really thinks his reputation was damaged. Ultimately here, perhaps Chris Rock's reputation hasn't been damaged. Maybe he reacted so well. He was so cool under such a pressure-filled situation. He didn't even come back with a snarky joke. He didn't escalate things. I mean, he really proved to be the gentleman of the night, I think. And when it comes down to it, I don't think that it's particularly likely that he's going to file a lawsuit. I think he's going to walk away from this perhaps with a couple comedy specials. And that might be how he comes out on top of this financially.
Yeah, and Andrew, we haven't heard from Chris Rock yet. I can't imagine the behind-the-scenes maneuvering that is going on to try to get an exclusive interview with both him and Will Smith. But what about the reputational damage to Will Smith? Will he ever really work on a major motion picture again, or was this kind of the peak for his career? How do you come back from something like this reputationally?
Well, I think it's interesting. How do we compare him? Who else acted in this way, and who can we compare him to? I think kind of a Tom Cruise perspective. Remember Tom Cruise jumping up on the chair when he was doing an Oprah interview, kind of seeming unhinged or unleashed, seeming to not be particularly connected to what was going on around him. We've seen incidences with Kanye West, or Ye, when he jumped up on stage when Taylor Swift was accepting an award, and he seemed unhinged. Ye not invited to the Oscars last night. Why? Because of the words that he's been speaking. So I think that both Kanye West, or Ye as his new name is, I think Tom Cruise, they both suffered really strong consequences in the public eye, but continued to both be very professionally successful. I think Will Smith is considered an outstanding actor. He obviously won the award. Hollywood does not seem shy to continue to give roles to people who have had such great blockbuster success here. So I don't see any real potential that Will Smith is going to be canceled. I do think that it rings of some hypocrisy in Hollywood. I think that some people really have to answer to themselves how they could stand up and give him a standing ovation when there has been such outcry to cancel people, that cancel culture that you hear in Hollywood for simple allegations of misconduct or mistreatment of others. So it's something that Hollywood really has to come to terms with, I think, and the cancel culture ultimately has to come to terms with, because that identity piece of things really can't be the factor in the middle. I don't think that there's a lot of leeway for the American public to watch as some people are canceled and others aren't. It really rings of hypocrisy, and I don't think the American public like hypocrisy much.
Yeah, of course, because back in the early 2000s, then chair of CBS Viacom, Sumner Redstone, he fired Tom Cruise from Paramount. And so I'm surprised, maybe this is to your thinking here, why we haven't seen this kind of mass exodus from wanting to work with Will Smith in so many other, to your words, the cancel culture scenarios. We just see kind of, you don't touch these figures with a 10-foot pole after they transgress. And so we haven't really seen that. In this instance, it'll be interesting to see if he is forced to pull out of any upcoming projects. But so far, none of that yet. Just lastly, what does this say about, I guess, the speech is violence crowd? When we saw actual violence responding to a joke, what do you think legally that means?
Oh, it's so concerning to me. We see this all the time, and the hyperbole that goes into the degree of damage that's done by speech. We live in a country where we have the First Amendment, and we really believe in the idea of the freedom of expression. In fact, the Academy Awards are awards for expression. Art is, if nothing else, the First Amendment at play. That's one of the first things that are canceled when you lose the freedom of speech here. So when you see the Academy Awards, you have to think of it as a freedom of expression. And when you meet that freedom of expression with violence, I mean, that's what comedy is art. And that's what Chris Rock was doing, is he was performing up there, and he was doing his best to entertain the audience and entertain everybody who was watching. Perhaps his jokes missed, perhaps it hurt somebody's feelings, and that's something that Will Smith could have very well dealt with, both verbally then and there, I guess, or later on could have had some sort of outcry, could have brought his own words to it. But we can't live in a society where we meet words with violence. It really does cause a lot of concern in people. I've prosecuted these cases, I defend these cases, and I'm not saying that Will Smith deserves some sort of excessive punishment here. And I would stand next to a client who is accused of something like this, and I would ask a court to go very lenient on them, because people are under a great deal of pressure, and things do hurt feelings, and that is why people sometimes act out with aggression. But that doesn't mean that punishment shouldn't be there. It doesn't mean that the behavior should be condoned. It should be condemned. And Will Smith here really has to, I think, account for what he did. And I think the Academy at large has to account for the fact that they just didn't act in a very quick manner with very little leadership. I'm very disappointed in everybody that was there, everybody who stood up. I think that really is a poor reflection of those people who have done so much to voice their opposition to violence in the past.
Andrew Sikorsky, very strong words there. We'll be following this story throughout the week, see if it has staying power, but definitely a historic night at the Oscars. Infamous, really, last night. Andrew, thanks so much.
Good to talk to you, Andrew.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. As I was saying before we went to the break, Will Smith, in breaking news, has resigned from the Academy accepting that resignation. But what does that exactly mean? Well, what we do know is that not being in the Academy does mean that he will no longer be able to vote in the Academy. Aside from that, it really is a gray area. We know that during those disciplinary proceedings on April 18th, the Academy said that much more will come to light as far as what he can and cannot do and those disciplinary actions that will be taken. So we will bring you that here on Live Now from Fox on April 18th. In the meantime, what else happened during the Oscars? Well, our very own Daytona Everett spoke with an expert in the entertainment world to learn more about that big and really talked about night all week long. Let's take a look.
I want to bring in Ted Johnson, a reporter with Deadline.com. Thank you so much, Ted, for being with us. Man, we didn't know what to expect from Oscars this year, but we got a show, that's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, I think people are saying that there was like a 1 in a billion chance of something like what happened actually happening at the Oscars, where the leading nominee for Best Actor actually stormed the stage and slugged one of the presenters. So, slapped one of the presenters. I should get it absolutely accurate. This was absolutely probably is going to stand out as one of the most memorable, if not the most memorable moments, certainly of the modern Oscars.
Yeah, this was absolutely memorable and lots of viral moments. I want to start first with that comment because actually, surprisingly, we all know the Oscars can be extremely political. A lot of celebrities come and utilize that platform to, push things that they stand for or don't stand for. Don't Say Gay was one of the only actual, pieces of legislation that they did talk about, right?
Yes, Wanda Sykes very early made a reference to the Florida quote-unquote Don't Say Gay bill. Supporters of that bill really take issue with people calling it the Don't Say Gay bill. And you heard Governor DeSantis, hey, just read the bill. But within the entertainment community, within the LGBT community, within a lot of people see this as marginalizing LGBT Americans in the same way that we've seen some past legislation. For example, back in the aughts, in the 2000s, you saw this wave of bills across the country to ban same-sex marriage. So I think that there is some history behind it, why there is such a backlash against what's happening in Florida and why you saw it play out on the Oscar stage on Sunday night.
Yeah, that's right. That wasn't the only thing that happened on the stage on Sunday night. There was, of course, the slap heard around the world is what everyone is calling it, between Will Smith and, of course, Chris Rock, and now possible litigation to come out of this. What were your first thoughts when you saw it happen? I know everyone was shocked.
Yeah, well, my first thought was, oh, this must be part of a comedy routine, right? Because I thought, oh, aren't they friends? They must be friends. And he's approaching the stage, and then I heard this noise, and I thought, oh, well, that obviously was staged. But then, as it went on, you heard the sound go off, and then you saw Will Smith's reaction, and he genuinely angry. And I have to say, even watching it on television, it was so uncomfortable. It was so awkward for this live ceremony. And then even a bit of anger on my part. I was just like, who is this person to essentially ruin the evening for everyone else?
Yeah, unbelievably awkward, and still a lot of questions about what happened. And now he's apologizing about it on his own Instagram page, and I'm sure we'll hear more about this. But this kind of stalled out the Oscars for a little bit. There was a commercial break, and I know the publicist had to run up and talk to both him and Jada. But that wasn't the only stall. it went overtime. Still, let's talk about just the format of the Oscars last night. You think this is interesting. This is interesting.
Well, the big controversy leading up to the Oscars was the fact, and this is a Hollywood controversy, may not be totally understandable for people outside the industry, was they took 8 categories in the technical areas, and they said, we're going to put them in a pre-ceremony. So they're not going to be actually in the prime time. They're not going to be live in prime time. And the producers said, we are going to run clips of those acceptance speeches. And the whole purpose was to try to trim the length of the ceremony to keep it within its 3-hour time length. And they did that, but the irony is the ceremony still went way over time, almost 40 minutes over time. So I think there's going to probably be a lot of kind of a lot of study of what happened and was it really worth it? Because the Academy took a beating from a lot of the industry for making this change, and it's hard to know whether it actually was worth it, just given that it really didn't reduce the runtime. In fact, this was a longer ceremony than any in the last several years.
Yeah, and I'm sure a lot of people were kind of looking down at their watches, ready to get out of there after an awkward night, maybe go grab a drink or something after all of the drama. And I'm sure they did. I know that they did at those after parties. But let's actually get into some content here with a groundbreaking win for Troy Kotsur, right?
Yeah, I think this was probably the moment of the night. Troy Kotsur winning for Coda, winning Best Supporting Actor, especially what he said about his father, I think was incredibly touching. I think if you watch this and rewatch it, it's hard not to be moved by this moment. In the same way that the movie was such a moving production that, kind of came in at the end and really swept the categories that it was in. So there was some expectation that Coda would win and that he would win. He was definitely the favorite, but I think he surprised people even in the way that he accepted this award. It was such a personal story that he said about his family, about his own struggles, about what this represents for the deaf community, and even a few funny anecdotes about meeting Joe Biden and First Lady Joe Biden in the White House last week.
Yeah, which brings us into our next topic. We started out the conversation that politics do get brought up in Oscars and award shows of this kind. Well, Ukraine on everyone's mind right now as war continues to escalate, and we'll be talking about that later into the evening. But not a whole lot of mentions of Ukraine, which was somewhat surprising.
Yeah, it was surprising to me. There had been this kind of buildup, this rumors that President Zelensky may address the Oscars. One of the co-hosts thought that, Amy Schumer thought that would be a good idea. Another co-host, Wanda Sykes, said, well, maybe not. And it looked like the producers really actually, or the producer of the ceremony, that there was some struggle in how to address Ukraine. In the end, what they did is they had this moment of silence with a message on the screen. It wasn't actually a presentation. It was almost an interstitial with an urge for people to donate to Ukraine. Very, very understated. The Oscars is not known for being understated. And that's basically their solution to how do you solve this problem of here you have this ceremony where people are celebrating and they're talking about ultimately pretty trivial things, and you have war where you have millions of refugees fleeing the country, a genuine humanitarian crisis. How do you very incongruous how you address those two things. I was somewhat surprised, not just in the way that they addressed it, very understated again, but also they were handing out ribbons, and there weren't a whole lot of presenters that actually had the blue ribbons to mark refugees. Not that it's all that important, but it was interesting, and this may be a model, I think, for when something like this happens. How do you address a world crisis that's occurring at the same time that you have all these stars in their bubble, in glitter and glamour and on the red carpet? It seems to be a perpetual problem for the Oscars and other award shows.
Yeah, already had to navigate that with a pandemic, and now with war, it's uncharted territory.
Sure, because anyone could come in and they can just say, hey, how can you guys be celebratory when this crisis is going on the other side of the world? But there's also an argument to be made. You know what? Life goes on, especially when you talk about things like the pandemic. You have to. Everything doesn't stop, but at the same time, you have to be respectful of the crisis that is going on in the world.
Yeah. Well, we are definitely keeping them on our mind as we navigate all of the runoff of Oscars this year. Last question for you, Ted. If you could summarize the Oscars in one word, what would that word be?
Slap.
Slap.
There is, I mean, again, this show is going to always be remembered for that moment because it was nothing like it had ever happened before. It's unfortunate for the winners who had nothing to do with what happened, but that's just the way it is. It's live television.
That's for sure. Live television. Can't change that. Next award shows have some big shoes to fill. Ted Johnson, thanks so much for being with us here on the show. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
And we are going to keep it.
Acclaimed actor Bruce Willis is stepping away from acting after it was revealed Wednesday that he is suffering from a form of dementia known as aphasia. In a statement posted on Willis's Instagram, the 67-year-old's family unveiled his diagnosis, saying the die-hard actor will step away from his career for an undisclosed amount of time. Willis's daughter also took to social media, saying in part, quote, To Bruce's amazing supporters, as a family, we wanted to share that our beloved Bruce has been experiencing some health issues and has recently been diagnosed with aphasia, which is impacting his cognitive abilities. That statement was signed by Willis's wife, Emma Hemming Willis, his ex-wife, Demi Moore, and his 5 children. According to the Mayo Clinic, aphasia is a brain condition that affects speech, writing, and the ability to understand language, both verbal and written. A stroke is the most common cause of aphasia, though a tumor, head injury, or brain infections can also trigger it.
Could be very disruptive for Bruce Willis himself in terms of communicating with others and not being able to find the words to express himself. And it could be very challenging for the people around him.
Willis is coming off a busy last couple of years where he acted in more than a dozen movies. During his thriving career, he's been nominated for 3 Emmy Awards and 4 Golden Globes. The National Aphasia Association estimates 2 million Americans are affected by the illness. Willis's family did not immediately disclose the cause of the actor's condition. In Los Angeles, Matt Finn.
New at 4 today, Governor DeSantis says Disney should lose its special privileges in Florida. Republican lawmakers are calling for changes that could increase taxes and regulations on the state's largest employer. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, is joining us now to explain why the Republican leaders want to punish Disney and the potential impact. What's going on, Craig?
Sure. Well, the why is pretty straightforward. Governor DeSantis and Republican lawmakers want to punish Disney for speaking out against what they, the state leaders, call the Parental Rights and Education Law, but it is more commonly known as Don't Say Gay.
The word gay is not in the legislation.
It's not, but sexual orientation and gender identity are. The governor's law bans teachers from discussing sexual orientation or gender identity in grades K through 3. And all other grades if it's not considered developmentally or age appropriate, which is a vague clause that could subject schools to lawsuits for discussing sexual orientation in any grade. Well, Disney said it should not have passed and will work to repeal it, and that offended the governor.
I think that crossed the line.
Which triggered this Republican push for retribution. After giving Disney tax breaks and exemptions from regulations for years, DeSantis and other Republican lawmakers want to cut Disney's special privileges. And Republican Representative Spencer Roach tweeted they've already had 2 meetings to discuss repealing the 1967 Reedy Creek Improvement Act, which effectively allows Disney to act as its own local government. That act induced Disney to come to Florida, and other tax breaks and exemptions through the years helped make it the largest employer in Florida, and Central Florida the family entertainment capital of the world. This move against Disney is a striking shift in Republican philosophy because they've used tax breaks and reductions in regulations for a lot of companies as a tool to create jobs and grow our economy for decades. For example, Disney's currently planning to move 2,000 more jobs from California to Central Florida as it got a $570 million tax break that set it in motion. And last year, Disney also got exempted from the governor and legislature's regulations on the tech industry. See, they wanted to send a message to social media platforms that banned or restricted former President Trump. But they had some trouble defining what a social media platform is.
We're having a hard time trying to define it, so we weren't getting to the point where it was where it wasn't capturing Disney Plus.
So they added fine print to give Disney a pass.
Any information service system, internet search engine, or access software provider operated by a company that owns and operates a theme park or entertainment complex does not qualify as a social media platform under the bill. We're not carving out theme parks, we're carving out companies that own theme parks.
The governor now says giving Disney that exemption was embarrassing and ridiculous. The records show his own staff worked with Disney and the legislature to write that exemption. And separate from all of that, and separate from this flashpoint law over what schools can and can't say within a classroom, K through 3 and then beyond, there also was separate legislation that was passed and signed into law that restricts what private companies can say to their employees as it relates to diversity training and sensitivity training. And based on that law, among other companies, Disney would also be affected based on its sensitivity or diversity training in its current form, or what was its current form.
So, Craig, let's talk about the real likelihood that something like this would actually happen and they would follow through and revoke Disney's tax breaks and local control. Is that really, when you look down at it, a possibility?
Well, it's a possibility because they're already looking into it. But look at it this way. What are the implications of this? The state leadership run by Republicans would be taking control away from Disney, historically one of its biggest contributors, taking it away from Disney and putting it into the hands of the Democratic strongholds of Osceola and Orange counties. When push comes to shove, will they really do that? Remains to be seen. I think they may be very, very hard pressed due to those political dynamics, among other things. And also, I think voters will have a lot to say about this because the governor and Republican lawmakers are convinced this is a winning campaign strategy. I think to the extent to which they proceed will depend on what voters have to say in November.
All right, Craig Patrick. Thank you so much, Craig.
And welcome back. You're watching Live Now from Fox, where we bring raw, unfiltered, and nonstop news from all across the nation. We were just looking to our package from Fox 13 Tampa about DeSantis of Florida, the Parental Rights in Education Act, also known as the Don't Say Gay bill. If you missed the remarks that DeSantis gave earlier in the week, I'm going to play those next here on Live Now from Fox. Don't forget, you can always watch Live Now on multiple different platforms, including livenowfox.com.
And to shield them from knowing about various forms of mental health services. Broward, Hillsborough, Miami-Dade, Palm Beach, Sarasota, and Volusia counties. Martin County also had a gender transition plan that can be implemented without the parents' consent. In Leon County, Florida, a school excluded parents from conversations about a student's, quote, gender transition, a situation for which the district superintendent has apologized for and admit that should never have occurred. And it's not just limited to Florida. In fact, it's probably a lot worse in many other parts of the country. In Idaho, a counselor was working with a 10-year-old student to help the student transition to a different gender without informing the child's parents. In California, a mother has filed a legal case alleging 2 middle school teachers manipulated her child's identity, then called the meeting to inform her, the parent, that the student is transgender. And in California, a high school student recently committed suicide after an LA high school gave her gender transitioning hormones rather than treat her underlying depression. And so we've also found cases where school districts and individual schools took it upon themselves to decide it's okay to sexualize the education of very young children. We've actually have different things, and this is not something that I thought was something that was going to be around. So this is something that, this is in Florida and other places, school for very young kids, the genderbread man. So this is trying to sow doubt about kids, about their gender identity. It's trying to say that, they could be whatever they want to be. This is inappropriate for kindergartners and first graders and second graders. Parents do not want this going on in their schools. What else do we have? Oh. This is, again, very young kids talking about when I was born, mom and dad said it's a girl, looked in the mirror, I saw a girl kind of, now I see a boy because of transgender. So this is something that you're putting into classroom curriculum for 5-year-old, 6-year-old, 7-year-old kids. And again, that is not something that's appropriate for any place, but certainly in the state of Florida. And shouldn't parents know if that is something that's in the curriculum? They should be able to have a voice in that. And so this is not just in Florida, and again, many other states, it's even more aggressive. In Connecticut, kindergarten students are taught about being transgender as part of, quote, social justice standards. In Denver, kindergartners were subject to, quote, gender sensitivity training, and in Illinois, they require sex education beginning in kindergarten. So this is part of a national trend to cut parents out of their child's education. In Florida, we not only know that parents have a right to be involved, we insist that parents have a right to be involved. And so we've already taken great steps. Last year, I signed the Parents' Bill of Rights in the state of Florida, which was really something that was significant. Last week, we signed curriculum transparency legislation so that parents have a right to access the curriculum that's in their kids' schools, as well as understand what type of books are in school libraries. And today, we will sign HB 1557, the Parents' Rights in Education Bill. And this bill takes 3 main steps. First, the bill prohibits classroom instruction about sexuality or things like transgender in K through 3 classrooms. And after 3rd grade, those curriculums need to be age appropriate. Second, the bill ensures that at the beginning of every school year, parents will be notified about health care services offered at the school with the right to decline any service offered. And finally, this bill ensures that whenever a questionnaire or health screening is given to our young students, parents receive it first and give permission for the school to give it to their child. Now, there's been a lot of discussions about this particular piece of legislation. You've seen a lot of sloganeering and fake narratives by leftist politicians, by activists, by corporate media, and you still see it even today after a lot of this stuff has been debunked. Now, it's true. Many of the people who whip this up have never actually read the bill. They haven't taken the time to do that. They would rather just further narratives. But I must tell you, these leftist politicians, corporate media outlets, some of these activist groups, they actually have read the bill. And they're sloganeering because they don't want to admit that they support a lot of the things that we're providing protections against. For example, they support sexualizing kids in kindergarten. They support injecting woke gender ideology into 2nd grade classrooms. They support enabling schools to, quote, transition students to a, quote, different gender without the knowledge of the parent, much less without the parent's consent. And so what they're doing with these slogans and these narratives is they are trying to camouflage their true intentions. They know, in every single poll that's been done that actually reads the language in the bill, will find overwhelmingly Americans oppose injecting this type of material into the classroom of young kids. Americans support the right of parents to be informed and to be able to withhold consent over certain types of medical treatments in school. So they know that, and so that's why they're resorting to some of the narratives. And it hasn't worked, but let's just be clear. It's not just all of them have not read the bill. Many have not. Many have, and many of them want to see this type of stuff in our schools. So be very, very careful when you see that. And someone told me that there's even people in Hollywood that are opposed, to providing protections for parents and enforcing parents' rights. The one thing I'll say about that is, If the people who held up degenerates like Harvey Weinstein up as exemplars and as heroes and as all that, if those are the types of people that are opposing us on parents' rights, I wear that like a badge of honor. And so we will continue to recognize that in the state of Florida, parents have a fundamental role in the education, healthcare, and well-being of their children. We will not move from that. I don't care what corporate media outlets say. I don't care what Hollywood says. I don't care what big corporations say. Here I stand. I'm not backing down. We will make sure that parents can send their kids to school to get an education, not an indoctrination. And so I'm happy to be here today. We'll sign this in a minute, but in the meantime, we're going to have some speakers come up. And so the first speaker will be the Speaker of the House, Chris Sprowls.
Thank you, Governor. It's great to be with you and all the members of the legislature that are here today. You know, there's a lot of nicknames when you have governors. You know, this governor has worked on education policies, worked on workforce, so much policy in the state of Florida. But I'm going to add another nickname. This is the boldest governor in America for Florida families, for Florida parents, and for Florida children. And I want you to think about that for a second, because I think all of this fits together. You know, a year and a half ago, when the rest of the country was shutting down schools, refusing to allow teachers back into the classroom to educate children, refusing to allow children to get back to education, this governor, Commissioner Corcoran, made sure that our kids not only got back in the classroom to learn, but made sure that before that this governor signed Aaron Grahl, Representative Grahl's bill on the Parents' Bill of Rights to make sure parents knew these are the rights that you have as a parent. You don't give away your rights at the front door of the school. And that continued into this session. This is the session of Florida parents, of Florida families. You know, one of the upsides of COVID is that I don't think that's ever before in our country have parents been more engaged in what their kids are learning inside the classroom and more sensitive to the books that are in the library, to the instruction that's happening and how that impacts their children. This session with this bill, I have to give a big shout out to Representative Joe Harding, Senator Baxley, who all session long took the hits and the lies perpetrated in places like corporate media and Twitter and pushed back because they had one goal in mind, and that was to prevent little children, 5- and 6-year-olds, from walking into a classroom and being indoctrinated on radical concepts like extreme gender ideology. So I want to thank both of you gentlemen for fighting that fight. But I think the governor's right. Like the fight is clear. Think about that, and I said this 100 times during the course of the legislative session. The language in this bill is 4 pages long. It's double-spaced. The changes are underlined, right? If the teachers who had their kids redraft, you know, concepts that are here said, oh gosh, it's going to be double-spaced and underlined, that's going to make the day really easy. This was super easy to figure out what this bill did. And yet, people lied about it. The media lied about it. Advocates lied about it. Whether it was in the White House press room or whether it was last night at the Oscars, there were lies about it. And the governor's right, they were intentional. Very few people tried to actually tell individuals what the bill did. I'm going to give Evan Donovan a shout out here because you did. You did a news and you said this is what this bill does. Here's a graphic. Here are the bullet points. You didn't try to add personal commentary. You just said you decide. But here's why people don't do that. Because if you tell Americans you get to decide, do you think it is appropriate for kids to walk into a classroom when they are, I have a 5- and 6-year-old, by the way, when they are 5 and 6 years old to learn about transgender instead of math or science or photosynthesis or, you know, whatever it is for that day, do you think that's appropriate? Maybe photosynthesis is a little intense for 5-year-olds. I hear Corcoran murmuring behind me. But the reality is they would say that's crazy. Of course we wouldn't do that. And what have we seen? There have been outlets, conservative outlets, liberal outlets, moderate outlets who've released polls, Republicans, Democrats, and independents all agree that parents should play an active role in these concepts. I couldn't be more proud of the individual legislators behind us. I am so grateful that we have a governor in Ron DeSantis who is willing to say, I am going to push back against the lies. I don't care about Twitter. I don't care about the nonsense. We are going to lead in what's in the best interests of Florida parents and Florida children. It's great to be with you all today. Thank you.
Okay, and so next, this is really what it's all about, to protect these parents. So first, we're going to hear from January Littlejohn.
Good afternoon. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. My name is January Littlejohn. I'm a licensed mental health counselor in the state of Florida and a stay-at-home mom to 3 incredible children. I want to first thank Representative Harding and Senator Baxley for sponsoring this bill. I want to thank all of the legislators who voted yes for this bill and stood up for parental rights and what's best for our children, many of whom are behind me, so thank you. And I want to also thank Governor DeSantis, who has been steadfast in both his leadership and his unwavering support for parental rights in our great state. What happened to our family is one of the many reasons this bill is necessary. In September of 2020, my daughter told me after school she had a meeting with school officials that was held behind closed doors where they asked her which restroom she wanted to use. I immediately contacted the school and was told by the guidance counselor and assistant principal that I could not be given any information regarding the meeting and that by law, my daughter had to be the one to authorize my notification of the meeting or attendance to the meeting. In other words, school officials asked my 13-year-old child her permission as to whether or not my parental rights would be honored. After many weeks of going back and forth with the district, we learned the middle school had created a transgender, gender nonconforming support plan with our 13-year-old daughter without our knowledge or consent. The plan was a 6-page document completed with my daughter behind closed doors with 3 school officials that included the guidance counselor, the assistant principal, and a social worker I had never met. During the meeting, they asked her questions that could have significantly impacted her safety and her physical and emotional well-being, such as which restroom she preferred to use and which sex she preferred to room with on overnight field trips. The plan also directed school staff to use my daughter's birth name when speaking to us, her parents, and to use a different name in school with teachers, staff, and students. This plan directed school staff to conceal from us that this meeting and plan had ever taken place. When parents are excluded from critical decisions affecting their child's health and well-being at school, it sends the message to children that their parents' input and authority are no longer important. This created a huge wedge between our daughter and us because it sent the message that she needed to be protected from us, not by us. Social transition is a medical and mental health intervention that can lead to significant decisions that will impact the child's mental and physical well-being. Often, social transition is the first step toward medical transition, and schools are grossly unqualified to be taking these steps without parental involvement. Unfortunately, what happened to my family is not an isolated incident. I have been contacted by parents all over our state who's had their rights violated in this same manner. Parental involvement in a child's education is considered by many education experts to be the most important factor in student success. This is well known and documented, yet schools have been systematically cutting parents out of critical decisions being made with their children, painting them as enemies to their children with no due process. Parents know and love their children more than anyone in this world. I have always told my children my #1 job is to keep them safe, and this school took that away from me. For the safety of our children, these parental rights violations must stop, and school districts must be held accountable when they break the law. Thank you, Governor, for signing this law.
And just so you know, the left, they want that to happen to all other families. They don't want any protections for parents. They think that they should just be able to take your kid and do whatever what the hell they want with them. That is wrong, and she was right to stand up against the school district, and now every parent's going to have the right to do that. Okay, Aaron Lovely.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you so much, Governor, for everything that you're doing and for honestly showing us what true leadership looks like. This is, and everybody back here too, so thank you. We're originally from Tennessee. I don't know if you can hear the slang. We're originally from Tennessee, but we moved to Florida 8 years ago, and I could not be more proud to live in this state, honestly. So, you know, you never know how you're going to feel about something, how you're going to react, what you're going to do until it affects you or your family or your children, specifically personally. And I never thought I would be a homeschool mom because I love to work, but here we are. We moved to Palm Beach County from Orlando a year ago. We wanted private school, but due to because of things that we'd started hearing, but it wasn't in the cards for us financially. Everyone raved about Marsh Point Elementary. Everybody told us it was the very best school in our little area, and so we went with it. A week in, we lost the opt-out opportunity in masking. A month in, a letter was sent home in my son's backpack, and I'm so glad I checked his bag. It was on a Friday that 3 kids from each class were going to be selected and form a new class without our knowledge at all. There was no details, no info whatsoever, no bio given, no meeting, no photo. And the parents aren't even allowed in the school. We were just supposed to be okay with, sending our kid to a stranger. He had already made friends, so we prayed hard over this and trusted God would take care of him. He always does, just not how you would think sometimes. I'm a positive thinker, so we just went with it. We quickly started hearing questionable things. Parents were being called bullies because we were emailing her too much, and I'm like, we had a lot of questions, so yes, we were emailing her a lot. My son's behavior started to change a little bit. He was very frustrated with me, more so than normal. Later, other things came up, disturbing things about medical choices that I think should be between the family. The kids were given extra credit if they made these medical choices. 2nd grade, mind you. Yes, but here's where I drew the line. Thanksgiving morning, he chose to tell me on Thanksgiving. We were sitting there, and he tells me about a book that she had read to the class called Call Me Max. It's this one here. If you've read the book at all, I could cry thinking about it. There was no permission slip given, no heads up, and hey, how do you feel about this? Nothing. There was somebody next door that gave a permission slip out to parents for James and the Giant Peach. And I'm like, what about that one? After she finished the book, so he had to sit there and listen to the whole thing. After she finished the book, he raised his hand and he said, no, this isn't right. This is not who God made you to be. And she disagreed with him and said, no, you can be whatever you want to be if you just have an imagination. And so I'm like, well, yeah, you can be a doctor, a lawyer, president, but God doesn't make mistakes, and he didn't make a mistake when he made you. So under this bill, which again, obviously most people have not read it. I don't think a lot of people have. It protects the fundamental rights of parents to make choices regarding the upbringing and the control of their children. It prohibits school districts from doing what happened in ours, and prohibits classroom discussion about sexual orientation and gender identity in a 2nd grade classroom. So needless to say, we never went back. We never went back to that class. He was moved to a 3rd person at this point. We had to switch him. I was like, he's not going back, but it was not an easy choice. It was not an easy process. The principal was not easy to work with in this. But people have asked, why couldn't we have stayed in that class? And the simple answer is, when I talked to the principal about it, he said that these books, meaning there's more than just that one, are a district requirement to be in the public schools. So they have the choice. It's a district requirement. So I was like, I don't want him around that without the wherewithal, without the knowledge as a parent. This school and how they handled things completely shattered my trust. And so I'm hoping with this new bill that things can change for all those sweet babies that aren't telling their parents, that aren't speaking up. So I'm beyond thankful for the opportunity to be a homeschool mom. It's crazy, but I'm thankful. And I'm hoping that this can help for the parents that don't have the choice. So thank you so much.
Commissioner of Education, Richard Corcoran, where's he at?
Thanks, Governor. I feel a little pressure speaking after these great speakers, and I don't have photosynthesis in my remarks, so they dropped that bomb on me. But I think it's appropriate that we do this bill signing in a classical school. And if you look at what the classical model is, it goes back to the ancient Greek. And you talk about truth and goodness and beauty. And you're in a library, where, Mark Twain used to say, the person who doesn't read books has no advantage of those that don't or illiterate. And if you look around the room, you see this just lined with great people throughout history, great thinkers, great philosophers, all in pursuit of truth. And what really is at stake, you've heard it from the governor, you've heard it from the speaker, you've heard it from these speakers, is it is a war on the existence of truth. What they're really trying to do, it's not just have debates and have people discuss whether you're on this side or that side. It is a war on whether truth really exists. And I also want to say at this point that how did I get to be the speaker when you bring in a bunch of cute kids? I mean, I'm drawing some little small straws today. One of them's mine. I won't tell you which one. She's over there. Can you stand for a sec?
Oh, yeah. Is that your youngest?
Yeah. But now that they're in the room, we've got this bill signed. I just want to close with this. You've heard it said many times. I've worked for this governor for 4 years almost. And I will tell you, he's not a good governor. He's not a great governor. He's the best governor ever. And you've heard it said from some of the speakers, there's just not I'll say it publicly, fact check me, do whatever you want. There's not a single study in the entire world that says when parents are actively involved in their child's education that outcomes don't increase. It does not exist. It is an absolute truth. And what every parent should know, every legislation we have done, every educational proposal we have fought for from the day this guy took office has been one single thing in mind, and that is we are going to do everything we can to help children get a world-class education, and we're going to protect parents in their right to make sure that happens for their child. So to every single child, to every single parent, know this, that this governor has your back, and he will not back down. Thank you, Governor.
Okay, you going to do it right here? All right, excuse me, guys. You guys can crowd around here. You want a pen? You guys all want pens? You want pens too? All right, I think I have it now. I don't think the sponsors are going to have a pen left. I think I'm going to give it all to kids. How many kids do we have? 6? All right. So I think I can do a pen for each kid, and then one for the House sponsor and one for the Senate sponsor. All right, here we go. Today is the 28th. Anybody? Now, did you plan that together when he spoke? Come on. Well, I think what you said is very important. It's that's not on the page. That's not in the book. We're talking about classroom curriculum. There are different issues that will come up in the course. Kids will have questions on as they get older. I think, honestly, these kids probably aren't at that stage yet, but as you do. And so it's focused on the type of curriculum that we've shown here, which is not appropriate for these young kids. And it also says all grades, it needs to be age appropriate, which I think most people agree with. And then the protections for parents so that they're involved in what is going on with their kids. And when you listen to January tell her story about what they did with her child without her knowledge or consent, I don't think there's very many parents in the state of Florida that think that's okay. I can tell you, I don't think that's okay. First Lady, you don't even want to know what she would say. So that's what it's about. It's about protecting parents' ability to be involved, and it's making sure that the classroom instruction, particularly at these very young age, are focused on math, science, and reading. And what's not on the page is not what's going to be done. We are textualists, so we follow the law, and I know Richard will make sure that the Department of Education is going to follow the letter of the law, and that's how it should be. Yes, sir. Richard, you want to talk about that, because I know you guys in the school boards, and they have different.
And if you look at the language, it allows us to.
Yep.
If you read the last part of the bill, it gives the department to, once this bill is signed, now we can go and, whether it's the standards, whether it's the curriculum, whether it's the professional development, work it out so that people have that clear understanding. And I think if you talk to teachers, Jeff, you'll find that teachers are supportive of, they want guardrails. Where it's frustrating for a teacher is someone to say, hey, you're in trouble, you crossed the line, and nobody said the line was there. What this does is set clear guardrails, and I'll quote Justice O'Connor, I mean, age appropriate, I think people know what age appropriate is. We wouldn't be here having this discussion if generally speaking, there wasn't a real issue or a real problem. I mean, they're perfect examples. And so I think it's a great bill. It's a great opportunity for the department to make clear guidelines and guardrails for the teachers, and I think the teachers will be happy with that. No, what do you see happening?
That was here in Palm Beach. I mean, that's found in Florida when you have the genderbread man. And I think the Palm Beach, as you said, for second grade, they were saying it. And I think that's a good point, Richard, with the teachers. People that go in to teach kindergarten do not want to be teaching this as part of the curriculum. They want to focus on things that are core academic subjects and then obviously are age appropriate. I think the danger in how this has gotten in is not because most teachers want it to be. I think it's because these are directives from on high, from the bureaucracy, or from very politicized members of school boards. And I think that's what we've seen across the country. So most teachers just want to teach. They're not getting involved with very young kids to try to pursue some type of ideological agenda. They just want to do it. And that's so I think in some ways it's a parent's protection, but I also think it's a teacher protection, because now teachers will be protected against someone from on high, whether in a bureaucracy or in a school board, telling them that they need to do genderbread man, or telling them that they need to talk about things like transgender to a first or second grader. Let's focus on the core academic subjects. Those issues, particularly for that age, that's something that parents can discuss or not as they deem appropriate, but that is not the right of a school district to supersede the parents' rights and inject things that the parents don't think are appropriate at those ages.
Governor, what's the biggest misconception that you're hearing people talk about this bill? What bothers you the most?
Well, honestly, I mean, I think it's just the fact that they tried to sloganeer, they tried to create things that were not in the legislation, which that's politics. I mean, that's what happens. But they're doing it, I think many of these leftist politicians, they're doing it because they actually support having woke gender ideology in first grade. They support how January was treated by the school system there. They don't think parents should know. They think you should be able to have a school district that will gender transition somebody without even telling the parents or giving them the consent. So they've got to figure out a way to camouflage that policy position, because that is not a policy position that is going to be terribly popular. So I think that they've gone through sloganeering and all these things really out of desperation, because they know they could never argue their position on the merits. They would have to, they would crumble, I think, under the weight of outrage from parents if they were actually standing on the wall and saying that they support those things. And what I just say is, look, you know, stand up and say what you're for, okay? If what you're for is good, you should be willing to stand up there and sing it to the heavens and let the chips fall where they may. The fact that you don't, the fact that you're trying to concoct narratives and manufacture this stuff, you know, that just shows me that you know you're taking positions that are totally untenable. And so I'm not surprised. The funny thing was like, I mean, I think, Evan, you were one of the first to ask me. I just started getting asked about it. I wasn't even following how they're doing the language and all this. And I start hearing these slogans, and I'm like, okay, I know it's BS, right? I don't know what exactly they wrote. I just know this is BS. I can sniff this a mile away. So then when I went back and read what the kind of the language was that they were debating, and it says, you know, no classroom instruction on sexuality or gender identity for grades K through 3. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. Are they honestly going to go? Is this the hill they want to die on? And I understand they had dressed it up differently, but I was like, there is no way that that is something. But I think it was out of desperation, because they knew they couldn't defend it on the merits, and so they had to do it. The good thing is, you know, people reject these narratives nowadays because they know so many of them are false. And so what are they trying to tell you? Why are they doing that? Who's doing that? And when it's the usual suspects, I think the majority of people in Florida, they chalk it up to, you know, that's just business, you know, usual suspects, we're not worried about it. But look, at the end of the day, stand up and say what you're for. If you think January should have been treated that way, then stand up and make that case. I don't think very many people think that. If you think that a Florida parent sending their kid to first grade should have the genderbread man in there talking about being a different gender as for a 6-year-old kid or 7-year-old kid, say that and try to make the case for it. But just be honest about where you're coming from on all this. And so I just want to thank you guys for coming. Yeah, absolutely. We appreciate what you're doing. Thanks, everybody. God bless.
We're going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break, but when we return, our very own Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft is speaking with an expert about this bill. We'll be right back.
topics more at length. I'm being joined by A.G. Gankarski, Florida politics reporter. A.G., you know, last time we spoke, the legislature had passed it, and then, of course, you and I had been saying that this was in all likelihood going to happen, that DeSantis was going to sign it. Give us a sense, though. We now know what the piece of legislation can do, but what rights does it give to parents? Can they sue teachers? Can they sue school districts? What is their recourse?
Yeah, I mean, it basically gives them a cause of action in a civil suit. So if they find instruction to be inappropriate, as in the K through 3 stuff that relates to sexual orientation or gender identity, or the more developmentally and age inappropriate stuff in all grades, that's where parents can take action. It's part of other legislation that came about this session that gave, you know, parents sort of guardrails or, you know, sort of ways to fight back against the school districts. That's been a big part of the post-COVID messaging from the DeSantis administration, basically giving parents rights. And they framed the bill as parental rights in education. Obviously, critics framed it as don't say gay because it shuts down discussion of LGBT lifestyles in the classroom. But, you know, the DeSantis administration held to the framing. They got some positive polling. And it's the type of issue that NPAs and parents, you know, who worry about this kind of thing, it plays well. And Democrats, they had the messaging war. They had an advantage early on, but they kind of lost their advantage as it went on because the governor's office is just so relentless in its messaging. And they defined opponents of the bill as quote unquote groomers and things like that. And that was just, it was a very nasty backdrop, but it was one that proved to be effective for the DeSantis administration.
You know, and AG, the kind of extraneous controversies for this bill extending to one of Florida's largest employers, Disney. We know some employees from not only Disney World, but Disneyland, they wanted to walk out of the office in protest of this last week. I just want to put up a statement that we have, I'll read it actually, because I don't know if we have it, but essentially Disney was saying this bill should never have passed and should never have been signed into law. And so they were really hesitant to weigh in on this piece of legislation. That was where the controversy stemmed from, their inaction or silence, rather, about the piece. So where does this go from Disney's standpoint?
Well, we'll see what Disney wants to do. I mean, they made their statement after the bill. It's something that seemed very symbolic, and it didn't affect what happened. I mean, DeSantis scored the messaging victory over Disney. He said he stood up to Disney, and you know, it's basically what today's signing ceremony you know, validated. And for DeSantis, this is part of a larger cultural argument. He talked about woke Hollywood and Harvey Weinstein. You know, he framed opponents of the bill as extremists. And you know, Disney, you know, they've messaged around family values, but it seems like Florida Republicans are going to hold their feet to the fire a little bit. You know, we often see with donors and Republicans and Republican causes that donors squawk and then they come back quietly. I expect that fences will be mended eventually, but DeSantis holds grudges. He still holds a grudge against the sugar industry because the sugar industry backed the primary opponent of his 4 years ago. This is a man that keeps score, and when people cross him or entities cross him, he does not forget.
AG, just last question for you. Where is this going from here? Are we expecting a pretty protracted court battle for this piece of legislation?
Yeah, we are expecting a court challenge almost immediately. Equality Florida and other allied groups are going to say this discriminates against LGBT students, against LGBT teachers, support personnel. This can be that type of battle, but this is a state with conservative courts. So we'll see where it goes. But if it goes to the state court or to the federal court, the response may come back in DeSantis' favor, where we're starting to see the courts affirm these conservative legislatures and these conservative governors. And yeah, that's what DeSantis is betting on here, the culture war backlash.
All right, AG Gankarski, thank you so much for coming on and talking about what this means going forward. It will also be interesting to see if any more states follow suit with similar pieces of legislation. AG, thanks so much.
Hey, thank you. Have a good night.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox, where we bring raw, unfiltered, and nonstop news from all across the nation. Switching gears to the economy. In the 2022 March jobs report, 431 new jobs were added in the U.S., a sign of economic health. And this comes despite the ongoing pandemic, the inflation being the highest it's been in 40 years, and of course the Russians' war on Ukraine. So if you missed the remarks from President Biden, I am going to play those shortly here on Live Now from Fox. But first, we're going to go to an expert interview with the very own Daytona Everett, speaking on this jobs report and everything that happened during it. So I'm going to play this now here on Live Now from Fox, but thank you all for being with us.
So, of course, the White House excited about the job growth, as we said, 431,000 jobs just in the month of March. But is this a good indicator of what the economy is actually looking like? I want to bring in Bill Dendy. He's a CPA with Raymond James Financial. Thanks for being with us, Bill. We appreciate it.
It's always a joy to be with you. And I tell you, that's the challenge when we talk about economics, because while this job report looks so positive, we've got all these people going back to work, we're having this low unemployment at a time when we're inflation. And while some people have their wages going up, the things that they're buying are going up by even more than that. And forcing employers to pay more for labor is going to create even more inflation. And that's kind of a negative. And it sure flies in the face of the spending policies that the administration has in place, because usually you spend money and you create jobs and you do parks projects and you put people back to work when we have high unemployment. But now we have low unemployment and wage pressure. So it doesn't make sense to spend trillions of dollars right now creating even more wage pressure and even more competition for raw materials when you have a concern about inflation in the economy. And so all this sounds so good, but it kind of flies in the face of some of the policies that the current administration would also like to see happen. It would have been easier to say, let's go spend some money if everybody was out of work, but now we're getting back to work. And we're still not back to that 100% of pre-pandemic, but we're at 93% of where we were. And that's considered to be very, very good, a quick rebound after the pandemic. But it's not all roses because wages have not kept up with the inflation rates that people are seeing. And we're liable to see more inflation because employers are now going to have to compete for a labor force.
Yeah, so that competition is still there. That's what I was going to ask you next. A lot of these industries still having trouble hiring people on. Do you foresee that changing as well with positive growth in jobs?
It's going to become more challenging. It's going to be good for employees. They'll be able to pick the jobs that have the most robust benefits, highest salaries and such, but it's going to be more difficult for employers, especially when you have so many open jobs right now in areas where we can't get the workforce educated and in place quick enough to fill those jobs. So we have the hospitality industry rebounding. We have manufacturing coming back, and that does make everyone happy. We're in manufacturing again in America, but we do have some of these concerns that we have open jobs, and for very highly technical skills, we are seeing employees able to negotiate better wages and better benefits, but that's eventually going to be passed down to the consumer. And if the consumer is not able to buy as much goodies, that does slow down the overall economy, and it does create that break automatically. The Fed has been talking about raising interest rates to slow inflation down and to slow down growth. This increase in jobs is probably going to allow them to continue on with their plan to raise interest rates, even though they questioned if they were going to be able to, because there was concern that the war in Ukraine might slow down the economy all by itself.
So you touched on it just momentarily there with the mass exodus of people from their jobs and then now people maybe applying for new jobs for better salaries. Do you think salaries are keeping up with inflation?
The studies show they've not. Inflation has gone up by 7.8% year over year, and salaries have gone up about 5%. So we're getting raises, just not enough to keep up with this inflation. This inflation is being probably exaggerated a whole lot because of our global supply chain issues. And it's not supply chain that we have holes in the supply chain. We have taken out with the Ukraine and Russia about a quarter of the world's production in grains and in oil and gas and other things. And while we personally, as citizens of the United States, don't buy from there, our manufacturers now have a reason to sell elsewhere, and the prices across the globe have gone up. And those prices going up, we're seeing. It was a week ago or so, Biden said we're going to see real, perhaps, food shortages in other countries. We in the United States are going to see increases in food prices because of this lack of supply in grains, oil and gas, which produces a lot of starting materials for other industry groups, and including fertilizer for the oil and grain. So we're starting to see that in those areas. And then some strategic minerals are mined on that border between the Ukraine and Russia. And so we are seeing pressures that are going to probably keep on increasing inflation. And a lot of the manufacturers have been absorbing the inflation, but now they're starting to see that they can pass it on to the consumer and not lose market share. And everybody's getting used to being shocked about higher prices. So it seems like an opportune time for a lot of producers to pass that on to the consumer. And we're seeing with that a probably continuation of higher inflation for the next few more months, because several big companies have announced that they're going to increase their prices because their costs have gone up. What that means to us is that inflation is not gone and our wages have not yet kept up with inflation, but the wages are higher than they were a year ago, and more people are working than there were a year ago. And we are at 93% of the pre-pandemic employment rate, which is wonderful, but it also does make us question, do we want to keep pouring more fuel on this fire that seems to be burning pretty well, or is it time to quit pouring the lighter fire? on pouring that lighter fluid, the whole thing blow up on you. So you want to not, well, actually, you probably never want to pour lighter fluid on fire anyway. But if you did that, if you do that, is that you give it a little stimulus to get it going, and then it burns on itself. For years now, the Fed has been making it real easy to borrow money, real easy for banks to do things, and now they're talking about getting back to normal. And we're probably going to see that back to normal mean higher interest rates. Inflation's probably going to be slowed down because they're going to put the brakes on the economy. The idea is to put the brakes on, but don't stall it out.
Sure. Some might say that people are just now getting back to work from, maybe stepping away from their jobs because they had the opportunity to with stimulus checks that were coming through. And now a lot of that help is not coming through. Would you agree with that sentiment that a lot of this job creation is just people getting back to work?
Yeah, I think at this point we feel like it's time to go back to work. We have to do it. We had the time off. I have an 8-year-old daughter. 2 years ago, teaching her at home, oh my goodness. Whatever we pay those school teachers, they're worth it. That is a big job. And trying to have the family coordinate that type of schedule, we said we can't work all the time. One of us has to be here with the children. Now that the kids are back in school, it's time, and finances, it's time to go back to work. I think that's happening all across America right now. And I believe that that is creating people going back to work. But employers don't hire you just because you want a job. Employers hire you because they have product to produce or they have services that are being asked for and they need the help. And so it's not like it's altruistic that we're getting these jobs because you need them now. We're getting these jobs because the economy is doing well. And part of that is because we were all freed from COVID about the same time, and we had some extra money. Those that didn't lose their jobs, they continued to save, but there wasn't as much to spend money on. We couldn't go out to restaurants. We couldn't travel. We weren't doing as much as we used to. And so if we got those stimulus checks and got our jobs, we had people with extra money all freed at the same time to go travel again and go have a good time. And with that, we've had that big bump up in buying. And a lot of economists thought that was going to be a temporary impact, but it's continued on for about 6 months now. And some say it's a sign that the economy is healthy. And the American economy, we don't want to bet against it, but it seems it's going really well. And it may be time for the Fed to tap the brakes. And they were afraid maybe the Ukraine conflict was going to slam on the brakes. At this point, there's reason to consider slowing it down. We want growth, but we don't want it out of control. We want our fire to burn, but we want it to burn at a controllable, good level to do the job it's supposed to do.
Yeah, I guess I do just have to push back a little bit because, when you say, oh, the economy is looking good, a lot of people watching might have their arms crossed and say, I just paid this much when I went to the grocery store and I just paid this much when I was filling up my tank. So do you have maybe some good news on that front, a timeline possibly of how much longer these high prices could be sticking around? That's the $1 million question.
And you hit it right on the head right there. People are still filling up their tanks in spite of the higher prices. They're still buying at the grocery store in spite of the higher prices. We had the wherewithal to do it. Some people are now being more diligent on how they spend their money. And for a lot of us, we've wasted money. Well, this is a wake-up call to be more precise on the dollars we spend, make sure we're getting maximum enjoyment out of all those dollars, maybe consider the budgeting. But the nice thing is wage pressure is there to increase wages. And so many people, especially in technical skills, are going to see their wages are going to be able to outpace inflation over the next few years. But as we all get started all at the same time and people are buying right now, we've seen a big jump up year over year in the cost of things and not as big of a jump up in wages. However, the wages are likely to keep catching up as unemployment goes lower and lower and companies have to compete. And as long as we're still buying stuff, companies have a reason to hire us to go do the work that they're going to pay us more money for. So that is the nice way it all kind of fits together.
All right. Well, thanks for wrapping that up in a nice bow for us. We appreciate it because it can be hard to follow and it really does change every single month. Expectations moving forward here in future jobs reports and with the economy in general.
Absolutely. And watching a portfolio, it'll drive you crazy. We're rich, we're broke, but everybody seems to be doing okay right now.
All right. Bill Dendy, thank you so much for being with us here on the show. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon.
God bless you.
We're going to go out now to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but don't go anywhere, because when we return, we are going to have President Biden's remarks on that 2022 March jobs report. We'll be right back.
Live now from Fox. We do have President Biden speaking on the March jobs report. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Than we previously had thought. That means that over the last 3 months, the economy has created more than 500,000, more than 500,000 jobs a month. Over the course of my presidency, our recovery has now created 7.9 million jobs. More jobs created over the first 14 months of any presidency in any term ever. And that's striking. But what's even more striking is this. In March, the unemployment rate fell to 3.6%, down from 6.4% when I took office about 15 months ago. The fastest decline in unemployment to start a president's term ever recorded. In fact, there have been only 3 months in the last 50 years where the unemployment rate of America is lower than it is now. And what it means is clear, it's very clear. Americans are back to work. And that's good news for millions of families who have a little more breathing room and the dignity that comes from earning a paycheck, just the dignity of having a job. And more Americans get jobs as they do. It's going to help ease the supply pressures we've seen. And that's good news for fighting inflation. It's good news for our economy, and it means that our economy has gone from being on the mend to being on the move. You know, the American people, I think they're beginning to understand that this American Rescue Plan, and there's no reason why they should know the names of all these pieces of legislation that got passed. But the American Rescue Plan, with it, we were able to get Americans vaccinated, schools opened, and businesses humming. A leading financial firm, Moody's, estimated that because of the rescue plan, 4 million more American jobs were created, and unemployment is 2% lower than it would have been had we failed to move that legislation. Thanks to our infrastructure law, we have more than 4,000 projects getting started this year, 4,000 in every single state in America, total of 4,000, and all 50 states rebuilding America. We're building a recovery worthy of American workers, strong and resilient. And we're going to be able to overcome the headwinds that it has of Delta, Omicron, and even more in Europe. Our policies are working, and we're getting results for the American people, which is what it's all about, to state the obvious. Record job creation, Record unemployment declines, record wage gains. And by the way, jobs and unemployment are not just another statistic. They go directly to the core of what the economy represents, the ability for hardworking Americans to live with dignity, support their families, and build a better life for their children. People are making more money. They're finding better jobs. And after decades of being mistreated and paid too little, more and more American workers have real power now to get better wages and to do what's best for themselves and their families. Some people see that as a problem. We've had this discussion in the past. I don't. I see it as long overdue. So when you hear these numbers, they're not statistics. It's a statement of the type of economy we're fighting for. An economy, as I've been saying from the beginning, built from the bottom up and the middle out, not from the top down. When we do it that way, everybody does well. Everybody wins. Even though we created a record number of jobs, I know, that this job is not finished. We need to do more to get prices under control. Putin's invasion of Ukraine has driven up gas prices and food prices all over the world. To help deal with that, yesterday I authorized the release of 1 million barrels per day for the next 6 months from our Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Acknowledge this by far is the largest release of our national reserves in our history. It is a wartime bridge, is the way I look at it, to increase our oil supply as we work with our U.S. oil producers to ramp up their production to get us through this period. I've coordinated this release with partners and allies around the world. This morning, over 30 countries from across the world convened in an extraordinary meeting and agreed to the release of tens of millions of additional barrels of oil onto the market. Hundreds of hours of meetings with key allies, keeping them together, is paying off. Nations are coming together to deny Putin the ability to weaponize his energy resources against American families, not only American families, but families in Europe and around the world. I've also made it a priority to get America's fiscal house in order. Under my predecessor, the federal budget deficit went up every single year, every year. As I committed when I was running this and I got here, we're going to turn that around. In fact, last year in 2021, we cut the federal deficit by more than $350 billion. And this year, in 2022, we're on track to cut the deficit by more than $1.3 trillion. 1.3 trillion. That would be the largest one-year reduction in a deficit in U.S. history. And it's particularly important now as we work to reduce pressures on inflation. That's what happens when you reduce the deficit. So here are the facts. It was the previous administrations whose reckless policies and mismanagement led to the record budget deficits. In my administration, that's getting the deficit under control. In fact, I just released my budget this week, and it shows going forward, we can cut the deficit by another $1 trillion over the next decade, while still making prudent investments in economic growth and climate and other equitable economic decisions. But to do that, we have to be willing to do something previous administrations and Republicans today refuse to do. We need to make sure corporations and the super wealthy begin to pay their fair share. Here's one example. Right now, billionaires, and there's not a whole lot of them in the country, maybe I won't give a number because I don't know for sure, they average less than 1%. But my point is billionaires pay an average rate of only 8% on their total income. A family led by a firefighter and a teacher can pay double that income tax rate, double what a billionaire pays, double the 8%. So my budget has a billionaire minimum tax, a 20% minimum tax that applies only to the top 1/100th of 1% of American households. Billionaire minimum tax is fair. And here's the deal. It raises $360 billion that can be used to lower costs for families and cut the deficit. I would add, nobody making less than you're tired of hearing me say it, but no one making less than $400,000 a year will pay a single penny more in federal taxes. As I've said in the past, I'm a capitalist. I have no problem with people making as much money as they are capable of making. But I'm asking you one simple question. Just pay your fair share. Pay your fair share, that's all. That's it. Just your fair share. And no one can argue that 20% for a billionaire is unfair. Here's what this adds up to. We're going to continue to create jobs, bring down the cost for families, and rein in deficits left by my predecessor. All important steps in to continue our historic progress to build a better America. I said from the outset, we're the only country in the world that comes out of crises stronger than we went into them. That's what we're doing here. I want to thank you all for showing up today, and we'll have plenty of time to answer questions about other items other than the jobs report next week. Thank you. Appreciate it.
So what about inflation?
You're streaming live now from Fox. That was the latest from President Biden speaking on the Labor Department's reports showing that last month's job growth helped to reduce unemployment to 3.6%. And this is actually the lowest level since the pandemic erupted 2 years ago. President Biden also saying that despite the inflation surge persisting.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver. Earlier in the week, President Biden also delivered remarks on the Biden. And welcome back to. On the Biden's budget outline. So if you missed this, I'm going to play those remarks out in full right now here on Live Now from Fox.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm grateful to be here with the President as we release his budget for next year. As the Director of the Office of Management and Budget, I deal with a lot of numbers and charts and graphs, and they all matter. But that's not ultimately what budgets are about. Budgets are value statements. They're about the kind of country we want to be and the type of future we want to leave our kids. And from day one, the President has been clear that my job as OMB Director is to ensure that the government delivers for all people. and that our budget reflects our national values and priorities. I'm proud to say that's exactly what this budget does: invest in the American people in a fiscally responsible way. This budget will help ensure that prosperity is broadly shared, that we continue growing the economy from the bottom up and the middle out, that we make sure it works for working Americans who've been left out and left behind, who haven't benefited from the economic progress they helped make possible, that we are prepared to meet the full range of challenges and opportunities ahead of us. And it's a budget that includes proposals all Americans can come together around and that speak to our country's values at its best. And that's why it's my honor to introduce the President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Well, good afternoon, folks. It's been a busy couple days for all of you. Let me begin by saying that, thanking Director Young. You know, you've heard me say this before over the years. My dad had an expression. He said, "Don't tell me what you value. Show me your budget. I'll tell you what you value. Don't tell me what you value. Show me your budget, and I'll tell you what you value." Well, the budget I'm releasing today sends a clear message to the American people that what we value. First, fiscal responsibility. Second, safety and security. And thirdly, the investments needed to build a better America. The first value is fiscal responsibility. The previous administration, as you all know, ran up record budget deficits. In fact, the deficit went up every year under my predecessor. My administration is turning that around. Last year, we cut the deficit by more than $350 billion. This year, we're on track to cut the deficit by more than $1,300 billion. $1,300 billion. That would be the largest one-year reduction in the deficit in U.S. history. And here's how we're achieving it, this record deficit reduction. First, we're growing the economy. We've created a record 6.7 million jobs since I took office, and we've generated a GDP growth of 5.7%, the best economic growth we've seen in this country in over 40 years. This has led to a substantial increase in government revenues and dramatically improved our fiscal situation. Secondly, this record economic and job growth has made it possible for us to responsibly and significantly cut back on emergency spending. Earlier in the pandemic, it was right to give people help to make ends meet and to keep this economy going. Because of the progress we've made dealing with these emergencies, the labor market is strong and unemployment claims are at historic lows. We ended the pandemic unemployment assistance programs because Americans are back to work. I'm calling for new pandemic subsidies for large businesses to not continue those because those businesses are back and moving again as well. But because we have to put this economy in a strong foundation, even the Delta and Omicron variants of COVID-19 and the cost of Putin's aggression in Ukraine have not required an additional fiscal package for state and local governments. But we still spend what we need to spend to continue to fight COVID. But those expenditures will be dramatically less than last year. Compared to 2020, we're reducing the size of the deficit relative to our economy by almost 2/3, reducing inflationary pressures, and making real headway cleaning up the fiscal mess I inherited. After my predecessor's fiscal mismanagement, we were reducing the Trump deficits and returning our fiscal house to order. Now, the budget I'm releasing today will continue this approach. It makes prudent investments in economic growth and more equitable economy while making sure corporations and the very wealthy pay their fair share. And I would add, nobody making less than $400,000 a year will pay a penny more in federal taxes. We can do this by, one, passing legislation that lowers costs for families on things like child care, health care, and energy costs, while lowering our deficit at the same time. We can give hardworking parents raising children tax relief that gives them just a little bit of breathing room. and lowers child poverty. We can give Medicare the power to negotiate lower prescription drug prices. This will bring down the cost for seniors and reduce the deficit by hundreds of billions of dollars. Congress can do this all right now. They're debating it now. We can also restore fiscal responsibility. The Trump tax cuts added $2 trillion in deficit spending and largely helped the rich and the largest corporations. Under my plan, as I said, no one making less than $400,000 a year will pay additional single penny in taxes. No one. If you don't make 400 grand, you're not going to pay a single penny in additional federal taxes. And the wealthy and corporations will finally begin to pay their fair share. For most Americans, the last few years were very hard, stretching them to the breaking point. But billionaires and large corporations got richer than ever. Right now, billionaires pay an average rate of 8% on their total income. 8%, that's the average they pay. Now, I'm a capitalist, but if you can make $1 billion, great. Just pay your fair share. Pay a little bit. A firefighter and a teacher pay more than double the tax rate that a billionaire pays. That's not right. That's not fair. And my budget contains a billionaire minimum tax because of that. A 20% minimum tax that applies only to the top 1/100th of 1%. 1/100th of 1% of the Americans will pay this tax. The billionaire minimum tax is fair, and it raises $360 billion that can be used to lower costs for families and cut the deficit. As I said, my budget also ensures the corporations pay their fair share. In 2020, there were 50 Fortune 500 companies that made $40 billion in profit combined, but didn't pay a single solitary cent in federal taxes. My budget raises the corporate tax rate to 28%, far lower than the rate it was between World War II and 2017 when it was lowered as of today. Last year, I rallied more than 100, some of you were overseas with me, 130 countries to agree to a global minimum tax for corporations doing business in their countries, to put an end to a tax system that rewards multinational corporations for shipping the jobs and profits overseas and avoiding taxes at home. It's my hope that Congress enacts this law this year so I can sign it and we can get to work. The second value my budget reflects is security. Security at home and security abroad. My budget tackles security in two key ways. First, it secures our communities at home. This is an issue families in every part of the country face. I've said it before. The answer is not to defund our police departments. It's to fund our police and give them all the tools they need, training and foundation and partners and protectors that our communities need. The budget puts more police on the street for community policing, so they get to know the community they're policing, allows the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and the FBI to hire the agents they need to help fight gun crime and other violent crimes in our communities, and funds body cameras and makes sure police work with our local communities and are accountable to these communities. It funds crime prevention and community violence intervention, drug treatment, mental health, criminal justice reform, and reentry for people coming home after incarceration. All demonstrable ways to reduce crime and proven ways. Security also means national and international security. This budget provides the resources we need to keep Americans safe, ensuring that our military remains the best prepared, best trained, best equipped military in the world. This budget also provides additional funding to forcefully respond to Putin's aggression against Ukraine and its economic, humanitarian, and security consequences. The world has changed. In addition to dealing with terrorist organizations, for the second quarter of the 21st century, we're once again facing increased competition from other nation states, China and Russia, which are going to require investments to make things like space and cyber and other advanced capabilities, including hypersonics. And this will be among the largest investments in our national security in history. Some people don't like the increase, but we're in a different world today. America is more prosperous, more successful, and more just when it is more secure. We can restore fiscal responsibility and safeguard our security at home and abroad while meeting the third value, what I call building a better America. Let's provide universal preschool, cap the cost of child care at 7% of a family's income. Like many families, that would cut the cost of child care in half. It'll make college more affordable. My budget doubles the maximum Pell Grant. Families making under $50,000 a year to nearly $13,000, and helps more than 8 million students who rely on Pell Grants pay for college. My budget invests in building more homes to keep us up to deal with the skyrocketing cost of housing for the middle class and the poor. My budget lowers family energy costs with tax credits to help people make their homes more efficient. Research and development to broaden the reach of solar and build a clean energy future. My budget also invests in other areas of bipartisan common good. I call them unity agendas. I spoke to them at the State of the Union. Beating the opioid epidemic, taking on challenges of mental health, supporting our veterans, and ending cancer as we know it. This budget includes investments to get Americans the mental health services they need, and we need them. And when it comes to fighting cancer and other diseases, my budget funds a new organization called ARPA-H at Health and Human Services at Department of Health. And it stands for Advanced Research Projects for Health. It's based on DARPA, the Defense Department program, that led to breakthroughs in technologies like the internet, GPS, and so much more. ARPA-H will drive breakthroughs to prevent, detect, and treat diseases, including Alzheimer's, diabetes, cancers, and more. And here's what this all adds up to. Historic deficit reduction, historic investment in our security at home and abroad by modernizing our capabilities in both areas, and an unprecedented commitment to building an economy where everyone has a chance to succeed. A plan to pay for those investments that we need as a nation. That's what we do. So I look forward to working with the members of Congress, Democrats, Republicans, and Independents, to deliver this budget and keep delivering for the American people. I want to thank you all. May God bless you all. May God protect our troops. Let me, Kelly O'Donnell, NBC.
Thank you, Mr. President. Do you believe what you said? Thank you, sir. Do you believe what you said, that Putin can't remain in power? Or do you now regret saying that because your government has been trying to walk that back? Did your words complicate matters?
Well, you asked 3 different questions. I'll answer them all. Number 1, I'm not walking anything back. The fact of the matter is I was expressing the moral outrage I felt toward the way Putin is dealing in the actions of this man. Just brutality. Half the children in Ukraine. I just come from being with those families. But I want to make it clear, I wasn't then, nor am I now, articulating a policy change. I was expressing the moral outrage that I feel, and I make no apologies for it.
Personal feelings, sir. Your personal feelings?
My personal feelings. Secondly, you asked me about, well, what was the second part?
Does it complicate the diplomacy of this moment?
No, I don't think it does. You know, the fact is that we're in a situation where what complicates the situation at the moment is the escalatory efforts of Putin to continue to engage in carnage, the kind of behavior that makes the whole world say, my God, what is this man doing? That's what complicates things a great deal. But I don't think it complicates it at all.
Mr. President,
Let me go to Steve Holland, Reuters.
Mr. President, thank you. When you say that you're not walking anything back, you do feel that Vladimir Putin should be removed from power? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I was expressing, just what I said. I was expressing the moral outrage I felt towards this man. I wasn't articulating a policy change. And I think that, you know, he continues on this course that he's on. He is going to become a pariah worldwide, and who knows what he becomes at home in terms of support.
And just to follow up, are you concerned this remark might escalate the conflict?
No, I'm not. I'm not at all. Look,
thank you.
And you know, look, the other thing is that a couple of people have asked me as well, might as well speak to it unless you want to ask the question, but you know, that other governments have suggested that this is a problem, I'm escalating things. No. And has it weakened NATO? No, it hadn't. NATO has never, ever, 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 ever been as strong as it is today. Never.
So if saying he cannot remain in power does not mean regime change, what does it mean in your opinion?
It means that I would hope it was expressing my outrage. He shouldn't remain in power. Just like, you know, bad people shouldn't continue to do bad things. But it doesn't mean we have a fundamental policy to do anything to take Putin down in any way.
What made you add that? Because that wasn't in your prepared remarks, we were told. So what made you add that at the end, Mr. President? Because
I was talking to the Russian people. The last part of the speech was talking to the Russian people, telling them what we thought. And I was communicating this to not only the Russian people, but the whole world. This is just stating a simple fact that this kind of behavior is totally unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. And the way to deal with it is to strengthen and keep NATO completely united and help Ukraine where we can. Cleve, you had a question. Where is he?
Thanks, Mr. President. On your budget, you've said repeatedly at the State of the Union that you're not for defunding the police. I do wonder how much emphasis you think should be put on alternative forms of crime prevention, not just defunding the police, but crime reduction in communities.
Oh, a significant amount. I've laid that out in detail in the budget. For example, we do know that intervention programs work. We do know that what police need, they need psychologists in the department as much as they need extra rifles. They need people who are in the department who can deal with the crisis that the police are going through as well, dealing with their crises, dealing with their mental state and how they're handling things. They need social workers engaged with them. I lay it all out. And it all works. If you see these community intervention programs, they work. They actually reduce crime. They significantly reduce crime. So that's a big piece of it.
Just a follow-up. Is any of it related to political pressure from Republicans saying that Democrats are soft on crime, that you guys are careening to the left?
Isn't it kind of fascinating? When I first got elected, I was being beat up because I supported the police too much for the previous 30 years. No, that's what I think. Ozma.
Oh, surprised to get called. Thank you, Mr. President. Are you willing to try to meet with Vladimir Putin? And I have a quick follow-up to that. When you last met with him face-to-face in Geneva, you had described that as a productive conversation. You said that he did not want a Cold War. And do you feel, given the actions, though, that have happened over the last few months, I guess I'm asking what has changed in his mind?
I don't know what's changed his mind. His behavior's changed. When we met, remember what we were talking about. We were talking about setting up a strategic dialogue and talking about the relationship of NATO and Russia and facing off in the regions and how we could have more transparency and all the rest. It was a normal discussion I had going all the way back to Kosygin and others back in 100 years ago when I was a young senator. And so what changed was nothing remotely approaching that. Remember when he first met with me, he said, I have two objectives. This is the second or third time I met with him. He said, I have two objectives. One is to make sure that they never become part of NATO, and two, to make sure there are no long-range missiles in there, in Ukraine. I said, we can deal with the second one easily, but we can't close the door on the first. Because when we talk about missiles, we want to talk about what's also on the Russian border heading toward Europe. Do both. And then if you notice that demand list of his, not with me, with others, have escalated significantly in terms of what he thinks is necessary. Thank you very much.
We need some more clarification, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I know you're going to ask a really nice question.
Well, it's an important question, I think. Are you worried that other leaders in the world are going to start to doubt that America is back if some of these big things that you say on the world stage keep getting walked back?
What's getting walked back?
It made it sound like, just in the last couple days, it sounded like you told U.S. troops they were going to Ukraine. It sounded like you said it was possible the U.S. would use a chemical weapon, and it sounded like you were calling for regime change in Russia. And we know
None of the three occurred.
None of the three occurred?
None of the three.
Mr. President?
You interpret the language that way. I was talking to the troops. We're talking about helping train the troops that are the Ukrainian troops that are in Poland. That's what the context. I sat there with those guys for a couple hours. That's what we talked about.
So when you said you're going to see when you're there, you were not intending to
I was
say US
referring to meeting with and talking with the Ukrainian troops that were in Poland.
And when you said a chemical weapon use by Russia would trigger a response in kind.
It will trigger a significant response.
What does that mean?
I'm not going to tell you. Why would I tell you? You got to be silly.
The world wants to know?
The world wants to know a lot of things. I'm not telling them what the response would be. Then Russia knows the response.
Mr. President.
All right, I'm going to take two more questions. 1, 2.
Mr. President, thank you. I still want to get back to your original words that he cannot remain in power. Can you help us understand, you have more foreign policy experience than any president who has ever held this office. Whether those are your personal feelings or your feelings as president, do you understand why people would believe you, as someone commanding one of the largest nuclear arsenals in the world, saying someone cannot remain in power is a statement of U.S. policy? And also, are you concerned about propaganda use of those remarks by the Russians?
No and no.
Tell me why. You have so much experience. You are the leader of this country.
Because it's ridiculous. Nobody believes we're going to take down. I was talking about taking down Putin. Nobody believes that. Number one. Number two, what have I been talking about since this all began? The only war that's worse than one intended is one that's unintended. The last thing I want to do is engage in a land war or a nuclear war with Russia. That's not part of it. I was expressing my outrage at the behavior of this man. It's outrageous. It's outrageous. And it's more an aspiration than anything. He shouldn't be in power. People like this shouldn't be ruling countries, but they do. The fact they do, but doesn't mean I can't express my outrage about it. Last question.
President, thank you. You've said that you're confident that your comment won't undermine diplomatic efforts. But just to be clear, are you confident that Vladimir Putin sees it that way, that he will not use this as an escalatory...
I don't care what he thinks. Look, here's the deal. He's going to do what he's going to do. Putin, look...
But you're not concerned that he may see your language and view that as a sign of a reason for escalation, use that as an excuse to escalate, given his recent behavior?
Given his recent behavior, you should, excuse me, I shouldn't say that to you. Given his recent behavior, people should understand that he is going to do what he thinks he should do, period. He's not affected by anybody else, including, unfortunately, apparently his own advisors. This is a guy who goes to the beat of his own drummer. And the idea that he is going to do something outrageous because I called him for what he was and what he's doing, I think is just not rational.
You didn't say when you meet him again. Would you meet with President Putin ever again?
It depends. No, it's not a question of the question is there something to meet on that would justify him being able to end this war and be able to rebuild Ukraine? That's the issue.
Can you just say yes or no, Mr. President, whether or not you would be willing to meet with President Putin
It depends on what he wants to talk about.
Thank you. Okay, last question.
What if he wanted to talk about negotiations? Now, what if he
Hello,
wanted to...
you said Supreme Court. Now, don't play that.
Well, you can't leave that hanging. Just real quick, two matters on the Supreme Court. While you were away, there were reports about the wife of Justice Thomas and texts that she had with former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. Should Justice Thomas recuse himself from any cases involving the January 6th insurrection or former President Trump at this point?
I'd leave that to two entities.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Ask the second question.
No, two entities. Go ahead. Sorry.
One, the January 6th committee, and two, the Justice Department. That's their judgment, not mine to make.
So on Justice Thomas recusing, you don't think he should, or?
I said that. I told you. Those things get into legal issues. That, in fact, I told you I would not tell the Justice Department what position to take or not take. And I'm not going to instruct the Congress either.
And did you get any chance to watch much of the Judiciary Committee hearings?
I didn't get a chance to see any of it, unfortunately.
The fact that Republicans were questioning Judge Jackson on matters like former sentences related to child pornography cases or the definition of a woman, does that, as the former chairman of the Judiciary Committee, make sense to you?
Look, this is one of the most qualified nominees ever nominated for the Supreme Court in every respect, in terms of her disposition, her intellectual capacity, her experience and background, serving on three additional courts, a woman who is totally, thoroughly qualified, and will be a great addition to the court in my view. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, sir.
Do you think that Russia is behind the alleged poisoning of those Ukrainian peace negotiators?
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Expensive cars, expensive homes, everything costing more money as everything is on the rise. And Fox 13 Tampa's consumer reporter is looking at the impacts of inflation at that record high. Let's take a look at that.
Hi everyone, let's start with cars. New car prices, they continue to soar. A record 82% of buyers paid above sticker prices in January compared to 2.8% paying higher than sticker a year ago. Now across all makes, new car buyers paid an average of about $728 above the manufacturer's suggested retail price. The average price was roughly $45,000. The highest makes on markup included Cadillac, Land Rover, Kia, Honda, Toyota, and GMC. Now, nearly 1.7 million homes, they're sitting empty here in Florida. That's more than anywhere else in the country. That's all according to a new Lending Tree study of home vacancies across the United States. Of the more than 16 million homes left empty of residents in the U.S., the largest number is here in Florida, with almost 1.7 million houses in the Sunshine State sitting vacant. Here are the other top 5 states for home vacancies across the country. In case you are curious, after Florida, it's California, Texas, New York, and Michigan. The high number of vacant homes in the U.S., of course, comes as home prices continue to rise alongside rental price increases that have continued now for more than a year. People just can't afford the homes that are available. And speaking of that, running out of money before payday, it's reality for 1 in 5 Americans. A new survey from Salary Finance says 20% of workers are out of cash in between paychecks. The elimination of COVID programs such as student loan forgiveness and the enhanced child tax credit, the high cost of property, and a record high inflation worsened by the escalating war in Ukraine are likely the root causes for the highest percentage of financial stress in the 4 years that this particular company has been conducting their survey. So could the whole semiconductor, the chip shortage, microchip shortage be easing? Could that help at least with car prices? What's the solution? And will it actually be a light at the end of the tunnel? That's all coming your way at 5. See you then.
And it's not only homes and it's not only gas prices, but inflation is also causing food bank shortages. Fox has that report as well. Let's take a look.
Food prices are higher than ever, and we know that lower income Americans are feeling the brunt of those higher prices. Here at the food bank for New York City, they are still serving 800 meals a day to those in need. But it is not without its hurdles, and they are getting creative to keep the number of meals up and prices stable.
At Food Bank for New York City, we are definitely feeling the pinch, and we are seeing food prices rise. Plastic containers, plastics have gone up in prices. The supply chain with cans and putting things into the containers that they use to get out into the community. We used to provide canned tuna. Now we're providing pouches of tuna because of supply chain issues.
Pouches because the cans have jumped in cost. According to Feeding America, in February of 2020, a truckload of canned tuna cost them $46,000. Today, it costs them $57,000. Inflation and an unreliable supply chain is pushing prices higher. The food bank here shared with us some of their numbers. A truckload of peanut butter now costs them 80% more than it did before the pandemic. They are paying $51,000 for a truckload. The UN food chief says that the Ukraine war is creating a food crisis that is the worst the world has seen since World War II, and they don't expect any relief anytime soon. But here, they rely so heavily on donations, which allows them to maintain their meal load. They say that $1 creates 5 meals, and it's donations like that that keep this food bank running. In New York, I'm Madison Allworth, Fox Business.
And that was Fox Business reporting. We are going to go out to a quick commercial break, but don't go anywhere because when we return, we will have the latest White House press briefing. Keep it right here. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
So today, we are pleased to welcome Shalonda Young and Cecilia Rouse to the briefing room to address your questions on the 2023 budget. We have just a few announcements before they go into the President's budget. As we disclosed to all of you this morning, the President tested negative as a part of his regular testing cadence. He was last tested Friday as a part of his regular testing rhythm, and additional testing requirements for travel to and from Europe. Moving forward, he will proceed on his regular testing schedule, and we will continue to update all of you out of an abundance of transparency. And of course, we wish Karine and Jen speedy recoveries. They are currently both following CDC guidance and will be back following a negative test. Jen shared this morning that she's feeling stir crazy and will be back soon. First, on Judge Jackson. Judge Jackson continued to build support last week after she spent over 20 hours in marathon confirmation hearings demonstrating her credentials, intellect, character, grace, and the value of her deep experience. She reminded the country of why the president chose her and why she has been endorsed by conservative judges, the Fraternal Order of Police, the International Association of Chiefs of Police, dozens of police chiefs and sheriffs who lead many of the busiest departments in the United States, and 83 former state attorneys general from both parties. Polls keep showing that she has strong backing among the American people, with some indicating that she has the most support of any Supreme Court nominee since John Roberts, who she ties with and whom she shares, and with whom she shares a similar philosophy about judges serving as referees who decide cases based on the law and the facts. She has now met with more than a majority of the Senate and is continuing her engagement with senators today and throughout the week. Judge Jackson responded to Republicans' request for in-person meetings by promising to sit down with any member who wanted to, and she is honoring that promise. Something else that speaks to the strength of Judge Jackson's qualifications, which a series of Republicans have affirmed make her unquestionably fit to serve on the Supreme Court, and to the strength of her record, is the multitude of fact checks from the press, from retired judges, and from former prosecutors who have dismantled attacks brought by a small group of GOP senators. The truth is that every single one of the specific senators who joined in these bad faith attacks on her sentencing record with respect to child pornography has voted for numerous Trump-nominated judges who sentenced defendants for the same crimes in the same fashion, below guidelines widely considered to be out of date across the judiciary, and below what prosecutors sought, which is also a norm. For example, last week, the Washington Post fact-checker wrote a piece headlined, "These Trump judges fail Hawley's sentencing test for Jackson." The New York Times fact-checking team also covered this, writing, "Critics of Jackson's child sex abuse sentences backed judges with similar records." The Trump-nominated judges they surveyed received broad support and even included Sixth Circuit Judge Amul Thapar, who was on Donald Trump's shortlist for the Supreme Court. This was all on top of a raft of other fact checks already establishing that the basis of these criticisms was dishonest. And then, in terms of the budget, as you heard the president discuss earlier today, he has released his second budget, which builds on historic deficit reduction his agenda is delivering by means of the fastest economic growth in almost 40 years, on top of record-breaking job creation and unemployment reduction in 2021. The president's budget will help bring more jobs back to America, make us safer at home by increasing funding for police, and more secure in the world by investing in our national security and alliances. And it will pay for these crucial policies by asking the ultra-wealthy, the top 100th of 1% of Americans in terms of income, billionaires and 100 millionaires, to pay an income tax that's aligned with what most people in the workforce pay. We encourage Republicans in Congress to support that approach, rather than their proposal to raise taxes on half of working families and taking health care coverage away from millions, while gutting protections for Americans with pre-existing conditions in order to hand out even more tax giveaways to the wealthiest. Shalonda Young is joining us for the first time in the briefing room. She is the Director of the Office of Management and Budget, having been confirmed by the Senate with bipartisan support earlier this month. As director, she serves as a senior advisor to President Biden and plays a critical role in implementing the president's vision across the executive branch. Previously, Shalonda was the acting director of OMB for the last year and the clerk and staff director for the House Appropriations Committee, where she oversaw the $1.3 trillion annual appropriations bills. We're also joined by Cecilia Rouse, who has been here numerous times, who is the chair of the Council of Economic Advisors and a member of the President's Family's Cabinet. As a quick introduction, she is a world-respected labor economist who recently served as dean of the Princeton School of Public and International Affairs. She previously served as a member of the Council of Economic Advisors in the Obama-Biden administration and on the National Economic Council in the Clinton administration. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to each of them who will give remarks, and then I'll call on folks for questions. And then once we're done, we're happy to take more questions from y'all throughout the day in the press office.
All right, be nice to the newbie. For OMB director, this is like prom day, so I'm very happy to be here with you today. You've heard the president say this, you heard him say it this morning. Budgets are about values, and his 2023 budget puts our values to work in 3 key ways. First is fiscally responsible. The budget shows that we're on track to reduce the deficit by more than $1.3 trillion. This is the largest year-over-year decline in history, and less than half of the deficit the president inherited. And that's no accident. It's a result of the president's strategy to combat the pandemic and grow our economy, a strategy that has built on smart investments and helped jumpstart our recovery. And that strategy has paid off. In 2021, we created more than 6.5 million jobs, the most our country has ever recorded in a single year. Our economy grew 5.7%, the most in 40 years. And the unemployment rate has fallen to 3.8%, the fastest decline in recorded history. Because of that progress, we're able to responsibly draw down emergency spending measures and increase revenues. The budget outlines the president's vision to expand on this progress. Its investments are more than fully paid for through tax reforms, ensure corporations and the wealthiest Americans pay their fair share. It achieves significant deficit reduction over the next decade. And it ensures no one earning less than $400,000 pays a penny more in new taxes. Second, the budget invests in security, both here and abroad. Here at home, it includes investments to keep our communities safe, put more cops on the beat for community policing, fight gun crime, and advance criminal justice reform. The budget also strengthens our military and leverages our renewed strength at home to meet pressing global challenges, making one of the largest investments in our national security in U.S. history. Third, the budget will help us build a better America by investing in education, making more here at home, combating the opioid epidemic, driving medical breakthroughs, including in cancer, and taking on the mental health crisis. The budget also makes clear that the president is committed to working with Congress to pass legislation that reduces the deficit, cuts costs for families, and expands the productive capacity of our economy. These are all things we can make progress on together, and we're looking forward to working with Congress to advance these priorities for the American people. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This budget builds on the solid economic gains of the first year of this administration. The recovery over the last year has been extraordinary, quicker than independent forecasters had projected. Over 2021, real output grew by 5.6%, the fastest since 1984. The unemployment rate fell at its fastest pace since modern data began in 1948. The labor force participation rate of Americans ages 25 to 54 grew by the most since 1979. This robust recovery has put us in a strong position today. The U.S. economy is more than 3% larger in inflation-adjusted terms than it was just before the pandemic, the fastest recovery in the G7. Healthy household balance sheets and a strong labor market make us more resilient to external shocks. The strong recovery has also put us in a better fiscal position as faster growth helps lower the deficit. The budget builds on this solid economic growth. It is a continuation of President Biden's commitment to address long-standing issues in the economy and make investments that will ensure robust, sustainable, and equitable growth. First, the budget is fiscally responsible. Thanks to the American Rescue Plan, revenues are up and pandemic relief can slow down. The result is deficit reduction, which will help ease long-term inflationary pressures and make our fiscal trajectory more sustainable. Second, the budget bolsters domestic and foreign security. Increased security here and abroad not only protects lives, but it also reduces uncertainty, which allows economic activity the room it needs to renormalize and grow. Third, the economy makes important investments in the American people. A healthy, cared-for workforce is a productive workforce, and it lowers costs for families, easing price pressures over the longer term. Now, I'd like to close with a word about our forecast. In many ways, the forecast looks healthier today than it did when we locked it all the way back last November. The economy has created, on average, 600,000 jobs per month since then, including through the Omicron wave. And the unemployment rate has fallen an additional 0.8 percentage point. Challenges have also arisen since last November as well. The most obvious is the Russian invasion of Ukraine. This may well put upward pressure on energy and food prices. That, in turn, could reinforce inflation, which was already an issue prior to the invasion due to the pandemic, supply chain constraints, and a strong demand for goods. But as I said earlier, the strength of our recovery has put us on solid ground to weather economic shocks. Independent forecasters anticipate that inflation will come down. Americans are back to work and the economy is strong. The President's 2023 budget presents a fiscally fair and responsible approach to continue to invest in America and meet future challenges.
Josh, would you like to start us?
Sure. Director Young, Josh Bose with AP. I want to understand the reserve fund for whatever comes out of negotiations with Congress. You said on the call this morning that talks are ongoing. The budget says of the President's priorities, they include the expanded child tax credit, something that we previously believed was off the table. Can you give us a sense of where negotiations are and what we could expect in terms of how active they are, such that you felt obligated to exclude those priorities from the total?
One, let me start where you ended. They're not excluded. What we didn't do is detail things, so we did not get ahead of negotiations. You probably heard that I spent a little time on Capitol Hill. What we don't do is get ahead of congressional negotiations. We certainly don't negotiate in public. The reserve fund is meant to hold revenues enough for whatever framework comes out of Congress. What we're not doing is double counting revenues. So the revenues we're holding in the reserve fund are different. For example, we're not counting the savings from prescription drug reform in the deficit neutral reserve fund. That they can use that if they want. We're not counting that for our 23 budget. So one, we're not going to negotiate in public. Two, we need to leave revenues for legislation the President has consistently called on Congress to send to his desk. And that is, I think, as clear as I can be.
Sure, but it's been an exhausting month, as we can all attest to, and I imagine that's true for you as well. Have you had any talks or negotiations with regard to this in the last month with members of Congress?
Look, I think an easy way to not get anything done is to negotiate in public. We're not going to do that. The 23 budget, I think, is the responsible thing to do, to hold enough revenues so Congress can use those if it wants to send legislation to the President that reduces the deficit and reduces costs for the American people.
Sabrina.
Thank you so much. You're placing a lot of emphasis with this budget on deficit reduction. Can you talk a little bit more about that? Is it an effort to persuade Senator Manchin and other centrists who've raised concerns about the deficit, or does your administration believe that the deficit is in fact getting too high?
Let me remind you, this president sent up a budget. This is his second one. And in both budgets, he has paid for his proposals. This is a classic Joe Biden budget. So just as he did last year, we're putting forward proposals that do two things. Establishes a tax system that's fair, where corporations and the wealthiest pay their fair share, but it has the added benefit of paying for needs of the American people, like reducing child care.
What specific proposals beyond the wealth tax would lower the deficit by $1 trillion over the next decade, as you say?
So one, we're already in the process from last year to this year, reducing the deficit by $1.3 trillion. The proposals in the budget would also bring about another $1 trillion decrease. In addition to the billionaire income tax proposal that we have in the budget, we also believe that we should take the individual rate back to 39.6%, and also bring corporate tax rates back up, not even quite back up to where they were before the Trump tax cuts.
Steve?
Cecilia, you mentioned that the Ukraine invasion is going to have a complicated inflation. Could you talk a little bit more about that? What should Americans expect? Higher gasoline prices, food? What do you think?
So So as the president has said, this is an important place for the United States. This is an important moment for democracy. But what we do know is that Putin's invasion of Ukraine will have impacts on both energy prices and food prices. So he has, as the president has said, we can expect that while our sanctions are going to have their focus and most of their impact on the Russian economy, that we can expect that we will see a bit of impact in the United States as well. So the first we're seeing is some impact on gas prices and oil prices. We can also expect through fertilizer and energy prices to see some impact on food. That said, the president is focused on doing what he can to ensure that those increases are contained and that they are not, they're doing what he can to ease them for the American people. So that is, he's worked with our partners to increase an additional 60 million barrels from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. And he has other options on the table that he will be considering as they come up. In terms of food prices, the U.S., we don't expect a shortage here. Because we are net exporters, but we are acutely aware of the fact that there are regions in the world that depend heavily on exports of wheat in particular and other grains from the Ukraine and Russia, and we're working with our partners to ensure to minimize the impacts globally.
Nancy.
Just for Dr. Rouse, just following up on what you said, how is the White House preparing to deal with those food shortages, particularly when it comes to wheat, in places like Africa, the Middle East, and the developing countries? And should U.S. farmers grow more wheat this year instead of corn and soybeans, given those possible food shortages?
So first of all, we are a net exporter of many of those food commodities, and farmers respond to price signals. And so with the price of food rising, they will be responding by making additional plantings and trying to take advantage of the increased price signal. So the market will work as the market will work. But the U.S. is working with our partners. USAID is right in the middle of it, and other international food organizations to get the food and to ease the price pressures for other countries around the world.
Just to follow up on that, I'm sorry, to follow up on that, is there, have you considered altering the sanctions to make it clear that there's no restrictions on agricultural trade with Russia?
So the sanctions have always had carve-outs for humanitarian needs. The focus of the sanctions was to be on Putin and his close circle, but to minimize to the extent possible the impact on the Russian people. So there has been a carve-out for humanitarian aid, and we will absolutely be working to ensure that they get the food that they need.
So you just focused on employment. Yeah, thanks, Andrew. I wanted to follow up on what the administration's proposed in police funding. So $3.2 billion is for grants, local and state grants. Then the other $30 billion, the White House has called it, quote, mandatory resources to support law enforcement. What does it mean by mandatory? And how will that money flow to presumably local governments and states for police forces?
So as you know, the budget, two major spending categories: discretionary, which will go through the appropriations process. That is where we're asking for the $3.2 billion. There are traditional accounts like the community-oriented policing account and burn jag that the appropriations committee already funds. We're asking for increases in those accounts. The mandatory side, it is a new proposal. We would have to work with and are planning to work with the authorizers who typically move mandatory legislation on the parameters of that funding. But what is clear, and you heard the president talk about this earlier, in addition to cops on the beat, we want a community focus. We also know that it takes a comprehensive approach, that police forces around the country should have mental health services, psychiatrists. That's why our community violence initiative, we're asking for money not only in DOJ and in HHS on the discretionary side. So the plan is, on the mandatory side, is a new proposal to work with those authorizing committees to ensure that it is both strong on the policing side, but also have these wraparound services.
On the mandatory side, are there any goals in terms of how many more police officers could be added nationwide, or any priorities? You mentioned a couple of them, but in terms of what you want to see this money used on, and how much leeway will police forces have versus it coming down from the federal government on where the money can go?
As you know, these decisions are best made at the local level, not even the state most often. when it comes to policing efforts. So what we plan on doing is working with the judiciary committees to ensure that we provide flexible enough funding, but be very clear that we expect a community focus, and also that we have the wraparound services necessary, including mental health services, to make sure that we bring down violence in our communities.
When you talk about unemployment, do you take into account the millions of Americans who have left their job? Do you take that into account?
So we're calling on MJ.
You all have said that the inflation estimates for this budget were set in November, and if the invasion were to be taken into account, the outlook would look pretty different. So should we expect an updated analysis from this administration on that front to take into account the invasion? And also, just in terms of the timeline, do you all have an estimate for when people can expect things to level out again? Can we expect that during this calendar year?
So we will be doing a mid-session update of our budget later this summer. That is typically what we do. And obviously for next year's budget, we will use a new budget that will not be quite as old, at least for next year. Outside forecasters who have been, who are studying this as well, expect that inflation will be higher than they were anticipating back when we locked our budget, so then at the beginning of the year before the invasion. But they do expect that as we learn to maintain economic activity while we are still working through this pandemic, while supply chains continue to improve, although obviously there's uncertainty there with, for example, lockdowns in China, but we expect them to work through that we expect supply chain challenges to ease. We do expect inflation to ease this year and into next year.
We have a 4:15 out, so we're going to need to go, but just send us any other questions you have in the press office.
What happened to Jake Sullivan?
Jake Sullivan.
Thank you. Thanks for coming. Thank you.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver reporting out of Los Angeles, just going on 2:30 here on the West Coast. Switching gears to talking about President Biden and his plan to tap oil reserves in order to control gas prices. Our very own Fox News has the latest, followed by an expert interview with our very own Live Now from Fox's Christy Larson. Let's check both of those out.
I know gas prices are painful. I get it. My plan's going to help ease that pain today.
President Biden announced he will release 1 million barrels of oil from the strategic reserve per day for the next 6 months.
It's over 180 million barrels.
The U.S. uses about 21 million barrels of oil daily, so in total, the president's oil release totals less than 9 days' worth. And on average, Americans are paying $4.22 for a gallon of gas.
Putin's price hike is hitting Americans at the pump.
The reserve is supposed to exist for giant unforeseen crises. It's not there so that anti-energy politicians whose policies have raised gas prices can try to hide that from the public.
The president also announced his administration will impose penalties on oil and gas companies that lease federal lands but are not producing energy.
It's a Band-Aid, but it's a good step forward.
The administration has blamed the war in Ukraine and corporate greed for sky-high prices.
This is the time, not the time to sit on record profits.
But Republicans say it's because of hostile policies by the administration toward oil producers and early administration moves to cut off pipeline projects.
I watched him sign the shutdown of the XL pipeline. It's foolish, the direction they've been going.
Next week, executives from 6 of the largest oil companies will testify to Congress about gas prices, why they're high, and how to bring them down. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Today, President Biden says his decision to up the 180 million barrels. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Today, President Biden says his decision to up the 180 million barrels of oil released from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve is already helping energy prices to decrease. What we want to do is, of course, extend this conversation with some of our industry experts. I'm bringing in Andrew Lapau. He is the president of Lapau Oil Associates. And thank you so much for being here with us. Andrew, I know you've spoken with us before, but let's just talk about what this release of these reserves really means for us Americans when it comes to pumping out that gas.
Well, first of all, the release of 180 million barrels does add to the supply of oil in the near term, and the market has reacted accordingly by falling about $7 a barrel. This means that the consumers can expect that those reductions are going to be passed through to the retail gas pump. I think that gasoline prices will decline 10 cents a gallon over the next couple of weeks in reaction to this release.
I'm glad to hear you say that, Andrew, because I know a lot of people have been struggling to rebudget themselves, especially when we've had to fill up with gas, continue to get ourselves to work each and every single day. Today, President Biden touched on, too, what he wants to do to these oil companies. And I talked to you about this ahead of time of our interview, but he wants to put fees on those companies who are sitting on land but not producing oil. Can you extend a little bit more information into what does this actually mean?
Well, if we look back, one reason that oil companies have been sitting on all this land is because during the pandemic in 2020 and into 2021, oil prices were so low that investment in the oil patch nearly dried up. So it was simply uneconomical to drill for oil then. It hasn't been till recently that oil prices moved to $92 a barrel, and that was on February 23rd, the day before Russia invaded the Ukraine. The oil industry, of course, is plagued by the same supply chain issues that we're seeing throughout the U.S. They need more drilling pipe, frac sand. They need truck drivers to bring this equipment to and from the individual well sites. So while people expect and think that drilling and production of oil can happen overnight like Federal Express, it's more like slow and steady, more like the stagecoach. But we do expect that oil production will continue to rise in this country throughout this year and hit a record next year in 2023.
So when you were talking to me before, too, you said some of these fees are not going to really put a cost to the companies, but instead put a cost to the consumers. Can you explain what you meant by that?
Ultimately, the more expensive it is to drill a well and get that oil out of the ground requires higher oil prices. So if you're adding additional fees to the cost of drilling those wells, it translates into even higher oil prices before drilling becomes profitable, which ultimately means that the consumer is going to pay for it in terms of higher gasoline and diesel prices.
And when we were hearing President Biden earlier here today make his announcement talking about ways that they're trying to help Americans with these transportation costs, one thing that they kept reiterating is that this has been a problem ever since the Ukraine war happened, ever since Putin decided to send his Russian troops into Ukraine. What are your thoughts on the timing of that? Because to me, we've seen these prices rising, not just in this past month, but in this past year also.
Well, we should really separate this into the pre-Russian invasion of Ukraine and then what's happened since. And it's certainly true that oil prices had been rising prior to February because economies around the world were reopening. The demand for oil was increasing at the same time that supply was lagging. And in fact, we've seen from OPEC Plus during the pandemic them cutting back production significantly and slowly restoring their production quotas. But even OPEC Plus has been unable to increase their production as much as they like. And as a result, world oil inventories have been falling. The prices have been rising. Now, if we look at what's happened after Russia invaded the Ukraine, sanctions have been imposed on many different entities in Russia. The oil refiners have imposed a de facto ban on the purchases of Russian oil and refined products, which means they're looking for alternative supplies, in effect sidelining some of that Russian oil production and making the supply-demand balance that much tighter. As a result, prices have risen, and you've heard the administration asking Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and Kuwait to utilize some of their spare production capacity to fill that void, but those countries have simply been unwilling to do so, frankly, enjoying the higher prices.
So where do we go from here to try to help alleviate, not just temporarily, but down the road too? We don't want to be seeing in years from now still running into the same problems over and over again.
Well, I think the answer is really more of this all of the above approach. It's not just fossil fuels, nor is it just renewable fuels. It's the more we can diversify our energy sources and the more options we have, the better off we are, both domestically as well as in our foreign policy. So those energy sources can continue to be crude oil and natural gas, but also solar, wind, and hydropower, and even nuclear and coal to contribute to more power for electricity to drive those electric vehicles that we see more and more of on advertisements on TV.
So I just want to touch on, too, this release of this oil. This is the largest supply of emergency crude oil in the world. We have millions of gallons of oil that are stored in barrels. This is all in locations along the Gulf Coast, but this has also been a time when he's tapped into this reserve a few times. So how do we stop doing that and continue to produce more, even right here at home, you were just touching on?
Well, the United States has already released 88 million barrels of crude oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve since July of 2020. And oil prices have only gone up since then. I think we have to recognize that an SPR release is really a one-time measure to bridge a supply disruption, but it doesn't do anything to get more oil out of the ground. And so, of course, the oil companies want to see less regulation in order to get more oil out of the ground. And they also want to have permits issued where the oil is. And of course, that oil is in places like Alaska as well as the Gulf of Mexico.
And it all comes down to, we obviously have to be worried about not only the oil companies, but the consumers. They're really the ones who feel the most effects when these decisions are made. What should Congress be doing to try to help with these efforts when it comes to our federal gas tax, when it comes to working with the oil companies that are producing?
Well, one of the simplest things that Congress and the administration could do to immediately reduce some of the pain at the pump would be to suspend the federal excise tax of 18 cents a gallon on gasoline and 24 cents a gallon on diesel fuel. We've seen a number of states, including Georgia and Connecticut, which have suspended their state excise taxes.
Anything else you think important to mention when it comes to understanding exactly this problem that we seem to be running into too often in these past recent weeks?
I think for the consumer, it's to recognize that the United States is connected to the global oil market. We're an importer of crude oil into the East and West coasts, as well as into the Midwest from Canada. We also import refined products up into the East and West coast. Well, on the Gulf Coast, where we do have a surplus of crude oil and refined products, we're an exporter to the rest of the market. And as oil prices around the world go up, unfortunately for the consumer here in the United States, oil prices and refined product prices are going to go up as well.
But as you mentioned ahead of time, you know, this announcement made today by President Biden, we will see a little bit of relief when it comes to pumping that gas. I know I've just watched those dollar prices tick up every time I've filled up, and you just kind of have to deal with it, especially if you need to continue to drive to work every single day.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, the consumer is the one feeling the most pain. I think at least the good news is that we've stopped the significant increases in prices that we've seen over the last 6 weeks. They definitely have peaked at this time, and now I think we're on a downward trajectory. But we should be aware of the oil price has been so volatile the last couple of weeks in reaction to the headlines coming out of Russia, Ukraine, the European Union, as well as the United States, as the market is really trying to figure out how it's going to find alternative supplies to the oil coming out of Russia.
Do you see us ever returning to using Russian oil if things were to resolve in Ukraine?
I think that's a long way off, because one thing that has become apparent is that the United States and the European Union are going to need to reduce their dependence on energy supplies from Russia. And we're already seeing some significant steps being taken in Europe. For example, Germany is now fast tracking some of their LNG import facilities so they could buy more LNG from the US Gulf Coast, where we're increasing exports.
Yeah, a lot to be considered here, and we certainly appreciate you breaking it all down, especially when some of us just so focused on, okay, what price is this going to cost me today when I go to fill up my tank of gas? So, Andrew Lupau, thank you again for being here with us and breaking things down for us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you very much for having me.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Switching gears to COVID-19 news. A second booster shot has been recommended for older adults and the most vulnerable population. But with COVID-19 cases flattening and also with restrictions relaxing, is it necessary? Fox Milwaukee spoke with an expert to learn more.
The CDC is now recommending a second booster shot for the community's most vulnerable. But with restrictions relaxing and COVID-19 cases flattening, is it really necessary? Our Christina Van Zelst joins us live now in Milwaukee with what the health experts are saying.
And Steph, right now, a lot of pharmacies might not have those doses available right away because this recommendation was just made today. But in the meantime, health experts say, yes, people should consider getting double boosted. Life might feel on track to being normal as COVID-19 cases are flattening, but health officials say not so fast.
While the numbers have gone down, they're not down to zero. The disease is still spreading.
The CDC recommending people 50 and up and immunocompromised individuals to get an additional booster 4 months after their first. But is it necessary?
Right now, this feels nice. No masks. We're going about our business. School's back in session just like normal. And if we want to keep it that way, the best way to protect our communities against having to go back to those mitigation strategies is to be vaccinated and boosted.
Health experts say yes, vaccines and boosters still the best way to ensure a layer of protection, even as restrictions are relaxed. But that doesn't mean everyone is going to jump at the opportunity to get double boosted.
You know, I think some people wonder if there's harm in getting all these extra shots. Like it's unusual for our vaccines to need to get these doses in such quick succession. And it really is a function of the pandemic and how many different variants are being created.
Ascension physician Margaret Hennessy says it's safe and worth it. It's the small steps she's willing to take to ensure life as we know it today will remain on track to normal.
Personally, as somebody who is over 50 years old, I am definitely going to get this booster when it's finally approved and officially available.
Health experts don't believe people will need to get boosted every 4 months in the future. They say right now it's because of those variants. Reporting live in Milwaukee, Christina Van Zelst, Fox 6 News.
Still unknowns. All right, Christina, thank you.
And as cases flatten, what are the current COVID-19 travel restrictions? Fox News has that report.
As COVID cases decline nationwide, we're seeing more restrictions being lifted, with a focus this week on travel. The CDC announcing Wednesday it's dropping its recommendation against cruise ship travel, ending a tiered warning system that had been in place for about 2 years. But the agency says just because the warnings are gone does not mean there's no risk. Earlier this week, the cruise ship Ruby Princess docked in San Francisco with at least 70 confirmed COVID cases, despite the fact that everyone was fully vaccinated and had to provide a negative test result before boarding.
All these people coming out to San Francisco to, move on to their next destination who are sick but never got tested. It's just worrisome.
Not all COVID-era mandates are going away. The nationwide masking requirement for public transportation is still in effect, and now 21 states are suing the Biden administration, asking the courts to declare the mandate illegal.
It has caused so much confusion, so much chaos, so much pressure on the employees. And as you know, the airlines themselves have demanded that the administration take a look at that.
But with the Omicron subvariant BA.2 now the dominant strain in the U.S., public health officials say it's too soon to be pulling back on measures that have been effective over the past 2 years.
It's prudent to try to keep transmission low so that the BA.2 variant doesn't, explode and become a real problem.
The mask mandate for public transportation is scheduled to end on April 18 unless extended by the TSA. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
And since the COVID-19 pandemic is still ongoing, COVID-19 along with mental health is still a very important topic. Fox News also has this report.
The Omicron subvariant BA.2 remains the dominant strain in the U.S., and public health officials warn it could drive a spike in COVID cases in the next 1 to 2 weeks. CDC data show cases climbing in more than a dozen states, though lagging indicators such as hospitalizations and deaths are at their lowest levels of the pandemic. Mayo Clinic doctors urge Americans not to panic.
We will see increasing cases in many parts of the United States, but it's not thought to result in a large surge like we experienced in January and early February of this year.
Ahead of a possible surge, Congress is reportedly close to securing more federal funding for COVID vaccines, testing, and treatments. The $10 billion deal could see final approval as soon as next week.
We really need Congress to make sure they continue to support the COVID recovery response so that governors and mayors and people in the street continue to get the supports they need.
Meanwhile, a grim new survey is highlighting the pandemic's impact on teenagers. According to the CDC, about 37% of high school students experienced poor mental health between January and June of last year. More than half said they suffered emotional abuse from an adult in their home. The agency says school played a major role in the mental health of youth. Students who felt connected to peers and adults were less likely to report feelings of sadness. The CDC says school communities will be key to addressing the mental health crisis. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
That was Fox News reporting. Earlier this week, Congress and the House had passed a bill federally legalizing marijuana, but this still will need to pass the Senate and then have a sign-off from the president as well. We will go out to a commercial break, but when we return, we will have the latest on this from Fox News, along with an expert LiveNOW talk to. We'll be right back.
If the House of Representatives gets its way, this will no longer be a federal crime. On Friday, the House voted to remove marijuana from the Controlled Substances Act list and sent the bill to the Senate.
We are here today to vote to get America high.
That's the way most House Republicans seem to see it.
And what are Democrats doing today? Legalizing drugs. Legalizing drugs and using American tax dollars to kickstart and prop up the marijuana industry.
But Democrats call comments like that scare tactics.
It's like they saw reefer madness in middle school and never got over it.
If passed by the Senate and signed by the president, the bill would drop some federal penalties and also invest in areas hard hit by the war on drugs. But House members disagree on whether those communities would benefit.
The war on drugs disproportionately impacted Black, Latino, and minority communities, and they tore them apart with a very targeted incarceration strategy.
What's worse, we want to target those individuals and communities who are historically most impacted by the harm of illegal drugs and provide federal funding to help enable criminals to open and operate now legal drug businesses.
Even if the bill becomes a federal law, it can still be a crime in individual states, depending where you live. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Julie Rendelman. Julie, good to see you. I think a lot of people may not have even known that this was even in the question, but of course a judge kind of tamping that down today. What do you make of this?
So it wasn't really a surprise for many of us that have been following this. The law, in terms of whether or not a judge is going to overturn a conviction is pretty strict. That doesn't mean there's not going to be an appellate process, but, based on the testimony of this specific juror, we'll call him juror number 50, because that's what everyone called him, I believe, Scotty David, is that he did not intend to mislead the judge or the defense attorney or the prosecutors, but instead it was inadvertent, and that he had absolutely no bias towards Maxwell or anyone else in regards to entering into this arena as a juror. And so based on that, the judge determined that the verdict would stand. We can talk about what my views are about that, but that's a whole other issue.
Yeah, Julie, just give us a sense, though, because, of course, we only know about this because that juror, I believe, mentioned this in an interview. And then, of course, you would have to believe, and they did, Maxwell's defense team essentially really latched onto this and tried to take it to its logical conclusion. Of course, they were unsuccessful. So that's really how we know about this, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he was interviewed afterwards. It's not unusual for jurors, especially in high publicity cases, for journalists to try to interview them. And he was very interested in talking in regards to his experience. And he made it very clear what his experiences was as a young man, and also made it clear to those that interviewed him that his experience, his story was expressed to the jurors as some level of insight as to why they should find her guilty, which unfortunately is not necessarily a factor that the judge is going to consider if, as the judge found here, that he didn't purposely lie in order to get on this jury, that he didn't have some type of plan in order to get on that jury and find her guilty.
Yeah, and that, of course, was the whole question, and like you said, he had discussed that openly with his fellow jurors. This was no secret. I think it was the secret to the public, obviously, after the trial concluded and the conviction came down. But you're right, there was, I guess, in your view, no nefarious motive here on juror number 50.
So I'm not going to agree that there was nothing nefarious.
Okay.
I still question that to some degree. I think the issue for me is even if we assumed that it wasn't nefarious, I don't agree with the court ruling. And by the way, there is case law that supports the judge's finding. I don't agree with it. And the reason I don't agree with it is I don't really care if you got on that jury and accidentally failed to provide information. When the information is what it is here, which was so integral to what the storyline was in this case, I don't care if you did it purposely or not. I don't know how the defendant got a fair trial. And so that's not about me supporting Maxwell. That's not about me, supporting whether she's guilty or not guilty. That's about an individual having the right to a fair and impartial jury deciding my fate or her fate. And they had a right, the defense attorneys had a right to question him had they known that information and make their determination as to whether or not he should sit as a juror on this case.
Yeah, and of course, I'm going to rephrase there. Nefarious, not so much ulterior, maybe. Going forward, what do you think is the sentence going to be on June the 28th? And what other, I guess, legal recourse does Maxwell's team have until then?
Yeah, so, look, in terms of sentencing, the judge, I think, is going to look at the sentencing guidelines. I actually don't recall them offhand. The question is whether or not the judge would go above the sentencing guidelines. I don't think she's going to go below it based on the evidence that was provided before the jury. At the end of the day, will you see an appeal? You absolutely will. And one of the things that came out recently, I think it came out today, was it sounds like the juror had more to say, and it appears that there's another interview that may have some information that also may impact what this juror's mindset was at the time he joined this case and was a juror on this case. Now, again, we don't know what that exact interview is and exactly what he said. It may have no meaning. It may be something we all already know about already. But I think this is not over yet. As to whether or not she gets a new trial, I'm not so sure. I think no one thought that it's likely she will, but it doesn't mean that this case is over in terms of what all of us are going to be talking about.
Okay, Julie, let's move on to our next story. We just got this development in the whole Will Smith saga. Of course, we're still talking about that 6 days after the fact, after the slap heard around the world at the Oscars. So right now we are learning that he has resigned from the Academy. I want to put up the statement Will Smith just put out and read it in full here for our viewers, so bear with us here. He says, quote, "I have directly responded to the Academy's disciplinary hearing notice, and I will fully accept any and all consequences for my conduct. My actions at the 94th Academy Awards presentation were shocking, painful, and inexcusable. The list of those I have hurt is long and includes Chris, his family, many of my dear friends and loved ones, all those in attendance, and global audiences at home. I betrayed the trust of the Academy. I deprived other nominees and winners of their opportunity to celebrate and be celebrated for their extraordinary work. I am heartbroken. I want to put the focus back on those who deserve attention for their achievements and allow the Academy to get back to the incredible work it does to support creativity and artistry in film. So I am resigning from membership in the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences and will accept any further consequences the board deems appropriate. Change takes time, and I'm committed to doing the work to ensure that I never again allow violence to overtake reason." Now, Julie, we have heard two statements from Will Smith since this slap occurred, and they have been seemingly extremely genuine, extremely contrite. What do you make of it?
So we've actually heard three statements. The one of the statements was when he got up when he won the Oscar.
Oh, of course.
And I raise that because that was not a contrite responsible response to what he had done. In fact, quite frankly, it was an excuse to everybody about what he had done. You know, we talk about people who sat there with their children watching as though this behavior is somehow acceptable, you know, because someone badmouthed your wife, and that he was allowed, quite frankly, to be able to sit back down. And many thought of that as an incredibly entitled thing that no one, certainly no one in my world, in the criminal defense world that I live in New York City, is going to be allowed to sit back down. They're going to have their hands in cuffs and going to a precinct, by the way, whether or not the complainant wants to go forward. That's what happens all the time. And so one wishes this statement had been made sooner. But certainly it sounds contrite. I mean, look, I don't know if he means it or not. I hope he does. I hope he's learned something from it. I think it's easy to write something like that. The real question is whether his words have bite and whether he really does show in future actions that he recognizes what he did.
Yeah, and of course, Julia, this comes on the heels of this disciplinary review the Board of Governors at the Academy is undertaking at the moment. Seemingly, Will Smith maybe trying to get ahead of that, resigning on his own today. And that, of course, in your view, that's how really any organization, it's like that's how the bylaws work. If you infringe the bylaws, you got to go. That's pretty cut and dry.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I think it is a preemptive strike, you know, but the problem for him, from my understanding, is I think they're still going to make a disciplinary determination. It may not mean anything anymore because he's no longer, because he's resigned, but I still think they're going to want to do that to make a statement. There are some implications because keep in mind, he's still going to be acting. And the question is, well, in the future, if he's in an acting gig of which they believe that an Oscar nomination is appropriate, is he going to still be up for an Oscar nomination? It sounds like he still would be. I'm not so sure anyone's going to be giving him an Oscar ever again. But I think resignation only really means that he cannot vote. He won't be permitted to vote again. And I think, quite frankly, at the end of the day, he's probably never going to be able to sit at the Oscars ever again. He's certainly not going to be giving out any statues.
Yeah, of course, that vote from the Academy will be April the 18th. Julie, last part, just want to put up, we're getting a statement in from the Academy responding to Will Smith's statement. Let's put that up for our viewers here. They say, we have received and accepted Mr. Will Smith's immediate resignation from the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. We will continue to move forward with our disciplinary proceedings against Mr. Smith for violations of the Academy's standards of conduct in advance of our next scheduled board meeting on April the 18th. Julie, I guess just last word, they're still going forward. What do you think is going to happen?
Look, I think I expect that there'll be some level of expulsion. It's a drastic step, but I guess it's not because he's already resigned. But I can't fathom a scenario where they'd ever think it's appropriate to allow him back when such behavior is, by the way, has never been seen in all the years we've watched the Oscars, ever.
Yeah, I mean, we're almost a week later, and I'm still talking about it with so many people just at the gym, at the bar. Everyone is still talking about it, Julie.
No, and I have to be honest, it's actually a divisive conversation with some people. And so for me, look, by the way, just so we're clear, I get it. I get wanting to defend your wife. I just don't get how you don't resist just staying in your seat and dealing with it the way you should have. And that's what would have taken a real class. And it just didn't happen.
Yeah, movies are meant to be a diversion from all the problems of everyday life. And of course, that happened at the Oscars. Julie Rendeman, thank you so much. Have a great weekend.
You too. Thank you so much.
Russia has attempted now for going on a month to sell this war of theirs to its domestic audience as a, quote, liberation of the Donbass. However, the intensified rhetoric over the last year and in the lead-up to Russia's invasion demonstrated that the Kremlin's real intent was to overthrow the democratically elected government and to occupy or annex large portions of Ukraine. The posture of Russian forces around Kyiv, along much of the Black and the Azov Sea coasts, and in central and northeastern Ukraine indicates the geographic scale of this ambition. They've been attacking Ukraine, as we have been talking about now for several weeks, on multiple lines of axis. Russia's intent was to replace Ukrainian regional and national authorities and create so-called people's republics, as displayed recently in Kherson province. The rapid advance to Kyiv in the initial days of the war showed very clearly for all of us that Kyiv and the capital city was a key objective for the Russians. So we ought not be fooling, and nobody should be fooling ourselves, by the Kremlin's now recent claim that it will suddenly just reduce military attacks near Kyiv, or any reports that it's going to withdraw all its forces. Has there been some movement by some Russian units away from Kyiv in the last day or so? Yeah, we think so. Small numbers. But we believe that this is a repositioning, not a real withdrawal, and that we all should be prepared to watch for a major offensive against other areas of Ukraine. It does not mean that the threat to Kyiv is over. Russia has failed in its objective of capturing Kyiv. It's failed in its objective of subjugating Ukraine. But they can still inflict massive brutality on the country, including on Kyiv. We see that even today in continued airstrikes against the capital city. Mr. Putin's goals stretch far beyond the Donbass. The Russian Ministry of Defense's recent talking points may be an effort to move the goalposts, moderating Russia's immediate goals and spinning its current lack of progress as part of what would be next steps. But it's too early to judge what additional actions the Kremlin may take. No amount of spin can mask what the world has witnessed over the past month, and that's the courage and the military prowess of Ukraine's armed forces and its people, which are proving to be more than what Russia bargained for in its unprovoked and unjustified invasion. Now, that prowess is not accidental. We've talked about that a little bit. It's partly a result of the training and the support we and other allies over the last 8 years have been given to the Ukrainian armed forces. The United States, together with our allies and partners, we're going to continue to provide that support going forward to meet their security needs as they bravely stand up to this Russian aggression. I thought it was really important to kind of set the level straight there on that, because I've seen, again, lots of reporting here on these so-called withdrawals. Now, in other news, Balakatan 22 started this week. This is a long-standing annual bilateral military exercise conducted between the U.S. military and the armed forces of the Philippines. It's a key component of our alliance cooperation. The exercise features planning, operations, exchanges, and activities that increase both our nation's military capabilities to provide for the mutual defense of the Philippine archipelago. Exercise activities will occur at multiple locations throughout the Republic of the Philippines and will consist of 3 primary components: a bilateral staff exercise, joint interoperability events, and combined interoperability events, as well as humanitarian and civic assistance efforts. With more than 3,800 members of the Armed Forces of the Philippines and 5,100 U.S. service members, this will be the largest iteration of Balakatan to date. We look forward to a meaningful, productive exercise, and we're grateful for that terrific relationship that we have with the Armed Forces of the Philippines. And then last but not least, today, the final COVID-19 response teams in active duty status who were supporting 59 cities across 30 states completed their mission at the University of Utah Hospital in Salt Lake City. Since the onset of the outbreak, more than 24,000 military members in active duty status have provided support to the whole of government effort. The support included approximately 5,800 military medical providers that supported hospitals and other civilian medical facilities, more than 5,000 military medical personnel administering vaccines at federal community vaccination centers, as well as military personnel who assisted citizens when they were initially repatriated back to the U.S. in the very early days of the outbreak. In January of this year, the department activated more than 1,000 service members in support of the President's direction to mobilize additional military medical personnel. And of those service members, DoD deployed nearly 700 who supported 25 hospitals in 14 states just from January to March. The rest of these military members were on standby throughout that time period, ready to deploy at the request of FEMA if they were required. It's important to note that while the Title X COVID-19 response may have come to a close, as of this morning, there are still more than 10,800 National Guard soldiers and airmen supporting COVID-19 response efforts in at least 43 states, territories, and the District of Columbia. And I also want to add that NORTHCOM remains postured as well to deploy more personnel if requested. And of course, the Secretary wants to take this opportunity to pass on his personal gratitude and that of all senior leaders at the department for the extraordinary work that the men and women of this department have done throughout the pandemic, but certainly in just the last few months to work so hard in support of civilian medical practitioners. And with that, we'll take questions. Bob.
Thank you, John. On Ukraine, when you say you are seeing small numbers of Russian troops moving, you say they're repositioning. Would that be, by small, do you mean like less than a battalion tactical group?
Yeah. I would, this is very early on, Bob, so we don't have a number estimate, but it's certainly not a significant chunk of the multiple battalion tactical groups that Russia has arrayed against Kyiv. So we can confirm that we've seen a small number start to reposition, but I'd really be reticent to get into an exact number or try to put a unit on it. It's not anywhere near a majority of what they have arrayed against Kyiv.
And when you say repositioning, can you say, I mean, are they moving like north into Belarus, or are they repositioning for what you described as potentially an offensive somewhere else?
I would say at this early stage, we see the movement more northward, but again, it's too early to tell, Bob, what the destination is, what the final purpose is, and you know where exactly these troops are going to go long term. We assess that it is likely more a repositioning to be used elsewhere in Ukraine. Where exactly, we don't know. I would just note that the Russians themselves have said, in the same breath they're saying they're withdrawing, that they are reprioritizing the Donbas area, eastern Ukraine.
So they could move there.
Again, that's a question better put to the Russian Ministry of Defense if they'll ever give you a straight answer. But again, they have said themselves that they're reprioritizing that part of Ukraine.
Right.
Yeah.
You mentioned obviously that if they're redeploying, have you seen any signs that Russia's pulled back on actually sending supplies into Ukraine? Or are they still basically continuing their own convoys of moving supplies, fuel, food, anything like that? Or if they stopped doing that, it is just the troops that have basically...
Again, very early stages here. They've only just recently, in the last few hours, made this proclamation. So we have seen a small number begin to move away from Kyiv. That's about the most I can give you. I don't have any information on their resupply efforts for troops that are still arrayed against Kyiv. I would remind that the Russians still have a significant majority of their assembled combat power, to include logistics and sustainment capability, available to them inside Ukraine. Yeah.
Thank you, John. So just trying to understand something. If you're talking about a small number, do you think just what you're seeing now, or do you think there's going to be more numbers? Because you're saying they might be pulling out these forces to redeploy somewhere else. If they are small numbers, are they going to make any difference if they were redeployed? Is it the beginning of something?
It's a great question for Minister Shoigu. I don't know, Fadi. All I can tell you is what we're seeing. We're seeing a small number now that appears to be moving away from Kyiv. This on the same day that the Russians say they're withdrawing. But we're not prepared to call this a retreat or even a withdrawal. We think that what they probably have in mind is a repositioning to prioritize elsewhere.
And do they still have enough forces on the ground around Kyiv in case they decided to basically relaunch some kind of attack on the city?
Again, I'm not going to predict what the Russian military plan is here. To my answer to Bob, very, very small numbers that we've seen move at this point. They still have the vast majority of the forces that they had assembled around Kyiv are still there. As I've said before, we largely assess that they are in a defensive posture. They have several days ago stopped trying to advance on Kyiv and sort of took up defensive positions. Yeah.
Thanks, John. 3 questions, please. Can you update us on the number? Can you update us on the number of missiles? I'll just ask one at a time if that's easier.
That's actually much easier.
Yeah. What's the number of missiles that Russia's launched into Ukraine at this point?
I don't have an update on the missiles. We know that they have since the beginning of this launched more than 1,000, but I don't have an exact number.
Okay. Secondly, does the Pentagon still consider Russia a near-peer competitor?
I think you can take away from what we talked about yesterday when we released the budget, and we talk about Russia as an acute threat, and that's how we're looking at Russia right now.
But that's not the same as what you've been saying. You've been saying near-peer competitors, Russia and China, and now we're hearing acute threat. So has it changed in the Pentagon's view?
We consider Russia as an acute threat based on certainly what we've been seeing happen over the last month.
Okay, and then my last question is about Ukraine's peace proposal. It seems like they envision some sort of security guarantee, like Article 5 with NATO, with a country like Poland or Turkey or Canada. So my question is, does the Pentagon think that's feasible? Because these are NATO countries, and establishing some sort of collective defense with the NATO country would essentially bring in all of NATO with this. So does the Pentagon find a proposal like that feasible?
I think we're not going to get ahead of where Ukraine and Russia are on their discussions. This has got to be a negotiation between Russia and Ukraine, and we're certainly not going to get in the middle of that or get ahead of where that is right now. I would just say a couple of things, Carla. One, Russia should negotiate in good faith. They have an opportunity here, an opportunity they have missed many, many times over the last month to end this war and to do it responsibly and to negotiate in good faith. So we hope that they'll do that. But the war could end today if Mr. Putin did the right thing and actually did withdraw all his forces from Ukraine and respect Ukrainian sovereignty. And again, as for what that settlement looks like, that's really between Russia and Ukraine. We wouldn't dictate the terms, and we wouldn't get it.
As I understand military tactics, when you retreat, you leave forces in place to cover the retreat. So are the movements that you're seeing so far, are they consistent with what a retreat from Kyiv would look like? And what would it take to convince the Pentagon that Russia had given up on its intent to seize Kyiv?
So too soon to tell on the first question, David. Again, this is only hours old here that the Russians made this announcement, and we've only seen very small numbers of troops actually just begin to move away from Kyiv. So way too soon to make a judgment on, covering forces and that kind of thing. I think what would it take for us to believe it? I think I'd go back to my answer to Carla. It would be to see them take all their forces out of Ukraine, move them out, get them back to home station, and negotiate in good faith. It's just too soon to know, based on what they've said today, what their real intent is here. That said, we believe, let me put it another way, that this is really more of a piece of repositioning. And again, we're basing some of that on the clear indications that they are reprioritizing in the Donbass.
I'm going to take another run at the
Go for it.
Acute threat, Russia being an acute threat. So does that change in language signal a change in Russia's priority level for the department? I mean, in your summary documents, it's listed right after China. Does it still occupy the same priority level, or has it gone up, or has it gone down with this new language?
I mean, Russia and the threat posed by Russia has remained a priority here at the department. If you're asking me to rack and stack it like a baseball card collection, I'm not going to do that. But clearly, we assess Russia to be an acute threat. We've been pretty clear about that. You don't have to look any further than what you've seen them do over the last 30 days to see that we're justified in labeling them as such. And again, you said it yourself. It's pretty clear in the points that we've delivered since delivering the budget yesterday, and in our strategy that Russia remains a significant issue for the department.
And if I could just follow up on the COVID Title X support and that ending, could you just talk about the conditions that led to that decision, the general conditions that led to the decision to end that?
To end the support? Yeah. I mean, we were doing this in support of FEMA and the interagency effort, so we took our guidance from the need out there by FEMA.
There's been a reduction in...
Yeah, I mean, there's just the conditions that are better in the country, and the need for... Remember, what we were doing was taking the pressure off civilian practitioners so that they could do the treatment. So most of our medical personnel that were operating in hospitals were not really doing COVID treatment. They were taking the pressure off other burdens. That pressure was appreciated and welcomed, and it has been alleviated, and in concert with discussions with FEMA and civilian health practitioners, we all deemed collectively that now was the right time to pull back that support. But I want to state again, as I said in my opening statement, Northern Command stands ready in case there's more need. I mean, we can flex. We didn't even deploy, as I said, all the troops that we had put on readiness to do this mission. So we could flex up again if needed. I mean, this pandemic, as you well know, is a living thing, and it changes over time. So we're grateful for the ability, we're grateful for the chance that we had to contribute to this, and we'll stand by and stay ready. And again, at the risk of sounding redundant, I want to also point out the fact that you still have, more than 10,000 National Guardsmen that are still at it. They're still at it in the States. Nancy.
Thank you. I'd like to go back to the repositioning. Have you seen any territorial losses or newly contested areas around Kiev for Russia since it repositioned its forces? And also, have you seen any change in the amount or type of missile strikes Russia has launched on Kiev in the last few days that you feel would be tied to this repositioning or focused towards the Donbass?
We have seen the Ukrainians push back around Kyiv, particularly in suburbs to the west of Kyiv, where the Ukrainians have retaken ground. I don't have a list of the towns, but we have seen them retake some territories to the west of Kyiv. And as you saw, we talked about this not about a week ago, to the east of Kyiv, where the Russians were on the outskirts of Brovary, and the Ukrainians pushed them back to almost more than 50 kilometers away from the city. So we have seen them do that around Kyiv, again, to the west and to the east. I don't have a breakdown of the airstrikes that are happening. I couldn't give you like a number over the course of time. It's just that we do continue to see Kyiv being struck from the air. So the threat to Kyiv is not over.
That is the repositioning of Donbass has not manifested in terms of a market change in the strikes on the capital. Is that
again? I can't quantify it, Nancy. Over the course of a day or two, I don't have a count of how many strikes are happening on Kyiv, and we've never given you that because we just don't have it. But we do continue to see strikes on Kyiv. So we're not convinced that the threat to the capital city has been radically diminished here by this proclamation by the Russian Ministry of Defense. Barbara, did you have one? No? Tara?
Thanks. Could you give us a sense of if Russian forces are spread evenly throughout Ukraine, or how many battalion tactical groups they kind of concentrated against Kyiv versus the east, and how you've seen that shift?
Yeah, again, as you know, I've been very careful not to lay out Russian operations. It's not prudent for me to do it, and we don't have exact details of where every battalion tactical group is. So I couldn't tell you how many troops are arrayed against Kyiv versus Kharkiv and Chernihiv, and certainly in the Donbass. What I can tell you is that the vast majority of the assembled force that we saw against Kyiv is still there. We've only seen a small number begin to move away from Kyiv, mostly to the north. We'll watch this over the course of the coming days, and to the degree we can describe for you what we're seeing, we'll do that. We have seen, even before the Russians said that they were going to prioritize the Donbass and the east, we saw them begin to pick up the pace there. More aggressive operations, more active campaigning against towns and villages in the Donbass. That continues today. But look, I mean, the Donbass has been a hot war for the last 8 years, and we definitely have seen the intensity pick up. And again, where that goes, we don't know. We've also seen the Ukrainians be just as active in the Donbass and trying to push back on the Russians there.
Can you give us a sense of, did they put the bulk of their forces against Kyiv, or did they?
Again, I don't want to give you a breakdown here. We have been talking now for a month about sort of three main axes of approach by the Russians, right? North and northeast, Kyiv, Chernihiv, and Kharkiv. All really, that whole northern grouping was really designed against the capital city. The effort to cut off Kyiv. Then the east in the Donbass, which again has been in hot war now for 8 years, and the Russians poured more resources in there. And then in the south. And in the south, as we've been talking about, coming out of Crimea, they basically split to the northwest and to the northeast. To the northeast against Mariupol, which obviously there's a lot of heavy fighting still going on there. You guys have seen that for yourselves. And then to the northwest out of Crimea up to Kherson, and then what we saw was an attempt to take the town of Mykolaiv, which they have not been able to do. And as I think we've talked about in recent days, you've seen that the Ukrainians are actually scrapping it out for Kherson as well. So those were the three main groupings and three main lines of effort. They, up until recently, we had still assessed that was their plan was to, as I said in my opening statement, to occupy and annex Ukraine using approaches on those three lines of effort. Again, now we think that they're going to prioritize the east. They have been stalled in the north. And the progress in the early days they had made in the south, they had made progress. Now that's stalled out. And we see them prioritizing the east. But I couldn't quantify that for you, Tara. I don't have their order of battle on that level of detail. Let me go to someone on the phone. I haven't done that yet. Let's see, Courtney.
Hi, thanks. Can you talk a little bit about the president's comments yesterday when he said that U.S. troops, he seems to say U.S. troops are training Ukrainian military inside Poland. What kind of training are they providing, and how long has that been going on?
Yeah, Corey, I think General Walters dealt with this pretty well at his hearing this morning in front of the Senate Armed Services Committee. There is, there's some liaising going on as the Ukrainians go into Poland, for instance, and they are we're transposing shipments of material to them, and so there's some general liaising going on in that regard, and that's what the president was referring to. Janie.
Thank you, Don. Everybody finish Ukraine issues?
Do you want me to stay on? Why don't I come back to you? You want to do that?
Sure.
That'd be fair?
Yeah.
We'll do that. Yeah, I promise. I'll get back to you.
Can I follow up on this question of Kyiv? One more question. From a military perspective, does the Pentagon think that the Russian forces were basically defeated in their attempt to take Kyiv, and this campaign?
I said that. I said as much in my opening statement. They failed to take Kyiv.
So
yeah.
that's a defeat to their forces, basically.
They failed to take Kyiv, and we believe that Kyiv was a key objective for them. Yeah, Louis.
Don, you used the word spin in your remarks.
Yes, I did.
You've also confirmed small numbers leaving. Did you note those small numbers leaving before the Russians made public their proposal today, that that this was being done in good faith? So in other words, are the words following actions that you've already seen taking place in the last
I couldn't give you a time hack, Louis, exactly whether it was exactly the moment that the Russians decided to announce it, roughly, same day kind of observation. But we're not taking anything they say at face value. I'm being as honest with you as I can. Small number, scene started to move. We're not prepared to buy the Russian argument that it's a withdrawal. Again, our assessment is that their intention is to reposition forces and bolster their efforts elsewhere.
So the word spin is accurate to what you've been describing, what you just described then?
I'm comfortable with the way I characterized it. Helene Cooper.
Hey, thanks, Kirby. I want to take another whack at, because I feel like you're describing, it sounds like you are describing, it's been 5 weeks, almost 5 weeks now, and it sounds very much like you are describing a failed military campaign. Would you go that far, or is that too much? I mean, what we're seeing now, is this a failure is it a failed military campaign?
Helene, I don't think we're prepared to slap a bumper sticker on this thing right now. I mean, there are still people dying. There's still bombs falling. There's still missiles flying. And there's still give and take on the battlefield. So I don't think we're ready to call it one way or another here. What I would tell you is, as I said in my opening statement, they failed to take Kyiv, which we believe was a key objective. I mean, and again, you just have to look at what they tried to do in those early days to see that they wanted Kyiv. They didn't get it. In the last few days, they hunkered down into defensive positions, basically stopped advancing. And now they're saying, and we're seeing small numbers move away. So we'll see where this goes. But step back, they also, failed to really take and hold any major population centers. They haven't taken Kharkiv. They haven't taken Chernihiv. They haven't taken Mariupol. And while we assess they took Kherson, that's back in play right now. So if you count maybe Berdansk on the Azov coast, even that is contested. I mean, you saw the Ukrainians basically sank one of their amphibious ships in the port there of Berdansk. So not only did they not manage to take Kyiv, they've not managed to take any population centers, and the Ukrainians have been fighting back very hard. So it's hard to see how they are succeeding in any one place, except at the death and destruction they're causing to these population centers and to the civilian population. And that's something we can't lose sight of. Megan.
So about 14,000 troops you guys have committed to sending to Europe in one way or another, either for NATO or to individual countries. And there's a few thousand left over from who's actually been sent, who you've announced that you're going to send. Are you still trying to get up to that 14,000 number? Are you still looking to source units to get there? And do the peace talks have any bearing on whether you're thinking you're going to send more people or not?
Yeah, it's not like... the 14,000 is a goal here. The secretary wanted as many options available to him and to the president, and so we put someone prepared to deploy, and we sent someone forward. It is about options. it's not about a number goal. It's about capabilities and making sure that we've got the right capabilities. So we're constantly reviewing that. And not that you asked this, but as a matter of fact, I can let you know that that you've all been tracking a Marine Corps exercise, Cold Response, up in Norway. So I can tell you that a command and control unit from Marine Air Control Group 28, which is based at Cherry Point, has now been repositioned to Lithuania. That's about 200 people. So they finished the exercise. They're in Lithuania now. And about 10 Marine Corps F-18 Hornets from Beaufort, South Carolina, and a couple of Marine Corps C-130s are now going to be repositioned to Eastern Europe. I don't have an exact destination right now, but they're going to be repositioned, and that's another 200 personnel. So, I mean, we're trying to stay flexible here. Just yesterday we talked about some growlers coming out of Whidbey Island. It's not about a number goal. It's really about capabilities, and it's based on constant conversations with our NATO allies on the eastern flank.
Are those Marines NATO response force? Just individual?
Right now, these are individual decisions based on available capability that we had and in talking to our NATO allies. I don't, as you probably saw in the NATO summit, I mean, they announced another 4 battle groups, and I think the nations are still filling those out. I think we're leading the one in Poland. Other nations, like France, I think, is leading Romania, so they're still filling some of these out. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, you've been patient. Yeah. We'll go.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's all floor. I have a application.
Go ahead.
I just be patient. And, I have an application about the North Korean's ICBM launch. When North Korea launched new ICBM last week, there is a report that the Pentagon refused the South Korea request to respond immediately to North Korea. Why did Pentagon, along with South Korea, refuse to fire an immediate response to?
Why did we refuse to fire an immediate response to this?
I mean, with South Korea and United States, supposedly they joined the fire training response to the North Korea, but the Pentagon refused to South Korea, don't do this, because, why did you do that? Why Pentagon refused the South Korea?
Well, look, I'm not...
Here's the story that General Nakamura, U.S. Korea Forces, Combined Forces Commander, has conducted the Pentagon, but Pentagon refused to fire an immediate response to North Korea. That is the story that
Okay, I haven't seen the story. I'm not sure what you mean by fire and immediate response.
Yes.
I'm not sure what that means. But look.
So South Korean, after launch, the North Korean ICBM, South Korea started responding fire 111 minutes later. This is so late because it took so late to respond to.
You mean the statement that we issued?
Yes.
Look, we respond with the time and the care that we believe is required based on these provocations. There's no ill intent towards our South Korean allies here. I mean, it's a sovereign nation. They are, and if they want to issue a response on their timeline, then we certainly respect that. We responded, we responded in a way that we felt was appropriate to our own initial analysis of the launch. Look, let's not get hung up on who's issuing a statement first or whether it's together or whether we say the right things. I mean, let's focus on the real issue here, which is security on the Korean Peninsula, and the fact that the alliance is still really strong, that fact that we constantly consult with our South Korean allies about readiness on the peninsula, and that we did make a statement. We did note it. And, oh, by the way, in recent weeks, we've actually changed the way we're doing ISR there in and around the peninsula because of recent provocations by the North.
Okay, I have another one.
Yeah, of course.
There's U.S. and South Korea are analyzing North Korea ICBM as a Hwasong-15, but North Korea claims it is a Hwasong-17, 2 steps up. Do you know why this information is so different between North Korea and United States?
I would just tell you that we assessed that launch was a probable ICBM, and we continue to analyze the test in close coordination with our allies and partners, to include the South Koreans. I don't have an update for you beyond that.
Can I follow up on North Korea for just 1 second?
Sure.
So, I know the administration often has its constructed answers about the North Korean missile threat, and so I understand that fully. But beyond those constructed answers, is there anything you can tell us about your concerns about the most recent missile test, given the distance and altitude that the North Koreans achieved? Your concerns about the threat that kind of missile capability that they successfully achieved poses, and can you tell us anything about your latest assessment about potential activity at their underground nuclear test site?
I'm not going to talk about intelligence assessments, Barbara. I think you know that. We are still, as I said to Janie, we're still analyzing this last test. I'm not going to get ahead of that process. But we've been very clear about the threat that the North Korean ballistic missile program continues to pose to the region. And that includes their continued efforts to advance their nuclear program. But I'm not gonna speak about intelligence assessments. We remain concerned about the North Koreans, their attempt to continue to improve their nuclear capability as well as their ballistic missile capability. It's provocative. It poses a threat to security on the peninsula and to the region, to our allies and partners. So if you're asking me, are we concerned about it? Absolutely we are.
So I hate to follow up one more time, but you just said concerned about their efforts to improve their nuclear capabilities. So
because every time you test, you learn. Every time you test, you learn.
But, okay. But you said improve their nuclear capability. That's different than a missile.
It is.
So are you seeing them work right now? Are you saying you're seeing them work right now towards improving
I'm not speaking to press reports that I've seen out there about potential future tests. But we know that this is a program that they want to improve. And so, of course, we're concerned about efforts to do that.
Last week, Secretary Austin and South Korean Defense Secretary, so they have a telephone conversation. So do you know what particular talking about North Koreans missile launch, or the further next month trying to nuclear test?
Again, I'm not going to get into intelligence assessments about specifics on the North Korean program. We read that call out. I'm not going to go beyond that readout. Let me go to Idris from Reuters.
Hey, John. Just following up on Courtney's question about the liaising with Ukrainian forces when the handover of weapons happens. Could you sort of define what liaising means? Is it sort of a pat on the back saying go get them, or is it more of a this is how you use these weapons? Could you sort of define that?
Yeah, Idris, I mean, it's just general. It's general liaison with them as these shipments are handed over. I don't have exact details of every conversation that's had or what that looks like, but of course there are interactions as these Ukrainian soldiers take possession of some of this gear and this kit, and I really don't have more detail than that. Alex Horton, Washington Post.
Yeah, can you go back to Idris for his follow-up, please, and then come back? Thanks.
Thanks. The follow-up was, is that different from training in any way when you sort of quote-unquote liaise with them?
I think it's not training in the classic sense that many people think of training. I would just say it's liaising. Go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, thanks. So I'm kind of curious about what some senior defense officials told us last week about indications that the Russians are being more aggressive in the east. Now that you're a very capable analyst, I've looked at it more. I was wondering if you could give us more details on what those signs are in Donbass. And have you seen any kind of intensity pickup, within the last couple of days, specifically when it comes to their supposed movements around Kiev?
Yeah, again, without getting into a blow-by-blow of Russian operations, it's not our war, it's their war. But I can tell you we have seen increased activity, offensive activity by Russian forces in the Donbass, going after more towns and villages, trying to that's one. Number two, and we've talked about this before, making an effort to come south out of a town called Izium, moving south and southeast to try to pin down Ukrainian armed forces that are in the Donbass. It's one of the reasons why we believe they are fighting for Mariupol, because we believe one goal of them could be to use Mariupol as a way to go north and to sort of close off the Donbass. And again, we have seen them without getting into too much specifics here, we have seen them try to reinforce their footprint in the Donbass, and that's about as far as I'm going to go on that, Alex. Yeah, in the back there.
John, thank you. So once the $800 million package fully arrives in Ukraine, will the U.S. continue sending weapons to the Ukrainians, even with the Russians kind of pulling out from that Kyiv area? And then secondly, if there were to be a ceasefire, would the U.S. continue sending weapons to Ukraine?
I don't have any announcements to make beyond the president's $800 million package. We're working hard on that. There's already been several deliveries made on that package. And we're moving out as quickly as we can on it. And the president's been clear. We're going to continue to support, as I said in my opening statement, we're going to continue to support Ukraine for as fast as we can, for as long as we can. I'm not going to get into hypotheticals about ceasefires and agreements and all that. Obviously, we want to see this war end. But for as long as Ukraine and the Ukrainian armed forces need assistance, the United States is going to be there to help provide it. Thank you. Yeah. David.
So last week, a senior defense official said that he'd seen indications that Russian troops were coming out of Georgia for redeployment to Ukraine. At the time, he said they didn't know where they were going, but one assumption might be they were going to the Donbass since they had announced they were going to prioritize the Donbass. Now you just said that on the record that you've seen them reinforce their footprint in the Donbass. So have reinforcements from Georgia gone to the Donbass?
I haven't seen any indications that troops from Georgia have gone to the Donbass. Jeff Schogel.
Thank you. This may sound like a smart aleck question, but I assure you it's not. When the Defense Department describes Russia as an acute threat, what does that mean? I'm having a hard time explaining it to my readers.
Yeah, I would point your readers to what we have seen over the last month here. Russia's unprovoked aggression against the nation state that posed no threat to them. I would point your readers to Russian interference in elections, not just here in the United States, but into nations in Europe. I would point to Russian activities in Syria to prop up the Assad regime and to continue the bloodshed in that country. I could go on and on. The actions of Mr. Putin and the Kremlin and Russian forces speak for themselves. And it would have been irresponsible for us not to address the Russia problem and the Russia threat in our national defense strategy, or even as we rolled out the budget and talked about some of the capabilities that we want to procure and maintain to deal with that acute threat. I'll take one more. Yep. I guess we're good. Go ahead.
So, following along with what David was asking, British intelligence has said Russia's Wagner Group is deployed to eastern Ukraine, is expected to send over 1,000 mercenaries for combat operations. Have you guys seen the same thing? Can you confirm that?
I won't get into specific intelligence assessments, Carla. But I'll go so far as to say that we certainly have seen indications that the Russians are leaning on private military contractors to bolster their efforts in Ukraine. I think I just leave it at that. Okay, thanks everybody. Appreciate it. That's that for today.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We will be ending our YouTube stream just shortly, but we're going to end with an interview that I did earlier this week with NASA, a NASA astronomer talking about the Hubble Space Telescope witnessing the farthest single star ever seen before. Let's check out that interview. The Hubble Space Telescope has been observing the cosmos for more than 30 years, and an incredible observation has just been made: the farthest individual star ever observed. And I'm joined by NASA astronomer Jane Rigby. Thank you for talking with me this morning.
Happy to be here.
Tell me about this extraordinary discovery.
Sure. So it was an accidentally on purpose discovery. We knew about the lensed galaxy. This is a galaxy that we're seeing already not only through Hubble, but through a cosmic telescope that is magnifying. It's a big cluster of galaxies that magnifies the background light. So we use that cosmic telescope to study a background galaxy. We're calling it the Sunrise Galaxy. It's a big, we're seeing it as it looked about 12.9 billion years ago. So we're seeing back to a time when the universe was less than 1 billion years old. And so that's the on-purpose part. We were studying that lens galaxy with Hubble. And the lead authors, as a graduate student named Brian, realized that there's what looks like an individual star in that galaxy. And so he worked out a bunch of models to convince us that, yeah, the most sensible explanation is that we're seeing one individual bright star that has been magnified by factors